today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP-FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The D-backs opened their series in San Francisco in a disappointing manner last night in a 6-1 loss to the Giants, a night where the offense was silent, non-existent, or whatever word you want to use, but the offense didn't show up in a spot where they needed to. The Bats are going to have to come alive tonight as the Snakes send another rookie in Cole Drake to the mound. First pitch will be at 7:15 over on ESPN 620. The Arizona Cardinals will wrap up their preseason tonight in Lambeau against the Packers, and it feels unlikely Carson Beck will be out there tonight as he's still dealing with a rib injury, but roster spots could be up for grabs this evening, and kickoff will be at 5, and you can hear all the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Employee pricing for everyone at Freeway Chevrolet, up to $12,500 off a new Silverado. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world. Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince.
Okay. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Friday, Valley sports fans. We have made it to the end of a long week. We're still weeks away from football season.
It is plural, isn't it?
Weeks. Weeks.
If you want to watch college, in parentheses, pro football, we're in good shape.
College
parentheses, pro football.
Right. No, you know my thought on that. It's no longer college football. It's just football.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no college anymore involved in it. I want to begin today's show. Have you guys noticed, by any chance, paid any attention to the humanoid games in Beijing? Do you see anything about this?
I've seen some clips go viral.
Are these the, robots?
The robot races and stuff like that?
Yeah. There are robot races, and, there was a robot that shattered Usain Bolt's record in the 100 meters.
Yep. The ones that exploded.
Well, here's what I was going to bring up, because I didn't know any of this was going on until footage of the robots really messing up happened. And that, to me, kind of felt like spin, kind of like, See, China doesn't have an army of humanoids ready to take over the world.
The counter to that is it's just funny to watch robots explode.
What's even funnier about it is watching them try to box.
I haven't seen that.
They don't have
I've only seen the
skills.
running.
It's they can't quite locate one another.
They quite literally do have motor skills.
Yes, exactly.
But they literally have motor skills.
I saw the one that went viral a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if it was part of it, but it was a robot running on the track and just hauling major backside. And then went past the finish line, face first into the pad at the end of the track, and then stumbled backwards and fell so awkwardly. It would have been, had it been a human being, would have been a broken neck. But then the sparks flying from the robot, and the robot's controller reacting as if it was a real human being getting hurt. Like, I can't look at this.
Oh,
and just kind of
right.
walked away.
Yeah. They apparently can't stop, so there's just a padded wall at the end of the track, so they go,
the best.
It is the best.
It's great. It is interesting. It feels like this is all for naught because the future, if there's going to be non-human sporting events and stuff in the future, it feels like that will just be AI-driven stuff.
Yeah.
Like you won't need actual physical robots to be performing. All of it stinks. I don't like
I totally agree
to think
with you.
about it, but it is funny to watch them just because it leads to a bunch of memes and stuff of hilarious clips. And
They're pretty good. We'll say this, the humanoids, the robots are pretty good at breakdancing. They've got that down pat.
Wow.
It's ridiculous.
Bad news for Ray Gun.
They can have it.
They can have it.
that.
Yep, exactly.
What I want to know from Sammy is, can you bet on the humanoid game?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
I'm sure.
I don't know if that's something I would want to.
Yeah, right?
We're
How do you
talking
do
about we're talking about robots.
Yeah. How do you do research on that?
All right.
Yeah, they're called sex robots.
That's it. Start the show,
I haven't
Jared.
seen those games either.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming. Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs take another step back in a flat 6-1 loss to the Giants in San Francisco. Drew Gilbert led off the game with a home run for the Giants. Rookie Jose Cabrera settled down after a long first inning. Gabby Moreno tied things up for the Snakes in the fourth with a solo home run. But that's all the offense the D-backs would muster all night. D-backs took the lead in the fifth, padded things with 4 in the eighth off of Kevin Ginkel. Giants' second win over the D-backs in 10 games this season, but their second in a row over the D-backs. Uh-oh. That 4-game series continues tonight at Oracle Park with the Diamondbacks throwing, hold on, let me reach into the hat, pull out a name. Cole Drake will get the start against San Francisco right-hander Blake Tidwell. First pitch, 6:45. All the action on ESPN 620 in the Arizona Sports app. D-backs BP show kicks it off.
The PP show.
6. BP.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to demean Stevie Z's show. Come on. He's one of us, Jared.
That's true.
Nobody else in the National League wildcard race played last night, so the D-backs do drop a half game. They now trail the Padres by a game and a half for the third National League spot. Padres are in Florida for a 3-game series against the Tampa Bay Rays starting tonight. Phillies are also within reach, but they're on the road as well this weekend. They're in Anaheim to take on the Angels. Anaheim, not Los Angeles. Cardinals, fourth and final preseason game tonight against the Green Bay Packers at historic Lambeau Field. This just 2 days after the two teams got together for a spirited joint practice on Wednesday. Head coach Mike LaFleur said earlier this week that the starters would not see any playing time in the contest, which gets going at 5 o'clock. Also, Carson Beck not playing tonight. All the action on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app with pregame coverage getting started at 2. After tonight's game, the process of trimming the roster to the league-mandated 53 players will begin for the Cardinals and everybody else that needs to be done by Sunday at 3 o'clock Arizona time. There's 9 other preseason games tonight, 2 more on Saturday to put the wraps on the fake football. Seattle Seahawks rewarded defensive tackle Leonard Williams with a new 3-year, $90 million contract extension. The deal includes $56 million in guarantees. The 3-time Pro Bowler had 62 tackles and 7 sacks last year. Second team All-Pro honors for the eventual Super Bowl champions. I was shocked that he's only a 3-time Pro Bowler. And in the last 2 years, and then one
he's destroyed
early
the
in his
Cardinals.
career.
Yeah,
he is a wrecking ball.
Yeah, he is.
Green Bay running back Josh Jacobs charged Thursday in Brown County, Wisconsin, with misdemeanor battery and misdemeanor criminal damage to property. Those charges come more than 3 months after he was arrested following an alleged domestic violence incident at his home near Green Bay. College football is here. The 2026 season gets underway tomorrow, bright and early, as Bill Belichick's North Carolina Tar Heels take on the TCU Horned Frogs in Dublin, Ireland. That game kicking off at 9 a.m. And if you miss it, here's a reminder. Don't try to find coverage of it on the Fort Worth Star-Telegram's website. The newspaper has been barred from covering TCU athletics because they didn't like what was written about a TCU player attacking a teammate in the locker room after practice.
What a joke.
That's the only outlet that fully covers TCU
Do you think
athletics.
they teach journalism at TCU? Do you think that's a discipline?
I believe they do.
I believe they probably do, right?
Yeah.
And what do you think the college president thinks about that? Oh, I'm sorry, it's football. Do whatever you want, coach. What a joke.
Anywho, other games on the Saturday schedule. 14th ranked USC hosting San Jose State. Virginia taking on NC State in an early ACC tilt. Stanford will entertain Hawaii, and Florida State kicks off its season with a home game against the Aggies of New Mexico State. That traditional rivalry. Florida State, New Mexico State.
Yeah.
They play for the, what's the name of that trophy? The Who Gives a Crap?
Mm-hmm.
Phoenix Mercury lose again, 80-73 to the Washington Mystics at Mortgage Matchup Center. Phoenix led by 10 with 8 minutes and change left in the fourth, but got outscored 27-10 the rest of the way. Kalia Copper had 35 in the loss for the Mercury. They fall to 13-26. They will host Toronto tomorrow night in downtown Phoenix. And Min-Woo Lee shot an 8-under 62. He is the leader heading into today's second round of the Tour Championship at East Lake Golf Club in Atlanta. Lee 2 strokes better than Victor Hovland, Colin Morikawa, and Chris Gotterup. Scotty Scheffler starts Friday, looming 3 shots back. Gonna tune in? Don't care?
Don't care.
Really?
No, this time this does nothing for me. But the new CEO of the PGA Tour, he knows it. He knows how dull this end of the year routine is on the PGA Tour. They're going to match play next year. Yeah, which will be a lot better. Even though I'm not a huge fan of match play.
But for a playoff scenario, it makes sense.
But in that, with a lot of money on the line, it'll be compelling.
I'm working 8 hours tomorrow. So.
Oh, are you? Are you working the good golf story, Sammy?
No. We won't be touching that. With
You won't be touching that.
I'll tell you what. Things aren't going so good for that company right about now.
Well, yeah.
Tough couple days.
There you go. There is your splash for this Friday, August 28th. Coming up, win a big series versus a good team, lose a lifeless game against a bad team. Another edition of Lather, Rinse, Repeat for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Last chance for the Diamondbacks. It's Ildemaro Vargas. And Vargas swings at the first pitch. Hits a harmless ground out to short. Goss throws to first. Game over. Well, we didn't see that one coming. Giants take the opener by a final score of 6-1.
It was close until it wasn't. What the? More D-backs Giants words to say and wild gestures to make on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Waltz is a Valley institution. They've been serving Arizonans since 1957, which is back when Eisenhower was president, and 11 years before the Suns were even here. But have you seen them lately? If not, it's a great time to go and take a look, and that's because at Waltz, they don't just sell televisions. They build home theaters. I'm talking full surround sound, screens calibrated perfectly for your room, smart controls so you can switch from a sporting event to your music with one button. If you've ever dreamed about having the ultimate sports cave, Waltz can make it happen. And unlike the big box stores, they'll deliver it, mount it, program your remote, set up your streaming apps, walk you through everything before they leave, same-day delivery if you need it. That's the difference at Waltz. You'll get the same prices as you would at the big box stores, but you'll get 10 times the service. Why would you go anyplace else, especially since they have everything you need, all the major name brands you're looking for, an incredibly knowledgeable staff that can answer all of your questions, big screen televisions up to 115 inches, inventory you will not find any place else. Head on down there this weekend, and while you're there, drop my name. You're going to get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right next to the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2026 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Summer is winding down, but the savings are just heating up during the Sanderson Ford Labor Day sales event. Get up to $8,500 off a 26 Ford F-150 or choose 2.9% APR for 72 months, plus $1,000 cash. The Labor Day sales event is only here for a limited time, so hurry in today and choose. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. 8,500 valid on F-150 XLT. Stock number 265735. APR must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Expires 9/7/26.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the Ford Summer Sales event is still heating up at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and the temperature on these deals is off the charts. Step inside and discover something refreshing, crystal clear pricing, a relaxed and welcoming atmosphere, and savings so real you can feel them in your pocket. Now that's 75 years of doing things the right way for Arizona. Right now, take $5,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Bronco Sport models, $6,500 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Explorers, and even $9,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford F-150, STX, XLT, and Lariat models. The window is closing and the temperature's rising at Earnhardt Ford. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marotta talk D-backs baseball now.
We scored one run today. We got to do a little bit better. We're a way better team than we played today, and a lot of different areas. Things were holding okay, but we just didn't execute late in the game. From a pitcher standpoint, we made some mistakes from an offensive standpoint. We made some mistakes from a base running standpoint, a defensive standpoint. So those are tough. Those are tough things for us to stomach here. It doesn't happen very often. We got to be better.
Does that count as complimentary baseball when you make mistakes in every phase of the game?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it certainly doesn't.
That was a hard watch last night. Mm-hmm. From the very outset of the game, D-backs lose at 6-1. In a game that was much closer than that, at least on the scoreboard, until the 8th inning when things kind of fell apart. But like I said, right from the very start, with Jose Cabrera on the mound, I don't know about you guys, but I almost didn't get through the first inning. 30 pitches. I don't know how he got out of that, but giving up one run. Yep. You had to feel great about it. But the process of not being able to throw strikes and just spraying the ball all over, I was gearing up for about a 6-hour ball game last night.
Well, he settled in nicely.
He did.
Of all the things that went wrong for the Diamondbacks, Jose Cabrera was among the last on the list.
Yeah, but the defensive mistakes, the base running mistakes, offensively getting one run against that team that has just been struggling. And look, we went into yesterday after that series win over the Cubs, Bick, and with everything looming over the Diamondbacks and everything that's in the future at the beginning of next week with the Ketel Marte return, you're like, wow, this team looks to be built to sustain this. They look like they've risen above all this muck and grossness. And then they go out and play like that. And again, it's not the first time this has happened.
No, it isn't. So, I mean, I don't think this is really all that surprising. What is surprising is that you would think that after a big series victory against the Cubs, they would be playing a more buttoned-up brand of baseball.
Yes.
But then Nolan Arenado was a late scratch from the game with a thumb injury, and they had one of those kind of vomit games where they just kind of threw up on themselves and didn't do a whole lot of anything. And it's just disappointing because they had a chance to go 9 games over 500. They have never been there this year. You've got 4 games against the Giants. You've got a doubleheader on Saturday. Even if you're a superior team, it's very hard to sweep a doubleheader. So there was an expectation and maybe a hope that the team would kind of handle this team and then deal with the really heavy stuff come Monday, and they're off to a bad start. So it's nothing we haven't seen 100 times already this season.
They never, ever sweep teams.
No.
They also very rarely ever get swept. They don't have any really long win streaks. They don't have any really long losing streaks this year.
And that would be because why,
well,
Jared?
I don't like to use throw words out there, but that's the thing is like you keep hoping that they are just about to take that step beyond mediocrity. They just don't sustain any momentum. Now, if they win this series, it'd be great. They'll still be right there in the playoff chase. But these are the type of series that you need to sweep.
Yeah, the problem is...
You sweep these series, then you start to make it like a little bit of run.
They've got a lot of fight. They've got a lot of resilience. What they don't have is an abundance of talent. And without the abundance of talent, they can't seize that kind of momentum. They can't put together an 8-game winning streak. And so this is what we're watching. And so we all think when we watch them handle the Cubs over an 11-inning stretch and win 2 games basically in 11 innings, that oh, wow, this is a good baseball team. They are good, but they're not great. And they're more resilient than anything. They're more resilient than they are talented. And that resilience takes them a long, long way. But when you expect them to seize opportunities or stretch winning streaks, they're just not capable of doing it.
Yeah, and as it turns out, and this drives Torey Lovello crazy, as he's stated over the years, the little things that they don't do right. The biggest play of the game came in the 5th inning. It's still a 1-1 game, and it was a sacrifice bunt where nobody's at third base. Great base running by the Giants.
Yeah,
but that turned out to be the difference in the game.
Yeah, that's yes, that's very, very accurate. And as you said, the game was closer than the score might indicate, but still, the offense didn't do a whole lot of anything.
No, and they had the chance in the 8th with Moreno at first base, and he gets caught stealing for the 3rd out of the inning. That didn't quite make much sense. I thought Kevin Ginkel, obviously the line's not going to look good. Had some bad luck in that stint too, but. You got to account for that. It was not a good performance by the Diamondbacks at all, and now we look to the next 2 days in San Francisco. 3 games over the next 2 days. They're scrambling to fill out their starting rotation, and that's one check mark they can actually fill in right now. Cabrera did his job. He was decent. He gave them a chance to win the ball game, and they didn't rally around him. So when you get that from a rookie who just gets called up, and you don't win the game, that's a little bit of a hit. So Coldrake tonight, Kelly's going to go, I guess, in the first game Saturday, and then another TBD, and then the late game on Saturday, and then a chance to regroup before they come back and face the Phillies on Monday. And that's what's looming, is the return for Ketel Marte. And Mike Hazen, he made his way to San Francisco yesterday. He talked about Marte's performance at a bridge game at Salt River Field yesterday morning. He said, quote, he's playing, he's working hard and rehabbing. I'm anticipating he's going to come back ready to hit the ground running and play hard. We need that talent in our lineup. My expectation is he's going to be here motivated to make a push.
Now he's playing bridge.
Oh, yeah,
right. The first guy playing blackjack. Now he's can the guy just focus on baseball?
Rolling the dice. Now he's playing bridge. Yeah, exactly.
Unbelievable. Bridge game.
And all these indications are there. And I know this was a story that was worked on for a while, but the Ken Rosenthal story, and we'll get more into it later on in the show. The Ken Rosenthal story, you get done reading that, and then a lot of the reaction to that, and the questions start to pop up again. Where is the desire level? How is the head of Ketel Marte going back into this? I think there's still a lot of questions to be answered.
Well, listen, yes, the Ken Rosenthal report raised some questions in the minds of some people. Ken Rosenthal said that unlike the initial perception, The Diamondbacks knew very well where Ketel Marte was. He was in his hotel room when the game began because they were communicating or trying to communicate to him through his agent. Now that's a difference. It makes a difference to some people. I don't see why that's something that would make you look differently on this. There are reports or a report that he's dealing with the impending death of a loved one, but the team never heard that.
The reports on they didn't know where he was, I always took that as they didn't know why he wasn't at the game.
Yeah.
Not like literally they didn't know where he was.
Right.
Well, I mean, that Monday night in Boston, Torey Lovullo was asked about it, and it was one of the more awkward answers that he gave.
Yep.
He was uncomfortable in answering the question, but he said, is he in Boston? I think so. That was the answer. So what are we supposed to glean from that? That's the manager who admittedly didn't have a lot of information, but had more than pretty much anybody else.
No, this is exactly right. And then Ken Rosenthal saying that the clubhouse is kind of split on Ketel, which I find to be interesting.
Yes.
But I do think it's accurate because if you heard what Brandon Pfaadt said about Ketel, it was very supportive. And yet there were many off-the-record or anonymous quotes from teammates who were obviously very, very bothered. And then there was a Ken Rosenthal detail that blew my mind, and that is in the kitchen dining area of the clubhouse, which is, as somebody who has covered baseball full-time, let me tell you, that is the most sacred place in the clubhouse. Nobody goes in there except people in uniform. Mm-hmm. And if you're a writer, you don't even stop by the entry to that area. That Ketel allowed his personal friends to hang out in there. I can tell you right now, with absolute certainty, that would infuriate a lot of his teammates.
And I'm sure it has. But to me, that's a team issue more than a Ketel issue.
Yeah, it's true.
If something pops up that a player does that people don't like,
that's a good point,
and they're allowed to continue doing it, guess what's going to happen? It's going to continue to happen, and you're going to continue to get pissed off about it.
That's a very good point. So listen, this story continues to circulate and percolate, and it's all going to lead to what is going to be a wild scene when he returns to the playing field.
Yep, coming up next on the Friday edition, the Cardinals finally finished their preseason tonight. Any chance Carson Beck plays? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals, Packers. The final preseason game live from Green Bay.
There might be a starter on September 13th that does play in this game. We'll see.
Pre-game at 2, kickoff at 5 this afternoon. Listen to Cardinals at the Packers on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. The Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
If you've been dealing with nagging, awful chronic joint pain when your joints hurt you every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like you're out of options. Here's my advice to you. Do your homework first. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there is no going back. And before you schedule that surgery, consider getting a second opinion from my friends at QC Kinetics. They are the nation's leader in advanced regenerative treatments, and they deliver relief to patients like you right here in the Valley. And what regenerative treatments are is their cellular level treatments that concentrate the healing properties within your body right at the source of your pain, and it restores and it repairs damaged joint tissue. And this stuff works. It gives you lasting, real relief. And the whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on that surgery or avoiding it altogether. They helped me do that 6 years ago when I tore my meniscus. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before choosing surgery. Don't accept that it's your only choice. Call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. All you got to do, call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
Labor Day deals are looking good at Lowe's. Save $10 on 1-gallon cans and $50 on 5-gallon pails of select interior paint via rebate. Plus, get 2 2.5-quart or 3-quart mums for just $8. A fresh look and savings? Even better. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's, in-store and online. Valid through 9/9 while supplies last. Mum sizes vary by location and exclude Alaska and Hawaii. See store at Lowe's.com for more details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Oh, it's Wolf, and it's on. It's the Labor Day credit forgiveness event at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Look, maybe your credit's not so good or even a bankruptcy. It happens. Here's another thing that can happen. Santan Ford gets you approved. Approved. Out the door and on the road in your new Ford, so bring it. The team is ready to work every angle, so get you into the new ride you deserve. It's the Labor Day credit forgiveness event at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
Hi, I'm Jen.
And I'm Daniel.
We're your average Arizona family. We have 2 kids.
Make around $85,000 a year.
And just bought an American-made car.
And I'm Andy Biggs. Because of the working families tax cuts that I delivered, a family like theirs saw their 2026 tax bill drop by almost $2,700, according to the Treasury. That means more money staying where it belongs, with Arizona families.
Like ours.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Zach Bryan with Heaven on Tour.
Poison myself again, something in the orange tells me you'll never
Saturday, September 5th, State Farm Stadium.
I wish I didn't, but I do.
With special guests, MJ Linderman and Faye Philly. Tickets are on sale now at ZachBryan.com.
I think I heard you coming.
Don't miss Zach Bryan live.
Give your kitchen or bathroom a fresh new look for less at the Window Depot. Now through September 30th, save 20% on special order cabinets. Plus, design services are always free. Work one-on-one with our experts to plan your space, explore your options, and see what your new kitchen or bathroom can look like before you buy. Great design, personal service, and right now, 20% off special order cabinets. Shop your nearest location or visit thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks were disappointing last night in San Francisco in their 6-1 loss to a not very good Giants ball club. The wheels fell off in the 8th inning last night as Kevin Ginkel got touched up for 4 runs, but the offense was nowhere to be found all night long, and they're going to need to bounce back and find a way to win tonight with another rookie on the mound. Cole Drake will get the ball, and first pitch will be at 7:15 over on ESPN 620. And the Arizona Cardinals' last preseason game is tonight from Green Bay, as some roster spots are still up for grabs, and it is doubtful we will see Carson Beck under center tonight, as the rookie hasn't played since the Hall of Fame game and is dealing with some rib discomfort. Kickoff will be at 5, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And in some other Cardinal news, amid some trade rumors, Adam Schefter yesterday reported that as of now, the Cardinals will not be trading Josh Sweat anywhere. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Right now, save $2,500 if you buy 10 windows or more. The windows are guaranteed for life and built in Arizona with factory direct pricing. Save money and save on your energy bills online at advancedwindows.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
He didn't practice in the 2 legitimate practices they had this week on Monday and obviously the joint practice yesterday. It was just a walkthrough today, but I don't guess he's going to do much. He was in shorts and a t-shirt yesterday. He wasn't even wearing a helmet. So I don't see any possible way he plays in this preseason game, which means he's got 1 preseason game and he got the practice up through the week after the preseason game. And after he got hurt, but before we knew he got hurt, after the Hall of Fame game, I didn't think he looked particularly good in practice, and that makes a lot of sense if he was hurting with his ribs. So where does that leave him? I don't know. It's going to be tough, because if you decide at some point we want him to be the backup even or start, you've got a very, very short runway of a week to really ramp him up, because it's going to be tough to get him reps.
It's Darren Urban, azcardinals.com on these airwaves yesterday with Wolf and Luke here on Arizona Sports, indicating he doesn't think there's any way Carson Beck plays tonight against the Green Bay Packers in the preseason finale. And considering what Darren said at the beginning of that, he didn't participate in either one of the legit practices and a walkthrough yesterday. They're not going to throw him out there for actual live reps.
Yeah, no, they're not going to do that.
He's not playing tonight. And let's look at it this way. Let's look at it in the big picture of storylines for the Arizona Cardinals, who this preseason, more so than years past, there was a couple storylines to really get behind.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Mike LaFleur in his first go around in a preseason. That continues. But the other two things to be really excited about, maybe your future starting quarterback and a stud running back have both had like cold water poured over those storylines this preseason.
Yeah.
Because Carson Beck got hurt and Jeremiah Love got hurt.
Yeah.
And now you got questions about both of them going into the regular season.
Right. And then your best defensive player apparently isn't getting traded but doesn't want to play for the team. So, any other good news? Let's focus on the Carson Beck thing here for a minute. I know a lot of people are having a hard time understanding how is it possible that Carson Beck took a hit or dove for a first down in that Hall of Fame game weeks ago, practiced the following week, then suddenly was announced right before the game against the Raiders that Carson Beck's not playing, and everybody in the Valley went, "Oh, come on! I just bought a 6-pack." People. What we're trying to say
Got
is
to upgrade to a 12-pack now.
Right. What I'm trying to say is there was an appointment viewing, is what it was, and that got unplugged, and we haven't seen him since. Now, I suppose it's possible that Carson Beck knew he kind of had something inside that wasn't feeling right, but he didn't want to maybe ruin the momentum he was building. Because as Darren Urban just pointed out in that clip, he didn't look very good in practice the following week.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was something that was a tweak, and then practicing through it, it got worse and worse and worse.
Could be.
But the point Darren made in that soundbite about how do you ramp him up now when he missed pretty much all of the preseason, and he's going to go into the season as the third-string quarterback and not get a lot of reps in practice, it makes you think that really the only way for him to start a game would be after the bye week. Like, he would need that extra week practicing with the ones to ever be ready, or else how do you just toss him in as a starter? So that seems like the only
way
spot
you do
for
it.
him.
You bring up a good point, but that isn't until early December.
I know.
Yeah. The late bye week works against the Carson Beck storyline definitely this year.
I think what happens in the case of the Cardinals is they would have to bottom out completely and be sitting there at like 1-8, and then they just rip the Band-Aid off. And they say, we're going to give you a shot. You got all week to rep with the ones. Good luck, kid. See what you got.
Earlier this week, before the team went to Green Bay, Mike LaFleur back on Monday did talk to the media and was asked about Carson Beck, how quickly he could get back on the field during the season. He called that a hypothetical question right now because of the injury, but also was asked about how much Beck's progression is being stalled by this preseason injury.
I mean, it's easy to magnify the quarterback position and a rookie and all that kind of stuff, but you get better at football by practicing and playing football. And so when you're not out there, it's hard to get better, right? So he's missed some days, but that's no different than the nose guard. That's no different than the receiver. That's no different than the left tackle, particularly for the younger guys. So it is what it is. Injuries are a part of this thing, and he's a tough dude. Like I said, he battled through it for 3 or 4 practices before the discomfort became so real that it just wasn't worth it because it wasn't going to improve until we gave him a little bit of time.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt that Carson Beck opens the season as the number 3 quarterback. That is not some great proclamation, obviously. That was kind of by design. But Jarrett hit on it, and LaFleur was asked about it, and we don't know the answers now. What does this do for the timeline? The ultimate best-case scenario timeline. If your best-case scenario is Carson Beck taking over as early as possible, this is throwing a wrench in that.
Definitely.
You want to get better at football, you got to be out there in football.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. No, yes, absolutely. So I think then that – but again, what I also do believe is when you pay Jacoby Brissett, you're buying the opportunity. Do we catch some form of lightning in a bottle, even if it's a lightning bug, as Jared once appropriately said?
Yes.
Do you catch a lightning bug in a bottle?
It's just a little bit of lightning.
Just a little bit.
You're paying for optimism.
Mm-hmm. Right. You're paying for potential upside if all your pieces on offense come together and you get the breaks you didn't get last year.
Did you guys grow up calling it a lightning bug or a firefly?
Both.
A lightning bug.
I think I called them most. I did both.
Sammy?
Never
seen
one.
They don't have them around here.
Yeah.
Yet, so I guess irrelevant.
Listen, there were. It was one of those great nostalgic memories of my childhood.
Mine too.
Yeah. Because in the summertime where I grew up, they were everywhere.
Taking a clear jar, with a hole in the top,
and pop the holes in the
just
top,
catching one in your hands,
and checking it out.
Looking in.
Oh,
to go back.
Oh, I know.
Interesting.
I feel like we should be doing some old-timey lemonade commercial.
Yeah.
Right now. Those were the days.
Right. What's that ice cream brand? We should be doing that.
Yes, that Bluebell.
That's
Bluebell,
it.
yeah.
That's it.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
So no Carson Beck tonight. We won't see Jeremiah Love tonight. Mike LaFleur did say, hey, maybe you'll see somebody who actually... Hey! Maybe you'll get to see somebody who's in the starting lineup on the 13th of September against the Chargers. Will play tonight. We don't know who that is, so... look for a lot of 2s, a lot of 3s, similar to how they handled things last week against the Dallas Cowboys.
The Cardinals' last preseason game was very, very hard to watch. This one, I think, is going to be exactly the same, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically you're reduced for individuals making plays and maybe stepping up. And even in the Dallas game, we saw that to a degree, mostly on the offensive side of the ball. I really like what I've seen from Jalen Brooks this preseason. With all due respect to Jalen Brooks, who's done his job to the best of his abilities, it's not something to wave the pom-poms about. He's your 4th or 5th wide receiver at best.
Yeah. Oh, and as you said, everybody is going to be watching tonight's game to see who is still starting because that person is on the cut line. Because as you said, playing in these games now, it's a pejorative. It's a penalty. It's a bad sign.
Hey, number 72, you didn't get your work in on Wednesday. You're going to have to play in the preseason.
Right, exactly.
But there is also the storyline of brother versus brother, which is kind of cool. And that's been covered all week long with the joint practice, but that will be leaned into heavily. Not as heavily as it would be, obviously, in a regular season game, but still a cool thing.
I guess.
Yeah. And then by the time we get on the air on Monday morning at 6 a.m., we'll have a lot of cuts to talk about. We'll have a look at a depth chart.
Yeah, that is true.
Able to piece that together because those cuts will be done by Sunday afternoon.
We'll find out what former Cardinals are playing for the Sun Devils. It'll be fun.
We'll find out players from other teams that maybe they can pluck off the waiver wire and start improving the roster. It's also that time of the year. I'm just reading what they put in front of me. Okay, I'm just Ron Burgundying this.
Okay,
it's that time of the year. Bick thinks he knows football.
Yep.
Prove him wrong on Bick's picks and win a Pit Boss wood pellet grill and a $25 Four Peaks gift card every week. Text the word picks to 620 to play.
Who wrote that copy?
Brought to you by Four Peaks. It wasn't me.
I look forward to this time of year every year because Bick finally thinks he knows football. The rest of the year, he said, "Don't ask me."
That's throwing the gauntlet down.
Yeah.
But Bick's Picks is back. Oh, it's gearing up. Can't wait.
Oh, boy.
Get that thinking cap on.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you got it.
Coming up next, through ups and downs, good times and bad, Matt Ishbia has been consistent on one thing. He loves him some Devin Booker. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Jeremiah Love, seems like he should be back by week 1, but he's banged up. So I think you're going to need James Conner, certainly. But aside from what he can do on the field, I just like the idea of him around Jeremiah Love and Jeremiah Love's rookie year.
With you 100%.
There's not really anybody that I would rather have around Jeremiah Love and Jeremiah Love's rookie year.
And once again, it's because of who he is. The inside out, my young crunks. Never forget that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports. the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a word nerd, so I'm going to break down the word mortgage for you. In Latin, mort means death, gage means pledge, and if you're chained to the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, that might be what you're dealing with, a death pledge. And this is why you should know about the Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you combine your mortgage with your banking. You actually do your banking inside of your mortgage. It allows you to pay off your mortgage in years, not decades, and then you get to spend those decades building personal wealth while everybody else is paying off their mortgage. And best of all, you will not change a penny of your spending habits. That's what Life Changer Loan will do for you. You'll also have 24/7 access to your equity. You've got the control and the power to pay down, pay off, borrow back whenever you want, and the results can be staggering. They had one client pay off their home in 41 months, and another, her name is Nicole Larson, posted on Google Reviews, couldn't believe something this amazing exists. Now, there are caveats. You've got to have good financials, a really good credit score, good positive monthly cash flow, and their founder, Shane O'Grady, he'll be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are going to love the results. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
Two quick questions. Would you describe your current wireless service as 5-star? Are you paying more than $34.99 a month for unlimited data? I only ask because in a recent industry survey of 120,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company out there to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. And now for just a few more weeks, Pure Talk's offering unlimited data for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. After that, you'll get unlimited data for as low as $34.99 a month with no contract and no commitment. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's 5-star U.S. customer service team will switch you in minutes. And at just $15 a month for your first 3 months, there really is no better time to switch to Pure Talk than right now. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company.
The Labor Day sales event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning lineup, including Silverado, Traverse, and Trax. Plus, check out Equinox with excellent efficiency and bold design. It's the SUV that lets you take on the world in style. We have the inventory and we have the offers. Visit valleychevy.com or go to one of your 13 Valley Chevy dealers today. The Labor Day sales event going on now.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Luke. What should we be paying attention to the most in the Cardinals' final preseason game against the Packers? We get going at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke with Dave Burns filling in for Wolf on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Burnsy, what's going on? Burnsy!
I remember hearing about this now.
Yes, Dave Burns in the middays.
Because believe it or not, Burns and Gambo don't have a show today again.
Who would have thunk it?
But that'll be cool. give you a reason to listen to half the show today. The Dave Burns and Luke show.
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Friday edition. We are about, I don't know, 3 weeks probably? 3-4 weeks away from the beginning of NBA training camps. Preseason right around the corner. The Suns have their team put together for the upcoming season. And this circulated on social media yesterday. I thought this was kind of funny. Matt Ishbia, we know, runs United Wholesale Mortgage, based in Michigan. Apparently was doing a meeting with employees. And during the meeting, kind of opened up the floor for questions. And he said it. You can ask me a question about anything, even basketball. So this question gets asked to Matt Ishbia.
Rates, mortgages, basketball, anything you guys want to talk about. Happy to take questions about anything you want to discuss.
Can you trade Devin Booker to the Pistons?
When I'm dead. Devin Booker will never be a Detroit Piston.
Do it for the love. You're from here. Come on, do it.
I'm from here, and I don't care about the Pistons at all.
Wait, if you couldn't hear it because the audio is a little bit iffy there, would you trade Devin Booker to the Pistons when I'm dead? And then at the very end, I am from here, but I don't care about the Pistons at all, end quote. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, that was very funny. Yeah, I say it all the time. Find somebody to love you the way Matt Ishbia loves Devin Booker, and you're in good shape, right?
I wonder where the love affair with Devin Booker is widespread with Suns fans right now.
I think it's diminished a little bit, not a ton, but a little bit. I think there's a recognition, and I think it's fair to say, and people have gotten roasted for saying this, that Devin Booker is no longer an NBA superstar. He's just a star. Now, I don't know how you would quantify that. I don't know if you believe it. But I do think that Devin Booker, he's not in the upper echelon of NBA players, in my opinion. He's right there in the second tier. He's still very, very good. And he is the guy in Arizona post Larry Fitzgerald. But that's who he is. Yeah. And I think the only issue with Matt Ishbia's support of Devin Booker is he's now priced and getting paid at a level that's going to make it impossible to trade him if you ever did want to. But I don't think that's an issue because I don't think Matt Ishbia ever does.
And I don't think Devin Booker ever wants to go anywhere else.
And I don't think he wants to go anywhere else
And you factor all that in, and you love Devin Booker this much, and you'll never trade him, and this is the face of the franchise, you would think then everything you do would be to build around Devin Booker.
Yeah.
Be to make his life easier, to optimize Devin Booker, because this is the guy that's never leaving the team.
Yes.
Which made the moves of the last few years a little odd.
Well, a couple things. I don't disagree with what you said, Jarrett, but let's talk about construction and building around anybody in the NBA. It's not easy to do.
No.
I mean, obviously there's chemistry issues that are built into every situation, but the CBA and the apron situation makes it really, really hard to do. And I think Devin Booker has crossed over to a new point in his career. And I think some people have been focusing on this for years, but I think it's more widespread now than ever. And that's why I asked that question about what's the love affair like. I think there's a lot of people that are transfixed on what they believe Devin Booker doesn't do as opposed to what he does do.
I think that's accurate.
Yeah. Because, we're still waiting for that 30-point-a-game scoring average. He's going to challenge for a scoring title. None of that's come close. He's going to hit 42% of his three-point shots. That hasn't happened yet. There was a podcaster who made a comment. There was a clip that went kind of viral because of a response to it. A podcaster said, I don't think Devin Booker influences winning. And Colin Gillespie himself said, this is a really bad take.
Yeah.
Because I think people are looking for the shiny stuff on the stat sheet, and they're not looking at the other stuff. That's the way I see it anyway.
No, I think there's some accuracy in that. I also think that there's been a change in Devin Booker. I think that his Olympic experience has kind of shown him a style of basketball in a role that he would prefer to play. I think he likes that role better than being asked to produce 35 points a game and the pressure that comes along with that. I think it's a very interesting case study as to why this team, why weren't they more conscientious about maximizing Devin Booker's scoring production and his role on this team when it looks like he's going to be back to the number one facilitator? And maybe the answer is that's the role he wants to play. Maybe we all want Devin Booker to be something he no longer wants to be, or he thinks he already achieved.
Mm-hmm.
There was a time when he came out of college, Devin Booker's ambition, he would go through every wall and everybody in front of him to get what he wants. He's not the same guy in terms of that, but he's still a very, very good basketball player. And to say he doesn't affect winning is ludicrous.
Yeah, it is.
Because the role he played on the U.S. Olympic team was such that he was very much the glue guy.
Yeah.
And if that's the role he wants to play now, and if that's the role that he's going to succeed most, then maybe the way the Suns have formed this team starts to make a little more sense. I'm not sure how coherent this lineup looks to me. I don't have a lot of faith that Jalen Green's going to make that huge leap, and I don't think Miles Bridges is as good as the Suns think he is.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
Going back to what you said about his role in the Olympic teams, and he's done it twice. He did it in 2021 in the COVID Olympics, and then most recently in 2024, and that's where the focus is. It's interesting to me that I think what Devin Booker did in the most recent Olympics for that team and the reaction to it and Steve Kerr's quotes and all of those things built his league-wide, sport-wide respect level to new heights. But what it did in Phoenix was it had a way different effect in Phoenix because of what we've talked about.
Yeah.
They want him to be the A1 alpha on every single possession and be that Kobe Bryant-like killer. And it hasn't happened the last 2 years.
Because we're conditioned to believe that you need that guy to win a championship, and that to be paid at the rate he's going to get paid, that you need something more than what he gives. Now listen, as long as Matt Ishbia stays solvent, and his stock prices, and again, I know there's a lot of people, Gambo included, who think this is a no big deal, but it is something to monitor. Matt Ishbia, to buy the Suns, borrowed $4 billion from J.P. Morgan, and he gave him stock as collateral. That stock has plummeted in value. So if J.P. Morgan wanted to be jerk faces about it, they'd come and say, "Hey, Lama, how about a little something more?" You know what I mean? They could come and say, they're called margin calls. They could come and say, "Hey, bud, you're going to have to secure these loans that we gave you. How about give us a chunk of the team?" Now, I don't think we're ever going to get to that point. And so my point is that what Matt Ishbia is willing to spend is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. So the idea that Devin Booker might be overpaid, okay, fine. If it's cool with him, I got no issues with it. If it prevents you from building a better team down the road, then we've got a different issue.
Yeah.
But
with that situation going on, what you talked about, all the financial, mumbo jumbo that goes over my head.
Yeah.
Isn't it interesting that the one question from this question and answer where you could ask anything of Matt Ishbia from employees.
Will you trade Devin Booker to the Pistons?
It was a Pistons fan wanting to get his hands on Devin Booker.
That's
I
funny.
wonder what those other questions were, quite honestly.
Yeah. That is funny.
Coming up next, new details emerge in the Ketel Marte saga. What does it all mean? We'll dive into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and buyer beware is great advice. It's especially true in the automotive industry, as in beware the high price of mediocrity. It is everywhere in the automotive world. You will not have that issue at Chapman BMW. There is nothing that resembles mediocrity at Chapman BMW. They are your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which means you are going to get an extensive selection of new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, values and high-quality used cars. In fact, that selection is the best you are going to find in the American Southwest. And as many of our listeners will attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. And once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center is staffed by BMW certified technicians. They are absolutely awesome. They will ensure your vehicle receives expert care. Head on down this weekend. If you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. Take a test drive. If you've never been behind the wheel of a BMW, it's going to blow your mind. It's going to change the way you look at driving, the way you look at the open road. Find what you like, then get your hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Vowed to hook up every member of our listening audience. Put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TOOL for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TOOL for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TOOL. Offers vary by user and location. Go to Upside.com for terms and details.
Summer is winding down, but the savings are just heating up during the Sanderson Ford Labor Day sales event. Get up to $8,500 off a 26 Ford F-150 or choose 2.9% APR for 72 months, plus $1,000 cash. The Labor Day sales event is only here for a limited time, so hurry in today and choose. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. $8,500 valid on F-150 XLT. Stock number 265735. APR must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Expires 9/7/26.
My Chemical Romance. The Black Parade 2026. Live at Chase Field, September 6th, 2026. With special guest, Jimmy Eat World. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit mychemicalromance.com.
The all-new Kia Seltos is here, and Earnhardt Peoria Kia has the one you're looking for. With a bigger body and a bold sport-tuned design, with an advanced digital cockpit, with enhanced safety features, and with a payment you'll love. Starting at only $239 a month, plus tax, with approved credit from Kia Finance. Cars you love from a trusted name in Arizona for over 75 years. That's Earnhardt. So get yourself a Kia Seltos at an awesome payment the no bull way at Earnhardt Peoria Kia today. Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue north of Bell Road, and always online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
24-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Example VIN reference 19710. $37.99 due at signing. Excludes government fees. Tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $999 protection package, and dealer options. Expires August 31st, 2026. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for more details.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks opened their series in San Francisco in a disappointing manner last night in a 6-1 loss to the Giants, a night where the offense was silent, non-existent, or whatever word you want to use, but the offense did not show up in a spot where they needed to. The Bats are going to have to come alive tonight as the Snakes send another rookie in Cole Drake to the mound. First pitch will be at 7:15 over on ESPN 620. The Arizona Cardinals will wrap up their preseason tonight from Lambeau Field against the Packers, and it feels unlikely Carson Beck will be out there tonight as he's still dealing with a rib injury, but roster spots could still be up for grabs this evening. Kickoff is at 5, and you can hear all the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by NASCAR O'Reilly Series Racing live from Daytona. Coverage starts at 4:30 only on CW7 Arizona.
Hey, it's Luke with the Diamondbacks, able to keep rolling against the Giants with a rookie on the mound. We're reacting to the game at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke with Dave Burns. Dave Burns filling in for Wolf on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The series in Atlanta right before Boston. He got taken out of the first game, missed the second game with the knee issue, I believe it was. And then the third game, he returned, and that was the only game of the series they lost. And he expressed to some teammates, you guys don't need me, I'm not playing well, etc. He does seem to be someone who needs positive reinforcement, according to this player, and a guy who, like a lot of players, has times in his seasons when he's down. And that is apparently what has happened here. And again, the other things contributed, the injury, the situation with his family members. So it's a lot going on.
It's Ken Rosenthal on the Foul Territory podcast talking about the article that he published in the New York Times, The Athletic, why the Diamondbacks keep putting up with Ketel Marte. This came out yesterday. We talked about it in some detail on yesterday's show. It did have some new information in there, including the story that Rosenthal just told about a reported quote, and this came from not from Marte, but from a teammate recalling what happened in the Atlanta series, because again, he gets hurt in the first inning of the opener. They win that game. He sits out Saturday. They win that game. He comes back on Sunday. They lose that game. The quote was, according to the player, quote, "You guys don't need me. I'm not playing well. It doesn't matter." That's a bit concerning, and you can kind of relate to that feeling a little bit if you're Ketel Marte. But it looks like it's all steam ahead on everything being close to copacetic when he returns on Monday, and I'm not sure how they get there that quick.
Yeah, well, listen, I don't know if it's close to being copacetic, but we are getting there. That's the whole thing. This issue is going to come to a head on Monday, and it's going to be fascinating to watch because there have been a couple of things that have been thrown out there as mitigating circumstances. Was the team minimizing Ketel Marte's health concerns regarding his knee? Clearly, they thought he was healthy enough to play because they expected him to be in uniform that Monday in Boston. Then the idea that there's a family member who is nearing the end. And that's obviously, if that happens to any player, that commands respect and it commands some grace, if you will. But at the same time, the team wasn't told of that in Boston. None of that ever came up.
No, it came up well after the fact.
Well after the fact. And so I think there are people who are doubting the veracity of that. And then you've got some of the other stuff that Ken Rosenthal reported, like Ketel's boys being in the lunchroom, the dining area for the players, which is unheard of in Major League Baseball. Yeah. That is, as I said earlier in the program, if you're a media person, you don't even stop and look in there. You just walk by. That's how sacred that space is considered in a clubhouse.
Yeah, here was Ken Rosenthal sharing that story.
As for the food room, that's unusual. And basically I was told that, there are times when he has friends who are in the food room, not in the clubhouse, but there's a food room where the players eat. And actually, maybe I should have explained that better, Scott. That is not typical. I thought people would assume that's not typical, but I'm glad you asked. No, that's not typical.
Again, I'll say this, and there's been years-long reports and bubbling behind the scenes of Ketel Marte having his group of friends that travels with him everywhere. He's got his group. That's who he hangs with. If this has been going on and it's seen as not typical or a no-no, that's on the team leadership.
That is. Yeah.
Absolutely, it's on the team leadership. Hey, Ketel, we don't do I know you've been here 10 years. We don't do things that way. Or I know we have in the past. We're not going to do that anymore. But that seems to be at the heart of this whole issue.
Sure does.
It's like everything's been, accepted by the Diamondbacks. Hey, Ketel wants a day off. Well, he's going to get a day off. And this is apparently what happened.
Yeah.
He was asked to play, and he didn't want to play.
And I think from Ketel's vantage point is I think he believes that the reason why he signed an extension with Arizona, and he even said he's on the record saying it, the reason he signed that deal, which was considered under market value at the time for a player of his talent and skill, was that I'm going to do this because I've got a manager who will not stress me and will not push me when I ask for a day off. And when they got to Boston and Torrey realized, okay, I don't have Nolan Arenado tonight. This lineup cannot survive another, replacement player in place of a star player. You got to play, Ketel. You got to get up to the plate, swing the bat 4 times for me.
Yeah.
And I think that Ketel was like, that's not our deal, Skip. And the fact that he stayed back to send a message to the team. Look, I think most people realized you mentioned something that I think is really at the heart of what's going on now, and that is the players in that clubhouse aren't just mad at Ketel, and this is not all of them, but they're mad at the Diamondbacks for letting this get to this point.
Yeah.
There's no way around it. Greg Swindell, former Diamondback player, went on social media and basically said, I've been biting my tongue for a long time. I can't handle this. The team should be done with him. A lot of the old guard that helped build the Diamondbacks brand to what it is are very offended that the team has let a single individual player act like this.
There's a lot of culpable parties in this.
Yeah. And so here comes back, and it's gonna be the reaction to him is gonna be very, very fascinating, but that reaction inside the clubhouse is even more important.
And you mentioned one of the developments that came out in this article that we just heard about for the first time yesterday. Marte, according to a person close to him, who he did not authorize to speak publicly, lost his maternal grandmother in the spring of 2025. He is also currently facing the loss of another close family member, the person said. One of the things that happens now in today's sports media or media in general is pull quotes and clips. We live in that world now. And I sent this to you, and I'd never heard of this outlet before, but it got all kinds of action on Instagram.
Yeah.
Preem Dugout, I guess it's called. That was their graphic. It says "mourning loss" in bold letters across.
Yeah.
And they write on the caption, Ketel Marte is currently mourning the loss of a close family member. And the reaction is typical. Oh, my God, the Diamondbacks are monsters. How could they not be there for their guy if he's going through this? Again, that was mentioned in the 29th paragraph of Ken Rosenthal's article. And that's what was the focus. And it was not mentioned until that article came out yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'll focus on one other quote to close this, and maybe we can circle back around to it. The thesis of this, why are the Diamondbacks continuing to put up with this? And there was a quote early in the article from Mike Hazen. He's an extremely talented player. At some point, there's a balance between what you're willing to deal with to get a level of production that can win you baseball games. We're in the business of winning baseball games. What if I told you that over the last 3 seasons, the games that Ketel Marte has not played in, he has not started and played at all. There's been 79 such games over the last 3 years.
Okay.
What if I told you the Diamondbacks' winning percentage over those 79 games is 10% higher
than with Ketel Marte?
Without Ketel Marte on the field. Because it's absolutely true.
Wow. And that's obviously part of what he was feeling that weekend in Atlanta. You guys don't need me anyways.
He is unequivocally a great baseball player. We see it in sports all the time. Great players who don't necessarily influence winning or make those around him better.
Yes.
And I until I did the numbers yesterday, I wouldn't have pinned that on Ketel Marte. And I'm just stating a fact.
We got to get back to that. That's a fascinating statistic.
10% higher winning percentage without Ketel Marte on the field in any capacity.
Wow.
The series in Atlanta right before Boston. He got taken out of the first.
I did not mean to hit that. My finger slipped. Coming up next. What is coming up next? Oh, we got.
Here, I didn't finish writing.
Yeah,
I'm trying to make
I appreciate
it clever.
that, Jarrett.
They say where there's smoke, there's fire. But is the quickest way to extinguish a fire with sweat?
We waited for that.
That's why I didn't send it. I was trying to perfect it.
No, well, keep trying. We'll get into the Josh Sweat situation next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals, Packers. The final preseason game live from Green Bay.
There might be a starter on September 13th that does play in this game. We'll see.
Pregame at 2, kickoff at 5 this afternoon. Listen to Cardinals at the Packers on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. The Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Vince Murata here, and it's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa with truck deals that are racing out the door. Right now, you can get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off of MSRP. If you're looking for serious muscle, how about the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 with 4.9% available APR financing, an extra $2,000 and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. And if you're looking at the 2026 GMC Canyon, 3.9% APR financing available, $3,000 more on eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment free. All offers do require approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. These offers end soon, August 31st, 2026. So hurry and discover the truck of your dreams now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. And don't get left in the dust. Shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Ken Goodrich with Gettle. We once got a call from two neighbors yelling at each other over a shared wall. We got there fast, isolated the leak, repaired the pipe, and calmed down a suburban standoff before it turned into full-blown neighborhood warfare. At Gettle, we do things the right way, not the easy way. So we don't just fix the pipes, we keep the peace. Because burst pipes bring stress, and we bring solutions. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
It's back. Bunker to Bunker's 15th annual Fall Frolic. Two-person scramble golf tournament is coming up on Saturday, September 26th at the Arizona Biltmore Golf Club's Links course, benefiting Phoenix Children's Hospital. Join us for a tasty breakfast, full tournament, and win big in the raffle and mulligan drawing. Plus, get a bounce-back golf round. All for just $148. It's open to the public, but hurry. Space is limited. Register your team today at bunkergolf.com.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. 1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Hi, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what can customers expect from your service department this summer?
What's up, Dave? During our Arizona Tough Sales event, save $50 off any service, including oil changes. Plus, with our after-hour drop-off, just leave your vehicle by 8 p.m. and we'll have it ready for you by the next morning.
And while you're here, save up to $12,500 off the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or 2.9% financing. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
I try to, deal in facts and realities. And all I can tell you is I know there have been teams that have reached out to them, and I know that they've been told they're not trading him. Now, could they change their stance down the line? Sure. But there have been teams that recently have reached out, and they've told those teams we are not trading him.
It's Adam Schefter from ESPN appearing on ESPN Milwaukee on the story that's kind of been at the forefront of the Arizona Cardinals' trip to Green Bay all week, at least from the Green Bay standpoint. There's like smoke coming out of Green Bay on this, like, oh, it's just a matter of days until Josh Sweat is a member of the Packers, and the reaction coming from the Arizona side, media-wise, and apparently from the Cardinals is, let me pull out the fire extinguisher to spray it all over this story. It's not happening.
No,
not now. And I think that was an important delineation that Adam Schefter made, right? We talked about what the timing. What kind of message that would send to the Arizona Cardinals? Our best defensive player, we're trading him to Green Bay before the season even starts, and he didn't even practice with us all year long. If this becomes a story at the deadline, I won't be shocked. It makes a hell of a lot more sense at that point than it does right now.
Yeah, probably. I think I agree with that. It's interesting, though, the juxtaposition from a reporter on the Green Bay side of it, a guy that was fairly responsible in breaking the Micah Parsons trade. He has laid out a lot of scenarios, a lot of circumstantial evidence that made it seem like both teams were taking advantage of this joint practice to try to work and get something done. And yet Adam Schefter is saying, I know people from other organizations that have called the Cardinals, and the Cardinals have flat out said we're not trading Josh Sweat. I think in a previous era when the media had more clout and more juice, you could go to a team and say, you need to make this player available for us. We need to talk to him. And in a different era, that team would oblige. I don't think that is today's world.
I don't think so either.
I don't. So, and that's the missing thing in all of this. And this stuff does take a toll on a fan base when you can't get straight answers about anything. And so is it possible that other teams have called Monty and he's shut them down, but he's dealing specifically with Green Bay? That wouldn't make any sense.
No, it wouldn't. Because it's his responsibility as the general manager of the Arizona Cardinals that if you're going to trade an asset like Josh Sweat, you have to get the best, most attractive return for your team.
That's
it's not about appeasing the player.
That's right.
Now, we haven't seen that across the board in recent trades in sports. I mean, the Luka Doncic trade comes to mind where there was nobody else talked to in that trade, and that general manager, Nico Harrison, quickly lost his job after that. But I would trust Monty Ossenfort to do what's best for the Arizona Cardinals, and this might not necessarily be the best.
Okay, so what are the comps here? Because I know that there have been players who have asked to be traded. Myles Garrett did, but that was just a ploy to get money out of Cleveland when he did that back in the day.
Yes.
Right?
And he got his money.
And then he
eventually got the trade.
And then he eventually got the trade. What are the dangers of just telling a player no? I mean, you know what I mean? Is this something? The dangers obviously are you're not making them practice.
Well, almost every time, though, in the past, when they do that, it is a ploy to get a new contract or to get traded and then get a new contract with that new team.
Yeah.
This doesn't appear to be contract related.
No.
So it's kind of almost because we saw this happen literally with the Cardinals with Budda Baker. Asked for a trade, wound up getting a new contract. Everything's been copacetic since. I don't know. Is there a scenario where you just tell no because they don't want to be here, not because it has anything to do with money?
Well, that's the big piece of this puzzle that has not been revealed yet.
Right.
And that is Josh Sweat can change this whole discussion.
Oh, yeah.
And his people can change the whole discussion by saying, you know what? Season's coming up. I don't want to play here anymore.
Yeah.
Or vice versa.
And
Like Dan keeps saying, he can just come out and say, like, I was hurt.
Yeah.
I don't want to be traded. I want to be here.
Yeah,
That's
guys,
it. Done.
it's much ado about nothing.
Right.
Guys, let up on it. We're fine. We're cool. Everything's great. As soon as I feel up to it, I'll get out there. I promise. But you're getting absolutely none of that from the player. And when you ask Monty Ossenfort and the Cardinals if it's true that he did ask for a trade, you get the tap dancing. But you get unequivocally, but we're not trading him. So. Because we're not trading him is a lot different than you're not offering me enough for the player. It's a lot different. And if Monty is shutting down other teams, and that's what Adam Schefter is effectively saying, then that tells you that something very definitive.
Yeah,
It's
we're not
just
trading.
bizarre.
We're not trading him is different than we don't want to trade him.
Exactly.
John Gambadoro, our very own John Gambadoro, was making his rounds on social media yesterday and got asked by a user, can you please talk about the Cardinals and what is happening with the Sweat? Is this all smoke? He said smoke as in being traded to Green Bay. Yes, all ridiculous talk. He's not getting traded to the Packers. They are building him up. They activated him but didn't throw him in right away, as he did not take part in any of the team reps versus the Packers in the joint practices. Next week, he'll get some additional practices in. His status for week 1 is up in the air. Will depend on how he progresses. Now, it's not going to shock me at all if this progression goes a little slower than we expected it to go. And going into week 1 against the Chargers, when that game week finally hits, I still think this is going to be a story. I think this is going to be is Josh Sweat going to be ready based on what he does next week? Just because I think that's the way the timetable works.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of ground to make up. And that's assuming, again, that he wants to be part of this team.
Right, exactly. And so this is not like the NBA where a great player can effectively get himself wherever he wants to go. But is this the best thing to do? If the player doesn't want to be here, would it be better to trade him and get some value back and at least not be dealing with a player who doesn't want to be here?
Look, I think that is a really, really vast bridge to cross, but it can be crossed quickly if Josh Sweat does make that proclamation.
Yeah.
Well, we talk about this,
and I think the Cardinals have to have it. They're not putting anything out there publicly, but they know one way or the other.
Well, we talk about this with Ketel Marte and how one of the things in Ketel Marte's favor is the lineup really needs him.
Mm-hmm.
The pass rush for the Cardinals really needs Josh Sweat.
That's true.
You know why? Because he is the pass rush.
I know. That's what I mean. It's like it's like trading him no matter what they get back in return at this point is essentially saying we're giving up on the season.
Yeah.
And we saw that with the new contract with Jacoby Brissett. They don't want to say that right now, the Cardinals.
You remember the football movie Necessary Roughness, early 90s?
Yeah, I do.
Where they have to play both ways.
Peak Bakula.
Yeah, but Scott Bakula's tour de force. But there's one scene where they're like, because they don't have any players on the team, and they say, all right, put in the defense. And it's one guy. Everybody else is playing both ways. That's kind of how it is. Put in your pass rush. Oh, it's number 10. It's Josh Sweat. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Friday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Last chance for the Diamondbacks. It's Ildemaro Vargas. And Vargas swings at the first pitch. It's a harmless ground out to short. Goss throws to first. Game over. Well, we didn't see that one coming. Giants take the opener by a final score of 6-1.
It was close until it wasn't. What the? More D-backs Giants words to say and wild gestures to make on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Oh, it's Wolf, and it's on. It's the Labor Day Credit Forgiveness event at Tim Hobick's Santan Ford. Look, maybe your credit's not so good or even a bankruptcy. It happens. Here's another thing that can happen. Santan Ford gets you approved. Approved. Out the door and on the road in your new Ford, so bring it. The team is ready to work every angle, so get you into the new ride you deserve. It's the Labor Day Credit Forgiveness event at Tim Hobick's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like on Wash and Wax, you can get 3 Meguiar's products for just $20. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
The Labor Day sales event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning lineup, including Silverado, Traverse, and Trax. Plus, check out Equinox with excellent efficiency and bold design. It's the SUV that lets you take on the world in style. We have the inventory and we have the offers. Visit valleychevy.com or go to one of your 13 Valley Chevy dealers today. The Labor Day sales event going on now.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks were disappointing last night in San Francisco in their 6-1 loss to a not very good Giants ball club. The wheels fell off in the 8th inning last night as Kevin Ginkel got touched up for 4 runs, but the offense needs to find a way tonight with another rookie on the mound. Cole Drake will get the ball, and first pitch is at 7:15 over on ESPN 620. And the Arizona Cardinals' last preseason game is tonight from Green Bay, as some roster spots are still up for grabs, and it is doubtful we will see Carson Beck under center tonight, as the rookie hasn't played since the Hall of Fame game and is dealing with some rib discomfort. Kickoff will be at 5 o'clock, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And some other Cardinal news amid some trade rumors. Adam Schefter yesterday reported that as of now, the Cardinals will not be trading Josh Sweat anywhere. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. Summer Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort, and it has rates from just $129 and no resorts fee for locals. Book now for stays through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Barada Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is the Feel Good Friday edition of the Rush Hour Reboot. Sammy Cebulka here with the big stories going on in sports. And this Diamondbacks team, this isn't new to us. We've talked about, just the roller coaster of the team. Win a big series against the Cubs and you drop one to the San Francisco Giants last night. What ultimately do you chalk this lack of consistency up to?
As I said earlier, it's because they've got more resilience than they have talent. And it comes to the fore and it shines against really good teams. And then they beat really good teams in series. And we all think, oh, Diamondbacks must be a really good team. And then they go and play a game like last night. And you're reminded this is a team with flaws. And this is which is why they're incapable of really building long winning streaks and really capitalizing on momentum.
Yeah, the phrase "it is what it is" gets used a lot. In this case, it's "they are what they are." We got a tweet from a listener, Buddy, who said, "Last night's game proves Jarrett's season-long point that this team isn't capable of going on and sustaining a heater to propel them into the playoffs. If they make the playoffs, it will be because the Phillies or Padres collapse and let them back in." And I said it probably a week and a half ago when there was around 34 games left.
Yeah.
Going 17-17, being a 500 team is not going to get it done. Mm-hmm. And they looked like a 500 team last night.
That they did.
Actually, they looked like about a 350 team last night.
Yeah, no doubt. More news on the Ketel situation saga coming yesterday via Ken Rosenthal. Are you guys still, or maybe you weren't in the first place, are you okay with Ketel coming back and playing again for this team this season?
Look, I said it early that maybe he had played his last game for the Diamondbacks, and maybe that should be the case. That's softened. The wheels are in motion for his return. I don't know how smoothly it's going to go because I think there's a lot of patching up of things that needs to happen. But ultimately, if the guys in the clubhouse, that's where it all. We know how the manager feels. I think we know how the general manager feels. If the guys in the clubhouse are cool with it, I don't think anybody else has any choice. I mean, again, that's the door that they're opening, and if he walks through it, that's fine.
I think the question is very apropos, but I think it's guided by the fact that the Diamondbacks in 2024 decided to give Ketel Marte a lengthy contract extension, even though 2024 at the end of the year was occurrence number 1. They decided to go and give him a long-term contract, which means they're living with what they purchased, and they have to. And they knew Ketel's nature then, and they decided to pay him anyways, which means you got to live with the good and the bad. And if he had 1 year left on his contract, I think the team would be acting a lot differently.
Okay,
yes,
fair enough.
There's a long time left on that deal.
So the only way out of this is to reconcile and get the player back to functioning and get him back into good graces, and then move on from there. But he's 31 years of age. I don't know how they expect him to change fundamentally.
I think he's 32 going on 33,
oh, is he?
Isn't he?
Okay.
And he's got a birthday coming up in October.
Okay.
I got a solution, though.
Okay, yes.
Cardinals trade Josh Sweat to the Diamondbacks for Ketel Marte.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he'll be 33 on October 12th.
Oh, okay. So he's older than I thought he was.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Even better.
Yep. Were you guys surprised to see no real interest in Gino Suarez?
I think the Diamondbacks didn't want to sink the money. I think when we were talking about the trade deadline, there was a lot of talk about if they do something, it's going to be for less than $2 million. It's not going to be a lot. I think this team is right on the knife's edge in terms of how much money they want to spend. Okay. And Gino would have cost $3 million, and I think they thought,
Well, for this year, it's prorated, though, isn't it?
It's a $15 million contract this year.
So there's still $3 million on it?
A little bit less.
Okay.
A little bit less, just under 3.
Yeah, and if he gets released now, and we see that team, a lot of people don't know, there's a lot of great players that go on waivers at different times and are just pulled back. But now, if he gets released by the Reds, it might change the scope a little bit.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so Cardinals' last preseason game tonight, probably not going to see Carson Beck. Overall, how would you describe the preseason Carson Beck experience?
A tease?
I think that's fair.
Yeah, no, that's definitely what it was.
And it was, right out of the gates, he played fantastic football in that Carolina game, but we haven't seen him since. I haven't seen him throw a ball since.
I know.
Yeah, and listen, I think that it's a shame because the way that performance hit, it really galvanized sports fans in the Valley.
It did.
Yeah. Everybody was talking about Carson Beck. Everybody was asking about Carson Beck. Everybody was reading everything written about Carson Beck for obvious reasons.
In a way, it does make the Cardinals' lives a little easier, in a sense, and that there's not. Let's suppose he went through the whole preseason, played a bunch, and looked great the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And the Cardinals are still going into the season with Brissett and then Gardner Minshew at the 2.
Yeah.
There's far less, I guess, pressure on them to play Carson Beck right away now.
I think there's a flip side to what you just said, and that is, I think football fans, maybe casual fans in the Valley, based off that one preseason game, they think Carson Beck is completely legit. He's not done anything against first-teamers.
No.
Or teams that were game planning. So he's just cleared the lowest hurdle is what he did. And yet people, I think, have this idea that, he's going to be great. And so next time he steps on a football field, it's going to be a heck of a lot different for that young man.
Yeah.
No doubt. All right, 2 minutes left. You know the drill. We got 4 questions. Ben Solak, who we'll have on at 8:30, he does his watchability rankings when it comes to the NFL. In your opinion, who is the most watchable and most unwatchable team in the NFL this season?
I know the tendency would be to put the Browns on unwatchable, but some people like watching car crashes and dumpster fires. So I wouldn't put them. I would lean towards Tennessee as the most unwatchable.
I don't know. They got an exciting young quarterback.
Apparently, he's been just brutally terrible in the preseason. And he had the worst passer stats of any quarterback that qualified last year. Most watchable?
It's Josh Allen and the Bills.
The Bills are up there. I still have remnants of Chiefs fatigue, even though they weren't good last year.
Uh-huh.
But when Patrick Mahomes is healthy and humming, that's a pretty watchable team.
They're in the division. We don't like them, but the Rams.
The Bears.
I would say the Bears.
The
Bears
are very watchable.
With Caleb Williams, I think at one point in time the Lions were very, very fun to watch.
I would still put them pretty high.
I agree.
Yeah.
We'll see what that offense looks like. All right, I don't know if you guys have heard, but there's a lot going on with college football right now. What are you most excited, though, to see play out this college football season?
I want to see the. For me, it's the LSU Sam Leavitt, Lane Kiffin thing. Did you guys all see the Dr. Pepper Lane Kiffin commercial?
I did not see it.
It's hysterical.
I gotta look this up now.
Hysterical. He gets pulled over by a policeman on a bike, and the policeman's a famous actor. I forget who it is now.
Was it Brian Bosworth?
Yeah, that's who it was.
Yeah.
That's who it was.
It's a Fansville commercial.
Yeah, it's a Fansville commercial. And so the officer says, "Do you know why we pulled you over?" And Lane says, "No, I do not, Sheriff." He's like, "An illegal lane change." And Lane Kiffin looks at him and rolls up the window. That's really good.
Those fans,
very, very enjoyable.
They're really good.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to watching ASU win its second Big 12 championship in the last 3 years.
There we go.
Other than that, dumpster fire possibility.
Vinny's on dumpster fire watch.
No, it's LSU. I mean, everybody's rooting against them. I'm rooting against him. I don't like Lane Kiffin. I don't like what he means in the college football world, and I think he's a shady character, but he's got a lot of talent to work with, and it's at the SEC, and it's under the lights, and
They're going to have an edge to them that I don't think we've seen in college football since the U in their heyday, since Miami in their heyday.
And this last one's real quick. With the training camp videos are out, Hard Knocks, the natural sound of pads hitting pads.
Mm-hmm.
Does football produce the best natural sound of sports? Or is it baseball with like the ball hitting the mitt, the crack of the bat, basketball with the swoosh and the squeak?
The
squeaks are awful.
The squeak ruins it. The swish is good. The
Baseball.
constant pounding of the ball into the floor can be monotonous.
Yeah.
Baseball.
I think it's baseball.
Okay.
Give me a crack of the bat, Bick.
Yeah. Yeah.
How can you beat that?
Yeah. It was really amazing. If you were me and you were watching replacement players try out for the Chicago White Sox in 1994, whatever it was.
Yeah.
You go to these games and these workouts, and there was no crack of the bat. There was no bat speed.
Yeah.
Oh, they just stunk.
It was like,
well, they're just not major league hitters.
Yeah,
and
fair.
there's a big difference.
For me, the pads hitting. Oh, sign me up. I think it's football. Baseball's close though. I was thinking about it this morning. I'm like, natural sound.
that's a good question because every sport. I mean,
even the skating on the ice.
I mean, you could
Skating
say
on
you
the
could
ice
you
in
could
hockey.
say golf like a good. I mean, I know Bick will get behind this. Like a pure iron shot, that sound, the ball going into the cup.
That's
Come
great
on.
too.
Let's
go.
Here's a related
Come
question:
on.
which is worse, tennis or pickleball?
Pickleball's the worst.
Pickleball is the absolute worst.
I don't mind tennis.
But you got the grunting to deal with.
If you're a grunter.
True, it's so true. All right, thanks, guys.
All right,
Thanks, Sammy. Coming up next, college football fans. Are you ready for week 0? It's here. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I have a pretty clear image in my mind of what I expect from Marv this year. I expect him to have the best year of his career. But I think the expectations got built up to like, oh yeah, 1,400 yards and 12 touchdowns. Yeah, that's going to be the norm for him. I don't know if he's going to do that, but I think he's going to have the best year of his career in this offense.
I saw Marvin Harrison Jr., as a matter of fact, caught a touchdown pass on a fade at the end of a 2-minute drill.
Nice catch.
Guess what? Here comes the entire team off the bench. It was a great contested catch. A great throw, of course, but it was a better contested catch.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I say it all the time. I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a big believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of nagging, awful, chronic joint pain. And if that is you, good news is they can give you a path back to normalcy. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. These are cellular level treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you're hurting, and the results are long-lasting relief. And this stuff really works, folks. These treatments are backed by science. They happen right in their office. There's no missing work. There's no surgery. There's no long recovery. You walk into the office, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door. What happens after those treatments? The inflammation in your body calms down, the pain backs off, and suddenly you're back to doing the stuff you like and love to do. They've helped me dramatically on 2 different occasions, and know this, the patient satisfaction rate at QC Kinetics, staggering 92%. That's a number that confirms this stuff works. Emmett Smith, former Cowboys great, also raves about QC Kinetics. Give them a shot. If you've been told that you need surgery, go get a second opinion. Go see what QC Kinetics can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If you've been dreaming about updating your home with some of today's hottest design trends, the Window Depot just made it easier. Black windows are in, and now you can get the bold, modern look without the special order wait. The Window Depot has new black-on-black vinyl windows in stock now, with durable vinyl construction, energy-efficient performance, and popular sizes ready to go. Get the look you want without the wait at the Window Depot's unbeatable prices. Shop the nearest location or visit thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Summer is winding down, but the savings are just heating up during the Sanderson Ford Labor Day sales event. Get up to $8,500 off a 26 Ford F-150 or choose 2.9% APR for 72 months, plus $1,000 cash. The Labor Day sales event is only here for a limited time, so hurry in today and choose. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. $8,500 valid on F-150 XLT, stock number 265735. APR must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Expires 9/7/26.
Hi, I'm Jen.
And I'm Daniel.
We're your average Arizona family. We have 2 kids,
Make around $85,000 a year.
and just bought an American-made car.
And I'm Andy Biggs. Because of the Working Families tax cuts that I delivered, a family like theirs saw their 2026 tax bill drop by almost $2,700, according to the Treasury. That means more money staying where it belongs, with Arizona families.
Like ours.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2026 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks H Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
I'm not pulling for Bill Belichick. He's a grouch, he's a bully, and his career in college is about to go down in flames. He lost Michael Lombardi, his chief assistant and GM. His son disappeared from the staff a couple weeks ago as the defensive coordinator. It is mass chaos in Chapel Hill, and I don't believe they'll win this game in Ireland, and I don't think Bill Belichick is going to survive until the end of the season.
Paul Feinbaum, ESPN SEC Network, Bill Belichick. His team will be one of the first 2 teams to take the field this year, tomorrow morning in Dublin. Well, it's not morning there, but morning here. They take on the TCU Horned Frogs. Second straight year, they're opening up against TCU, and that first opener for Bill Belichick did not go well. Last year, they got hammered in that game. They're about a 7.5-point underdog in this game as well. And there is a lot of chaos around it. And I think I wasn't surprised that Bill Belichick's tenure got off to a shaky start last year.
Yeah.
I would expect it to be getting better in year 2. But there's a lot of people that share Paul Feinbaum's belief that Belichick is not going to make it through this season.
Which would be
unbelievable.
Yeah, listen, I think that at one point in time, the idea of Bill Belichick going to college was a fascinating story, right? Could this guy with all this knowledge and all these great defensive chops, could he bring that to the collegiate game? And when we saw what year 1 looked like, and it wasn't pretty. And you've read the reports and you've heard people say he just ain't into this.
Mm-hmm. He could have. I think the answer could have been yes, like 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's just no chance. NIL, boosters, all these things going on. And the one thing Bill Belichick wants to do is just coach football. You can't do that in today's college landscape.
Certainly
it's also
not
like you could tell from the response to Bill Belichick over the last 2 years that this is what happens when you treat the media like crap for 25 years.
On the way up, yep.
But you're so good that they can't help but like they were waiting for him to slip up, and over the last 2 years especially, they've been having a field day with him because you reap what you sow now.
Yeah, but when they take the field in Dublin, they might not be the program under the most scrutiny.
Yeah.
What's going on at TCU right now with this player getting attacked in the locker room, the reporting of it, There's a lot of people looking into the operation of TCU football with Sonny Dykes as the head coach.
He's another jewel.
Not a lot of glowing things coming out of them, what they're finding.
Yeah.
That's like they're kicking off the season with the Dysfunction Bowl in Dublin.
Okay,
Fun.
yeah, that's a good way of putting it. It really is. Now, listen, so I think, as Jared has said, Bill Belichick just wants Jordan Hudson. That's all he wants at this stage in his life, right? Didn't you say that, Jared? Like, just let me have this. Leave me alone.
It's like, I've been a miserable grouch for this long. Can I just retire with a little,
Right, exactly.
And have a little fun?
Well, and again, but we're talking about, and this is one of these legacy discussions that are actually very, very real. This guy has won 6 Super Bowls. He's got 333 wins in the NFL. Once roundly considered the greatest football coach of all time.
Yeah.
Wasn't even a discussion. And think of all that's happened. Think of Tom Brady getting that title the minute he left Bill Belichick. And then think about all the mockery and ridicule of Bill Belichick when he's cuddling up to his young girlfriend on the football field.
The fact that the Patriots got back to a Super Bowl within 3 years
There
of
you
his
go.
exit.
The fact that in his first year in college, he had 4 wins, and 3 of them were against bowl subdivision opponents: Charlotte, Syracuse, and Stanford.
Who's the only other? It's a bowl subdivision. Okay, never mind. I thought you were going to say FCS.
See,
I misunderstood.
His biggest problem was that he couldn't just let things be. Like, he felt like he still needed to prove something, and I think that's what the going back to college thing is. Because if he just had his post-Tom Brady Patriots lack of success, people would have forgotten about that, and they only would have thought of the good times. Nobody thinks of Michael Jordan on the Washington Wizards when they remember his legacy and his career.
You bring it up when we have the LeBron
I have to
discussions
bring
all
it
the
up,
time.
of course.
Yeah. Bill Belichick went to college football at the same time that Nick Saban pieced out. Nick Saban got out because his calling card, I can get you to the NFL, is no longer what young athletes are looking for. They're looking for money. So Bill Belichick went to college on this idea that I'm going to replicate what Nick Saban did, and I'm going to show all these young kids this is how you make it in the NFL at a time when that quality has never mattered less.
See, I don't know if that's why Bill Belichick went to college ultimately. I think he wanted to be around more young women as potential dating partners in case he got dumped.
In case he got dumped.
And let's look at it. You said it too earlier that all he wants is Jordan Hudson at this point. Does Jordan Hudson want Bill if he's not coaching? Because if he's not coaching, she loses a general manager job.
Ooh. Yeah, so it all begins bright and early, 9 a.m. tomorrow if you want to watch Unk play football.
I will be watching. I don't have much interest in the USC San Jose State game. That's going to be a rout. But that NC State Virginia game might be entertaining.
Oh, it's going to be a good one. Both those teams are good.
I'm not a huge.
What are they doing playing in right out of the gate like that?
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of
I hate it
week
too.
0 conference games, but
And can I interest you in Hawaii at Stanford to wrap it all up tomorrow night?
No.
It's only. I mean, that's not even at night. It's 4:00 in the afternoon.
Oh yeah,
Jackson State versus North Dakota State. North Dakota State's always good. Jackson State's the home of Walter Payton.
That Hawaii-Stanford game, that's a long distance for an ACC team to have to travel.
No. Hawaii.
Hawaii's still in
Hawaii's
those.
going
Stanford's
to
up
State.
there. Yeah,
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, we have options. We got something to watch.
Vince, you said you're not interested in that USC game. You could be looking at a future Cardinal quarterback in that game.
Mayava.
Oh yeah.
You like that kid?
I haven't.
Oh,
I have
yeah,
not seen him projected in any of the early mock drafts.
So
yet.
if you,
Just telling you. Just
Sammy said he bought a big book. Call it.
It's been read. It's been highlighted.
For many years, this was a Vince Marotta special.
I bought 2 this year.
Okay, so you are still into it.
I didn't invest in the Phil Steele because that's just
that's a lot.
My eyes can't keep up with it anymore. There's just such small print. But I haven't done the highlighting and reading like I thought I would. It's mostly been coffee table and bathroom reading.
Yeah, that's all right. That's fair. That's fair.
We don't drink the coffee directly after.
Coming up next, we hit the second half of the Friday show. Bick's going to kick it off with the blast. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes it over the shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Sports fans know very well the importance of having a home court advantage. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. And here's why I say that. This is where their home court advantage comes from. Because they're right here in the Valley. They've got their own factory in Tolleson, which means you get factory direct advantages, which are pretty significant. Faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, the best pricing you are going to find in the Valley. It means they build windows designed specifically for the harsh desert climate, complete with triple OE protection that blocks up to 98% of the harmful UV rays. They come with monsoon-ready seals, which protects them from storms and the high winds, and they come with a great accidental glass breakage warranty as well. It means they build windows specifically designed for your home. They come out and measure. It's never retrofitted on site, and when you get your windows replaced at Advanced Window Products like I did, you're going to be extremely impressed at their level of craftsmanship. That's because all of their crews are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, and then guarantee them for life. These are windows that will quite literally pay you back. 480-676-3600. 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Hey, this Labor Day, hit the road to savings. Yep, the Labor Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi, your man. It is so on August 25th through September 7th. 2 years ago, we bought a brand new Explorer during the Ford Labor Day sales event. Big time savings. Love our Explorer. And now it gets better because we get $5,000 in trade assist cash on a 2026 Ford Explorer or $3,000 in trade assist cash on a 2026 Bronco when you trade in your old ride. And on a 2026 Ford F-150, the truck that works as hard as you do but doubles as your weekend warrior. How about a 2026 F-150 STX or XLT and get $5,500 in trade assist cash when you trade in your old ride. Or get 2.9% for 72 months plus $1,500 in bonus cash on a 2026 F-150 STX or XLT. But hurry, the Ford Labor Day sales event ends September 7th at buyfordnow.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Football is back, Arizona. Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals, is proud to bring you wall-to-wall training camp coverage right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. From position battles to breakout players, we've got you covered for the first snap to the final roster cut. So grab a Bud Light, tune in, and get ready for another Cardinals season. Bud Light. Upgrade your game day. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light, St. Louis, Missouri.
True luxury isn't just seen, it's felt behind the wheel. Welcome to Genesis of Scottsdale, where every visit feels first class. Step into our showroom and experience the spacious, family-sized 2026 GV80 3.5T and the strikingly athletic GV80 Coupe. Both flagship SUVs pair commanding power with handcrafted interiors, intuitive technology, and iconic design engineered entirely around you. And for a limited time, well-qualified buyers can unlock exclusive 0% financing on both models. Elevate every journey. Step into extraordinary today at genesisofscottsdale.com or visit our showroom at 15345 North Scottsdale Road.
0% APR up to 48 months on select 2026 GV80 and GV80 coupe models for well-qualified buyers through Genesis Motor Finance on approved credit. Monthly payment of $20.83 per thousand financed. Competitive owner bonus up to $1,500. Varies by model. Cannot combine with loyalty offers. Excludes tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $998 protection package, and dealer options. In September 8th, 2026. See dealer for full details.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks opened their series in San Francisco in a disappointing manner last night in a 6-1 loss to the Giants, a night where the offense was silent, non-existent, or whatever word you want to use, but the offense didn't show up in a spot where they needed it to, and the Bats are going to have to come alive tonight as the Snakes send another rookie in Cole Drake to the mound. First pitch from San Francisco will be at 7:15 over on ESPN 620. The Arizona Cardinals will wrap up their preseason tonight from Lambeau Field against the Green Bay Packers, and it feels unlikely that Carson Beck will be out there tonight as he's still dealing with a rib injury, but roster spots could still be up for grabs this evening, and kickoff will be at 5 o'clock, and you can hear all the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Buick GMC. Get up to $15,000 off a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
If you are exhausted by all the Ketel Marte drama, you are not alone. And just imagine what his teammates are going through. Imagine seeing footage of Marte in a casino when you're grinding at Chase Field. Imagine seeing his personal friends in the clubhouse dining room. A huge breach of etiquette in baseball that the club apparently allowed. But fortunately for everybody, it's all coming to a head. On Monday, the Valley will witness one of the strangest returns an Arizona athlete has ever made. Will Marte be booed? Will D-back fans show mercy, realizing the lineup really needs his potent bat? And if the reaction is overwhelmingly negative, how will an extremely sensitive player react? After all, a heckler in Chicago once brought him to tears. But the real test is inside that clubhouse, where opinions are reportedly mixed, but there is clearly a strong undercurrent from those who are tired of Marte's selfish and immaturity, because it's not an occurrence, it's a recurrence, and there's a big difference, which means Marte is tearing at the team from the inside, and that's the big hurdle to cross, which starts with contrition and communication and an unbreakable vow to never leave his teammates hanging again. If he does that, Marte can slug his way to redemption. It happens all the time in professional sports, and starting Monday, Marte can get back to damaging the opposition and not the team he plays for. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at ChapmanBMW.com.
I did talk to a few players, and those players, and this is not a unanimous sentiment in that clubhouse. There are players who are fond of Marte and speak more highly of him. Bob Nightingale had a quote today from Brendan Pfaadt saying, "We love Ketel Marte." But some of the players I spoke with expressed frustration with the fact that he did essentially leave the team by not coming out of his hotel room that night, going on the restricted list, then going to the injured list. And when he appeared in the casino, that kind of rubbed salt in the wound in the eyes of some. That's part of this story.
That's Ken Rosenthal talking about that part of the story in the Foul Territory podcast. He had a lengthy article yesterday focusing on why the Diamondbacks keep putting up with Ketel Marte in the New York Times / The Athletic. It's been well covered territory. There seems to be also, like, now we're at the story, and I'll raise my hand if the way you asked the question at the beginning of the blast. Are you sick of this story? Yeah, I'm sick of this story.
We all are, Vinny.
I was sick of this story before this season began, so imagine what I'm feeling now. But there's people now that are picking it apart, and just I think everybody's tendency now is try to become an internet sleuth of some point, or of some in some way, I should say. Like yesterday when that story came out, if you go back to the Monday in Boston when Torey Lovullo was asked, hey, is Cattell in Boston? And he had a weird look on his face, and he's like, I don't know. Well, it turns out that he was in his hotel room the whole time. And people are like, see, he was in his hotel room. He didn't go AWOL. Like, why does that matter?
I don't know. There is
he didn't show up to do his job.
There is still, and it's diminished greatly, but there is still a small subsection of Marte stands who are looking for any reason to absolve their player. And you don't need to do that. You really don't. He can do that on his own. We've got the perfect example. When he took off against Shohei Ohtani, everybody was like, dude, really? Now against that guy? And then a lot of the old guard were like, those were the moments we live for as baseball players. You don't tap out against that player. And as you know, it was 24 hours of madness. And then he hits a game-winning home run the next night, and everybody's celebrating the player. That can happen to Ketel Marte. If he takes the field Monday against the Phillies and hits 2 home runs, including a game winner,
which is entirely possible,
then the story will begin to shift for him. But it will also be because he had done the stuff previously to kind of address this in front of the room.
Yes.
Which he's going to have to do.
Yeah.
Because I do believe that there are players who aren't as offended by what went down, who maybe are more sympathetic. And keep in mind, Ketel Marte, in the good times, he's a very lovable player. His smile on the field is contagious. His actions are so childish yet endearing at times.
Yeah.
Remember when he hugged
Freddie
Freeman on the base pass? It was a hysterical moment. So
except for the fact that he hugged a Dodger.
Well, aside from that. but my point is when things are going right, he brings a great vibe to the field.
Well, and he also, when things are going right, he brings more swagger than everybody else on that team combined.
And so all of that, we all want that guy back. But they've got to find a way for a player who's now 32, about to turn 33, to handle the ideas when he's in a bad place. What do you do? Where do you go? They have got to find a better infrastructure or get Ketel to change the people he's around a little bit, enough where there's somebody there that can keep him from doing things like he has done the last few years.
Well, that's one of the, a lot of reactions to all aspects of this story, and that's one of the aspects that saddened me in all of this. When you hear the quotes from Torey Lovullo, and maybe the Diamondbacks' organizational belief is that Ketel Marte doesn't have the best support system in place. And that quite honestly saddened me, that a guy who's been on this team for 10 years with the same front office, with the same manager, and not with the same teammates, but with a lot of teammates that have been around for 4 or 5 years, that is the case. If it's acknowledged by the organization that hasn't been built up to the point where anybody feels comfortable with it, where Ketel Marte doesn't feel comfortable with lobbing a phone call and saying, I ain't feeling it today. I'm really, really down right now, and I could use this day. Apparently that didn't happen. It was more about playing time. But also the fact that the Diamondbacks as a unit haven't fostered that relationship a little bit more.
Yeah, listen, there's a lot of blame to go around, and I do think that they've got to find a way to fashion a better support team around the players, so when he gets in these funks, that whole anecdote of Torey Lovullo dropping off a handwritten note in his locker when Marte was in a funk. You're the greatest player I'll ever manage. We all thought, oh, what a nice thing for Torey to do. What a nice human touch for a boss to do to a player. You look at it now, you realize, no. That's how deep his depression can go. That's how dark the place between his ears can get for Ketel Marte. And I think this anecdote of him telling a teammate, you don't need me anyways, I'm not playing that well. Look, I've been told his crew goes with him from city to city to city, which is clearly something the player would want and the player needs. And I think that's got to be addressed. I think the Diamondbacks have got to find a way for Ketel to stay communicating with the guys in the clubhouse.
Well, you talked, too, about all the things that have to happen between now, and we know Ketel Marte's playing baseball again. He played in the bridge game yesterday and did well, apparently. But there is work to be done from him and his camp and the Diamondbacks camp, quite honestly. Here was Derek Hall talking about what needs to be done before Monday when Ketel gets back.
You know, he's got a lot to do, and he's in a tough spot. I mean, he knows he's got some, explaining to do. I'm still waiting for an explanation of what happened in Boston, and I was there. I think his players deserve, his teammates deserve an explanation and/or apology. Yet I think they're really over it. I mean, you've seen that they've turned the page, and would they welcome him? I believe they would. And I know there's going to be quotes and people are hurt right now, and why did he leave and why at this time, and look at us playing without him. All of that is fine and well, but we all also know that we're a much better team when he is penciled in the lineup card.
And last night's performance in San Francisco puts more pressure on those 26 guys that are currently in the clubhouse to get this turned around because they can't afford to lose another game to the Giants.
No, well, yeah, listen, exactly. And so I think all of this, everything that's going to play out over today and that doubleheader Saturday, it's going to influence the mood in that building on Monday. Because if the Diamondbacks flounder around and mess around and lose a bunch of games to the Giants, then Ketel is going to probably be more welcome than otherwise. But either way, the fact remains that athletes who have fallen down in any capacity, you can find your way back into good graces through elite performance. And if Ketel Marte can come back, wipe that slate clean, and start raking, things will change for him.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we've seen enough proof of that. Win a pair of tickets to 311 with beach weather and tunnel vision at Arizona Financial Theater November 5th. Arizona Sports drawing a winner on September 1st. Enter now at the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, who will be the next star the Valley can get behind completely? Because as Dan Bickley points out, we need one. We'll get into it. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Last chance for the Diamondbacks. It's Ildemaro Vargas. And Vargas swings at the first pitch. Hits a harmless ground out to short. Goss throws to first. Game over. Well, we didn't see that one coming. Giants take the opener by a final score of 6-1.
It was close until it wasn't. What the? More D-backs Giants words to say and wild gestures to make on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
The all-new Kia Seltos is here, and Earnhardt Peoria Kia has the one you're looking for. With a bigger body and a bold sport-tuned design, with an advanced digital cockpit, with enhanced safety features, and with a payment you'll love. Starting at only $239 a month, plus tax, with approved credit from Kia Finance. Cars you love from a trusted name in Arizona for over 75 years. That's Earnhardt. So get yourself a Kia Seltos at an awesome payment the no bull way at Earnhardt Peoria Kia today. Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue north of Bell Road, and always online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
24-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Example VIN reference 19710. $37.99 to its signing. Excludes government fees. Tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $999 protection package and dealer options. Expires August 31st, 2026. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for more details.
This weekend on CW7 Arizona.
A huge CW Sports 3-day weekend event takes off Friday night from Daytona for the final NASCAR O'Reilly Race Before the Chase. Then on Saturday, college football returns when New Mexico State takes on an FSU squad out to reclaim the ACC crown. Touchdown! And on Sunday, NXT Heatwave crashes in for a summer showdown. CW Sports Weekend.
All weekend long on CW7 Arizona.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Oh, it's Wolf, and it's on. It's the Labor Day credit forgiveness event at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Look, maybe your credit's not so good or even a bankruptcy. It happens. Here's another thing that can happen. Santan Ford gets you approved. Approved. Out the door and on the road in your new Ford, so bring it. The team is ready to work every angle, so get you into the new ride you deserve. It's the Labor Day credit forgiveness event at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
Progressive knows you want to get away, but not like too away. You crave the unknown, but also charcuterie boards with 4 types of cheese. And that's exactly why you bought an RV and bundled it with Progressive, because 24/7 protection is one luxury you'll never have to give up. So go ahead, explore the wilderness, all from the comfort of your zero-gravity camp chair. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and there is no Burns and Gambo show today, but you can still catch me on today's Wolf and Luke show. It'll be the Luke and Burns show starting at 10 a.m. I don't want Dan and Vince to think that I'm not pulling my weight around here. It's on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Touche, Dave Burns. Touche.
I will point out, Bernsey also hosts the podcast for the station. So he actually does like try to get in those extra hours. You know what I mean?
He does. Yeah. Oh, I listen. Bernsey is gold to me. I would never question Bernsey. Bernsey.
And today he gets to carry Luke Lipinski for 4 hours.
There you go. All right. Before we get into our need for heroes in Arizona, did you see the line outside of Yankee Stadium yesterday for the George Costanza bobblehead doll? Apparently, talk about gold. Those things are gold.
I would
love gold.
I would have waited in line for that. That would have been sweet.
Yeah, and apparently it's the one where this edition of the bobblehead, they do it every year. Apparently with George Costanza is the one he's holding a calzone from that famous episode.
Yeah, because he was the assistant to the traveling secretary for so many years.
Calzone.
Oh, so apparently, and the ESPN morning show was talking about this, that they didn't have enough for everybody. They only gave away like 18,000 of these.
Okay.
And the guy was complaining like, hey, you're the New York Yankees, you can't give away 40,000 for everybody in attendance.
That's every giveaway is like that, though. It's the first so-and-so number of people get it.
Well, they want you in the ballpark early because if you get in the ballpark early, guess what you do?
Yeah.
You buy concessions.
Eat more, you drink more.
You eat more and you drink more.
You're gonna buy one of those calzones that they created for the night too.
and now you've spent 4 times what it would cost you to buy that George Costanza bobblehead online this morning.
Yeah, that's probably
I'm glad you brought up ballpark food. Can I sway for just a sec?
Go.
Because I wanted to bring this up yesterday and didn't get to it. The Broncos have unveiled a new concession item for their home games at Mile High this year. Beast in a Blanket, they're calling it. A 2-foot grilled hot dog with barbecue, brisket, burnt ends, goat cheese, and sharp cheddar, puff pastry, crispy onions, jalapeno slices, avocado crema, and secret Mile High sauce. 2 feet. So I went to the Diamondbacks game last week, and if I go anywhere and there's a concession stand that has a Sonoran dog, guess what I'm ordering? I'm getting the Sonoran dog. It was a foot long. It was like $19, I think.
Okay.
This thing's got to be well over $40.
Well,
for a 2-footer?
The D-backs famously, of course, have a 2-foot sandwich that I believe is $40.
Which you demolished in 15 seconds.
2 years in a row.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's not, when you think about it, like the sandwich or even the hot dog, if it's $40, if you were to get like a 6-inch sandwich and chips at a ballpark for $10. That's not crazy.
Yeah, I guess that's true. See, you always make me feel better about the food stuff.
I got to
Jared.
talk nice about it so they keep sending me
So they
free
keep feeding you.
I'm hungry now, man.
Yeah.
Jeez.
What do you got in the box there,
I don't
Sammy?
know. I was going to open it.
What is this? You got a package delivered to you?
Don't. I know what's in there.
You do?
Oh.
It's Gwyneth Paltrow's head.
Oh, no.
Well, I saw
No way he saw that movie.
I have seen Seven. Seven's great.
So so a listener dropped off something for
I
you?
don't know. I saw an email this morning that I had a package.
John Doe has the upper hand.
But then Jarrett gave me like this energy drink today.
Oh no.
That's what I thought it was. But then I'm just gonna open it.
All right.
This is huge. If you're a Gen Alpha or a Zoomer,
it's all about
get to
unboxing.
YouTube right now.
Yeah.
Arizona Sports. Sammy is unboxing something live on the air. I hope it's appropriate. I hope it's not branded with anything that we shouldn't be showing on air.
Phoenix Children's box. Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Oh.
Here we go.
All right. Let's
We're off to a good start.
see what's in here now.
This is.
Wow, we got a note and then some. Okay, we got a little Phoenix Children's Yeti
Nice.
Wow.
and a Phoenix Children's Coyote.
Look at that.
Wonderful.
Well, I will say this. Okay, so after we got done with our give-a-thon last week, I went and hosted the Fiesta Sports Foundation kickoff luncheon.
Yes.
One of the speakers was John Nickens, who's the CEO now of Phoenix Children's.
Yeah.
He was raving about you in his speech.
He gave me an invite. I was sadly on a plane when I got the text.
And what was the invite?
To go to the Fiesta Bowl luncheon as his guest.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We chatted.
Wow.
We chatted after.
And now he's sending you swag. Look at you, Sammy.
Phoenix Children's swags.
Yeah.
Outstanding. But could Sammy
Where's my
Sabolka?
chopped liver shirt again?
Could Sammy Sabolka? I want free stuff. Send me stuff. Could Sammy Sabolka be the next face of Arizona sports?
Oh, I see what you did there. Jarrett reining us in. We're wild horses.
No, it's I like.
No, because you wrote a
casual
column, Vic,
discussions,
and you
but-
kind of, I mean, this is going to go way back, and this is a reference that's definitely going to go over Sammy's head. You channeled your inner Bonnie Tyler there. Look, holding out for a hero.
Oh,
we need
okay.
heroes.
Yeah.
We need star power.
Well, the genesis of it all really was when you think back to when we got into the 21st century, from year 2000 to year 2010, we had a World Series parade. We were in the Super Bowl. We had a two-time NBA MVP. We had a Suns team that revolutionized the entire sport with 7 seconds or less. We had a new football stadium, a new hockey arena. And all the players that we have seen honored recently, Larry Fitzgerald, Diana Taurasi, Mike D'Antoni, Amari Stoudemire, they all shined in that first decade of the century.
I love the way you framed that. That period of time was kind of like our golden era.
Right.
Yeah.
And ever since, we've just dealt with a whole lot of yuck, right? And as I pointed out in the piece, the Robert Sarver era, the shrinking status of Michael Bidwill, whose team has been floundering for a decade now, pitching to Corey Seager, blitzing on 4th down against Texas, the Luka Game 7, all that stuff. We need this to stop. And so I just laid out there what the Valley needs to happen to get there. And it starts with Marvin Harrison Jr., who's been sensational in camp for the last couple of weeks, to now be that guy. And there's actually football people who think it's happening. We can see it. It's happening. Wouldn't that be great? The Ketel Marte thing, got to get reconciled. We got to get back to celebrating the player and what he brings. Only he can make that possible. The Jeremiah Love piece, he has got to be that dude. And so I go through the column and I list all the guys that we've got now. The Suns have got to find a way to make this work. Kenny Dillingham has to be the quarterback whisperer. Cutter Boley has got to be a guy that can win the Big 12. So I just think that we are in a spot now where 10 years from now, are we going to be able to look back and have as many athletes as we celebrated in the first decade as we do in the current decade? And the answer is, if we're going to get there, things better change fast.
Yeah, we're already 6 years.
We're already
into
6 years into this.
this decade. You're not asking for too much. Just somebody emerge, for goodness sakes.
You know, and we've got Devin Booker, and we've got Corbin Carroll, and we've got Trey McBride, but we need more.
Yeah. Good column. You should read it at ArizonaSports.com. Win a Pit Boss wood pellet grill and a $25 Four Peaks gift card every week. Bick's Picks is back, and Bick is ready to go. Text Picks to 620 to learn how to play, pick your teams, and win. It's all brought to you by Four Peaks. Coming up next, we will talk football with ESPN NFL analyst Ben Solak. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals, Packers. The final preseason game live from Green Bay.
There might be a starter on September 13th that does play in this game. We'll see.
Pregame at 2, kickoff at 5 this afternoon. Listen to Cardinals at the Packers on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. The Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Summer is winding down, but the savings are just heating up during the Sanderson Ford Labor Day sales event. Get up to $8,500 off a 26 Ford F-150 or choose 2.9% APR for 72 months, plus $1,000 cash. The Labor Day sales event is only here for a limited time, so hurry in today and choose. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. $8,500 valid on F-150 XLT. Stock number 265735. APR must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Expires 9/7/26.
Yet another way Global Credit Union works to save their members money. Dave Burns here, happy member of Global Credit Union. And when it comes to your insurance, it's really easy to forget about it. But Global wants to make sure you're not missing out on better options. Global Credit Union insurance brokers can review your current coverage and do the comparison shopping for you, checking multiple providers to help you find the right fit for your needs and budget. They can help make sure you have the right coverage from day one. Start your quote today at globalcu.org/insurance.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
Hey Arizona, Vince Murata here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. And these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment-free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded 1 new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks were disappointing last night in San Francisco in their 6-1 loss to a not very good Giants ball club. The wheels fell off in the 8th last night as Kevin Ginkel got touched up for 4 runs. but the offense was nowhere to be found all night long, and they're going to need to bounce back and find a way to win tonight with another rookie on the mound in Cole Drake. He'll get the ball, and first pitch will be at 7:15 over on ESPN 620. And the Arizona Cardinals' last preseason game is tonight from Green Bay, as some roster spots are still up for grabs, and it's doubtful we will see Carson Beck under center tonight, as the rookie hasn't played since the Hall of Fame game and is still dealing with some rib discomfort. But kickoff will be at 5, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event going on now at your Valley Chevy dealers. Shopping for a truck, crossover, or SUV? See your Valley Chevy dealer during the Labor Day sales event going on now.
Hey, it's Luke. What should we be paying attention to the most in the Cardinals' final preseason game against the Packers? We get going at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke with Dave Burns filling in for Wolf on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We're about a little more than 2 weeks away from the beginning of the Arizona Cardinals regular season. They wrap up the preseason tonight in Green Bay. Not a whole lot to watch for there, but how watchable are the Cardinals? Our next guest put together a list of a full ranking of NFL watchability that you can check out on ESPN.com, and he joins us now. Ben Solak, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Ben, thanks so much for the time. We appreciate it.
How you guys doing?
Doing well. Look, we're kind of, I think there's an element of bracing for the upcoming season, but and I know, let the cat out of the bag. Cardinals came in at number 29 on your watchability rankings, but I think we'll start positive. I think offensively there might be some fireworks this year. Ben, your thoughts?
Yeah, Michael Ford comes from the system that we want our offensive coaches to come from, right? The most popular system right now, the most successful system right now is being a branch off that Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan tree, and he's had time with both coaches. When he was there with the Jets, offensive coordinator for 3 years, it was a well-called offense. It was a well-coached offense. It was an issue in which the quarterback was pretty limiting to what they wanted to do. Now, I'm worried that that's what we're about to get again in Arizona, right? I think that's the limiting factor here is between Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew, and Carson Beck. Are we going to get of a caliber enough quarterback play, quality enough quarterback play that we see the fireworks we could get from a Michael Wilson, from Trey McBride, from Marvin Harrison, and from Jeremiah Love if he gets healthy? And so I like a lot of the skill position players. I like the talent there. I've got offensive line questions. I've got quarterback questions. And the fastest way to nuke an otherwise promising preseason offense is to have offensive line questions and quarterback questions. Because if we can't protect or if we don't have talent at the trigger man spot, then it doesn't really matter how good our receivers, tight ends, and running backs are. Sure. So that's the reason for pause. But in terms of Mike stepping in and what he might be bringing to the offense, there's reason for optimism as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I've been saying it for years. There's nothing less watchable than a football game involving bad quarterbacks. When you start to determine this, how do you define watchability? What's your process for kind of slotting and ranking these teams?
Yeah, so the universe is this. You're sitting on your couch. You got your television up on the main screen on the wall. You got Red Zone on. You got your phone out. Your phone's got your fantasy teams and your group chats, and that's great. You have your laptop on your lap, and you have to put one game on to just second screen, right, to have on the entire time, not miss a beat. What team do you want to have on, right? What are the teams that would kind of pull your eyes? And so I look for teams that have a lot of explosive plays. I want big plays. I want turnovers. I want sacks. I want takeaways. I want big touchdowns from anywhere. I look for teams that play close games, right? I want to be on the edge of my seat. I want every drive to matter. I want it to be close, no blowouts. I look for star players, right? Obviously, it's great when a team is good, but when the Colts are really good last year, it's all right, Daniel Jones, Alec Pierce, I don't know these guys. Versus, the Vikings are bad. I know Justin Jefferson is. I kind of like watching him. So I look for star players, and then I look for critically nothing offensive, right? If your defense pisses me off because it's so bad and I don't want to watch, then you're lost, right? That's the Bengals from last year. All right, yeah, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, all these guys are cool. But every time the defense is on the field, I want to puke and change the channel. So I can watch half of this. That's not watchable. That's what I kind of factor into. And then obviously the teams with a little bit more novelty end up getting some bumps, right? I'm really excited to watch the Chargers this year, the Vikings this year, just because of what's Mike McDaniel going to be to Justin Herbert? What's Kyler Murray going to be to Kevin O'Connell? There's newness. And newness, I think, will draw my eyes more than what do the Chiefs look like? What do the Bills look like? Man, I've seen that for 5 years. Show me the new stuff, right? I got Zoomer brain. I want to see something fresh.
Ben Solak, NFL analyst for ESPN, joining us. Let's hit on the last point as it pertains to the Cardinals defense. They were dreadful. They were offensive at points last year. They didn't beef a lot of stuff up personnel-wise, and they brought back their defensive coordinator. Do you fear, Ben, that the Cardinals' defense could creep into that category of just being, as you put it, offensive?
Yeah, let me know what happens with Josh Sweat over the next 2 weeks. I'll be able to answer that a little better, right? I think certainly that Sweaty impacts the watchability there as kind of a premier rusher. I will say that from a watchability perspective, yeah, things might be as bad as they were or whatever. From a team-building perspective, I do think that they largely went about it the right way, which is, hey, we've invested in a lot of youth at this defense at all three levels. We've kept the same defensive coordinator despite a head coaching change. We need to see what we've got, right? We need to be able to look at Will Johnson and Denzel Burke at the end of next year and say, okay, we emphatically have this caliber of a corner and we're good. We need to be able to see Walter Nolan play for a long series of snaps at defensive tackle, stay healthy. We need to see what Baron Browning was in the trade market last year. B.J. Ojolari, he comes back. There's just so many young and potentially ascendant players in Arizona that you do want to say, all right, we made the decision here to stick with Nick Rallis, which means we need to allow him to see what he's got here in terms of these resources we very recently poured into the defense. Last year in the offseason was stars on defense. Nolan with Will Johnson, with Josh Sweat. So that approach to me is something that you want to see borne out over multiple years. You want to get those young players healthy and kind of see what you really have there. And so I don't mind the approach. It's just, there is a danger that the young guys remain the young guys, the inconsistent guys remain inconsistent, the hurt guys remain hurt, and the Cardinals defense is tough this year. That's what it is to kind of, try to pull your way out of the basement of the NFL.
There was a lot of people in Arizona who were wondering why in the world did Jeremiah Love get 14 touches in the first three series of his very first preseason game, his very first taste of NFL action, and then he ended up getting hurt on that 14th carry. But as you pointed out, people were riveted to that performance. What value does a great running back bring to the category of watchability?
Score from anywhere, right? I like a Derrick Henry handoff at the 2-yard line that goes 98 yards. That's a fun play to watch, right? And so when you have not just elite running back talent, but really game-breaking running back talent, field-tipping running back talent, then you can score from anywhere on any handoff. And that's a pretty big deal in the modern NFL. When we talk about running back value, we got smart there 5 or 6 years ago, and we said, all right, maybe we shouldn't, pay these guys more than we're paying our guards. And all right, maybe we shouldn't pay these guys as they get older, right? We had this big conversation on running back value. But one of the things that we learned that you can't replace, you can't really, find a way to manufacture it with running back by committee and by scheme is once that guy gets to the second and third level, is he bigger and faster than the other dudes, right? Because that turns a 15-yard gain into an 85-yard gain and turns into 6 points instead of a first and 10, right? It's a big difference. So the thing about Love, earliest drafted running backs since Saquon Barkley. How are we doing this? How are we drafting running backs this early? You got to watch Jeremiah Love's biggest plays in college. You got to watch the 94-yard touchdown against Boston College, right? Where the tackle break against Pitt, and then he gets up the middle of the field, he scores from 50 yards out. Love is a runaway train when he gets into space. And so the field tipping ability is, all right, maybe our offensive line won't be perfect. Maybe our running game won't be incredible because the threat of the pass isn't that good. Maybe we'll have not a perfect offense, but on those few perfect plays, is our backs talented enough to turn that runway, to turn that second level, third level run into 6 points so we don't have to try to string together more plays? The theory is that Love is that guy, and scouting-wise, he was that guy. And the hope is that the ankle is healthy, he gets to NFL speed, and we get to see that guy in the regular season.
Ben Solak of ESPN is our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings, focusing on the bottom of your watchability list, the Cleveland Browns. And I'll phrase the question this way. I mean, Myles Garrett's gone. We know about the quarterback situation, Deshaun Watson getting the start. I think it got more complicated last night because Dylan Gabriel played so well. But my question about the Browns is, Ben, can you recall a fan base of any team before week one being as angry as the Cleveland Browns fan base rightfully is right now?
Great question. I mean, nobody immediately jumps to mind. I feel like if I went back through the history of preseason vibe checks, you could maybe find one that you could argue into it with some combination of team owner did X and star player did Y and, kind of mistake riddled July and August. But the unique alignment of Deshaun Watson, his reputation in terms of his off the field, accusations, and the circumstances under which he made it to Cleveland, the trade, the amount of capital that was sent for him, the guaranteed money on his contract, the very apparent lack of remorse that coincides with, the cult that is Shedeur Sanders hype, right? The kind of obsession that is around this player and around his legacy, around his family, and what he is in terms of a gamer, right? And a kind of a unique personality. That is quite the 1-2 punch. It's quite the constellation in terms of preseason hype that we don't typically see. So off the dome, I can't think of a team, a fan base that is this charged up. I mean, like, they Watson as the starter, and immediately every insider was like, here's how they could bench him by week 3. Like, that's an insane way to respond to that news. That's who the Cleveland Browns are.
Last question for you. Jaden Daniels, as a rookie, was probably the most watchable player in the NFL, and so far he's struggled to recapture that magic, and ironically, maybe even replaced by Caleb Williams at the top of that. Well, what are your concerns for Jaden Daniels moving forward and his ability to maybe recapture what he once had?
Yeah, the biggest concern I had with Jaden coming out as a prospect is I was worried about his durability, because he is a very thin, very slight guy who takes a lot of hits, right? Does not have a lot of body armor, takes a lot of contact. And that first year, he impressed in so many ways. He was great throwing over the middle of the field, something that he didn't necessarily do too much in college, like, better processing, decision-making, okay, great. But he took a lot of hits, and he's not the biggest body. And that caught up to him in year 2, where obviously I was dealing with some health and some availability concerns. Now, the Commanders cut Tyler Biadasz at center, which is a cap sort of a move, and they've struggled to respond to that with having a clear plan in place for him, a clear, heir apparent. Laramie Tunsil goes down, left tackle, with a camp injury. That's their highest paid offensive lineman. They still have Sam Cosmi coming back from the injury, where he came back last season, but he didn't look 100% like himself, so they're still hoping to get more out of him. This is not a good line. And now we're dealing with an offensive scheme change. We have a offensive coordinator who's my age, and David Blau, who I think is really sharp, and I think he's going to put some cool stuff out there. But the thing about young coordinators is you don't know how well they'll adjust over the fly over the course of a 17, 18-game season. How deep is their bag? How good is their feel to thumb on the pulse for, no, we got to stay the course and keep trying this, or no, we got to adjust course and try to do something different. It's a hard skill to have as a first-year offensive coordinator. So there's a lot that can go wrong around Jaden, and then Jaden's already, been banged up, and now he's entering his 3rd year, and the league kind of knows, all right, this is a player who's going to take hits if we get him on him. Let's try to accumulate these. Let's try to slow him down with physicality. And so the main thing for Jaden is has to find a way to play a style of ball that is still explosive, that is still dangerous, but protects himself. And that's the very fine line that all of our dual quarterbacks walk, right? Lamar Jackson's in year 6 with 2 MVPs under his belt, still trying to figure out that exact answer, right? It's a calibration. You don't find one solution, then it works forever. You find a solution that works for 8 weeks, and then you pull your hamstring a little bit, and then you have to recalibrate, right? And that's just kind of how that goes down the stretch.
Yep. Ben, really enjoyed the piece, really enjoyed the conversation. Thanks so much for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, fellas. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks, Ben Solak. The watchability rankings out on ESPN.com. And just for the record, when David Blau got a mention at the very end of that interview, Jared Carlin, through the glass, did mouth the words, Blau like cow.
Yeah, it was nice to hear how his name was pronounced without seeing it written.
Coming up next, no love, no Beck. So what is there to watch for tonight in Cardinals-Packers? We'll get into that and more. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and we all know that life comes at you fast, that life doesn't stand still. It might be a new job, might be the arrival of grandkids, maybe a new home. This is why it's vital to have financial alignment in your life, to have a coherent vision guiding everything you do, and that is why, unlike traditional firms, Trajan Wealth provides a true all-in-one family office model. Their dedicated professionals coordinate your asset management, your tax preparation, and your estate planning under one roof, and what that does is it protects your wealth, it reduces your tax burden, and it helps you retire with confidence, something we all need. It's called peace of mind. That's what you get from Trajan Wealth. Highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with their fiduciaries where they can give you a second opinion on your current portfolio. They can also give you personalized strategies, and their number one priority is you, your needs, your goals, your risk tolerance, your life. Trajan Wealth, also a veteran-led company, and just as our military heroes safeguard our freedoms, Trajan Wealth committed to safeguarding your financial future with the same integrity. Give them a call today. Get your plan started. 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age. making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. My Chemical Romance. The Black Parade 2026. Live at Chase Field, September 6th, 2026. With special guest, Jimmy Eat World. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit mychemicalromance.com.
This weekend on CW7 Arizona.
A huge CW Sports 3-day weekend event takes off Friday night from Daytona for the final NASCAR O'Reilly Race Before the Chase. Then on Saturday, college football returns when New Mexico State takes on an FSU squad out to reclaim the ACC crown. Touchdown! And on Sunday, NXT Heatwave crashes in for a summer showdown. CW Sports Weekend.
All weekend long on CW7 Arizona.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-346-2476. 800-346-2476. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-346-2476.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app. 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
When they came into training camp and they came into the preseason, this was Carson Beck's time. Because as Wolf well knows, once you get to the regular season, QB1 is getting all the reps in your offense, and the backup quarterback, which is going to be Gardner Minshew, he's the one doing the scout team. I mean, there's a reason why teams have stopped carrying 3 quarterbacks in a lot of ways, and you have them on the practice squad because it's tough to do that. And clearly they're going to have to carry 3 quarterbacks on the 53-man roster, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult maneuvering some of this stuff. But more importantly, this was all the time he was going to get all the reps. He was going to get the reps in practice, and he was going to get the reps in preseason games.
It's Darren Urban, azcardinals.com, on with Wolf and Luke yesterday on one of the storylines that we won't see continue tonight, and that is Carson Beck not going to play tonight. Been hampered by an injury, a rib injury, which was a little strange in the injury timeline, if you will. Played really well in the opener. Practiced all week, hours before the second preseason game at Vegas, announced he wasn't going to play. Haven't seen him since.
And I thought
Darren did a really good job of kind of illustrating why this was so important for Carson Beck, because every Cardinal fan, well, I can't say every one of them, most Cardinal fans want to see what Carson Beck is all about as a starting quarterback in the NFL. And if the Cardinals can have a plan for 2027 that doesn't include looking for their quarterback of the future. And this is... I'm not going to say this has eliminated those chances, but it's dented those chances for that to happen because this was valuable development time for him.
Well, listen, and again, the chronology of it was bizarre because he was so good in the Hall of Fame game that second preseason game against the Raiders, there was a great level of anticipation for that just to see more of Carson Beck. And the announcement that he wasn't going to play hit the Valley pretty hard. It was like a kick in the gut. And then he didn't play against the Cowboys. And then in the only two practices, as Darren has pointed out, against the Packers, Beck was on the sidelines. In the joint practice, he was in T-shirt and shorts. And people would be stunned if he takes the field tonight. So I don't know how bad that injury is, but you're right. It's not good for a quarterback that was really going to get a lot of experience in this preseason.
Yeah, and Darren said it too. It's a foregone conclusion. There's going to be 3 quarterbacks on the active roster,
right?
Because you can't risk losing Carson Beck by putting him on the practice squad. I thought it was interesting that the Steelers, Mike McCarthy announced they're keeping 4 quarterbacks. I
saw that.
That's ludicrous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. So the idea of when will Carson Beck play in the regular season is now that's a dicey question because he has never faced scheming defenses. He's never faced starters, real NFL players that you're going to have to deal with in the regular season, which means he has not seen the real speed of the NFL game.
He won't even get to practice against ones now during the regular season because he's going to go in as either most likely the third quarterback.
Yeah, right. You're exactly right. So, that's going to be so Carson Beck, his experience is going to mean he's going to have to kind of work a lot of this stuff through mentally. And this is where his experience comes in handy, but this is really unfortunate, especially given the level of optimism. And it happened to Jeremiah Love, too. Jeremiah Love's debut was as impressive as Carson Beck in a much different way. Yeah. And just like Carson Beck, it was a see you once and see ya.
It's true. That's been the bummer of the preseason.
Yeah. And it's just dumb, stupid luck. So, yeah, the idea of what is there to watch tonight, that's a good question.
Yeah, and look.
When you figure it out, let me know.
The Cardinals will take the field tonight. Sunday, there's roster cut-down day. I think there's going to be some maneuvering on the waiver wire to beef up some positions that need beefing up. And the one that I'm looking at is on the offensive line. Gambo put this out yesterday. Isaiah Adams dealing with a knee, missed yesterday. This is one to keep an eye on. There's no timeline for his return yet. Isaiah Adams is going to be the starting right guard, ideally, because Chase Bisontis is out for the year.
Yeah.
Do you really want to be going into week 1 with all due respect to a guy like John Gaines, but he'd be your third guy.
That would not be great.
Third string in week 1 does never bode well.
That would not be great.
So watch for the line play tonight more maybe than you normally do. And I'm one of those guys that doesn't watch line play, especially when I'm watching a game for the first time. But that's an area of concern. I still think there's some intrigue with the wide receiver position. How many do they keep? There's a case for 7 to be kept because those guys have been that good or have proven their value in other areas, like Fajoco and Duvernay. I think the number is going to be 6. What do they do with the running back position? How do they handle the James Conner situation? These things are not going to be ironed out tonight, obviously. But this weekend, there's going to be some decisions for Monty Austin-Fort and company to make.
Yeah, and welcome to the big chair, Mike LaFleur. This is the ups and downs and the things that you've got to deal with when you're an NFL head coach. And what's complicating things, too, is like Steve Wilkes, he inherited an unhappy player. Now, the David Johnson thing with Steve Wilkes, it wasn't – it was much easier resolved, I think, than what this Josh Sweat situation is, because this isn't a money issue. And so this is a lot. So I think Mike LaFleur has kind of gotten a real good taste of what this job entails and all the hurdles that come at you in the NFL.
It's a real, this is what I signed up for kind of moment.
Kind of, yeah.
I want to remind you can win a $25 Sonic gift card and an autographed D-backs baseball. Just text the word SMASHER to 620 to enter. One grand prize winner is going to take home a $500 gift card to Sonic. Coming up next, we roll into the 9 o'clock hour on this Friday. Sammy's going to kick it off with some social studies. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The Cleveland Browns, when Bill Belichick cut Bernie Kosar, we had this meeting. It was a players-only meeting. No coaches, players only. I think this is what has got to happen first. You want to be able to look at Cattell and say, Cattell, you need to tell us what happened.
Torrey basically comes in afterwards, kind of like, okay, everybody has said what they said. There's probably a lot of raw emotion in this room. Now here is my job as a manager. I'm going to tell you how we're going to handle this going forward.
Bingo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, this Labor Day, hit the road to Savings. Yep, the Labor Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi, your man. It is so on August 25th through September 7th. 2 years ago, we bought a brand new Explorer during the Ford Labor Day sales event. Big time savings. Love our Explorer. And now it gets better because we get $5,000 in trade assist cash on a 2026 Ford Explorer or $3,000 in trade assist cash on a 2026 Bronco when you trade in your old ride. And on a 2026 Ford F-150, the truck that works as hard as you do but doubles as your weekend warrior. How about a 2026 F-150 STX or XLT and get $5,500 in trade assist cash when you trade in your old ride. Or get 2.9% for 72 months plus $1,500 in bonus cash on a 2026 F-150 STX or XLT. But hurry, the Ford Labor Day sales event ends September 7th at buyfordnow.com.
Hey, Glendale. America First Credit Union's new Arizona branch at 5084 North 83rd Avenue is now open, and we'd love to see you there. Stop by to check it out, say hello, and enter to win a $1,000 concert e-gift card as well as a guitar. Come help us celebrate the grand opening of our Glendale location and let us help you do more with your money. Visit AmericaFirst.com for details or to become a member today. Eligibility terms and conditions apply. Must be 18 or older to enter. No purchase required. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Now's the time to save at Freeway Chevrolet with employee pricing for everyone. Plus, up to $12,500 off select new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 model. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Savings include manufacturer rebates and dealer discount. Actual savings will vary by model, trim, equipment, and vehicle availability. Offer excludes tax, title, license, registration, and any optional dealer-added items. Purchase price includes $589 dealer value. Offer cannot be combined with other incentives or special financing unless permitted by the manufacturer. Contact dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by August 31st, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks opened their series in San Francisco in a disappointing manner last night in a 6-1 loss to the Giants, a night where the offense was silent, non-existent, or whatever word you want to use, but the offense didn't show up in a spot where they needed it to. The Bats are going to have to come alive tonight as the Snakes send another rookie and Cole Drake to the mound. First pitch will be at 7:15 over on ESPN 620. The Arizona Cardinals will wrap up their preseason tonight in Lambeau Field against the Packers, and it feels unlikely that Carson Beck will be out there tonight as he's still dealing with a rib injury, but roster spots could be up for grabs this evening. Kickoff will be at 5, and you can hear it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And in some other Cardinals news, amid some trade rumors, Adam Schefter yesterday reported that as of now, the Cardinals will not be trading Josh Sweat anywhere. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks at thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies.
All right, down the stretch we come on this Friday, on this week. That means it is time for some social studies. And speaking of down the stretch, I want to give a shout out to our guy George, who went to Saratoga, like he mentioned.
Yeah.
And he brought back some goodies for us, which I'm wearing today. It is Travers weekend out at Saratoga.
Oh, nice.
So he brought back some Saratoga swag.
He brought a bunch of goodies last Friday out to Phoenix Children's at Giveathon.
He brought back a picture of my horse.
That's awesome.
He did.
Which is insane.
You think you'll finally recognize him next time, Jarrett?
The horse or George?
Hey, does he always have long hair like that?
Oh, yeah.
So thank you, George. And I know he's a contributor to social studies almost on the daily. So want to give him a thank you for that. But our first question on social studies today is a Diamondbacks question. What is your biggest concern with the team during the final stretch of the season trying to make the playoffs, and why? And the options are A, starting pitching, B, the offense, C, Ketel Marte and his reacclimation, or that the teams ahead of them are just better.
It's got to be starting pitching, at least in from my vantage point. Okay?
Yep.
Because we think Corbin Burns is ramping up and Zach Gallen is ramping up. That doesn't mean they're close to returning. And this weekend is this is the telltale sign of it all, where you're scrambling to fill slots in your starting rotation.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really, really good question with 4 very strong choices, because you can make cases for all of them. And you could make a case, too, for something we talked about earlier in the show, and that is just the inconsistent nature of this team. They look like a different team from one night to the next. But I think Bick's right. I think right now it's starting pitching.
Could you make the argument that it should be the offense because it could give that starting pitching some run support or some confidence maybe?
I mean, yeah, I think the offense has gone through really rough patches all year long. This is not, I don't think it's a championship level offense. When you look at all the things that they're missing, we talk about lack of pop at first base and DH and the lack of home run. I mean, this is the fewest home runs the Diamondbacks have hit as a team in quite some time.
Yep. 36% of the vote to that offense, 26% to starting pitching, 25% voted that the teams ahead of them are just better. And then 12% voted the reacclimation of Ketel Marte. And Daylight Film said another all of the above Bickley and Murata morning question. Obviously, the teams ahead of them are a little better. The starting pitching is a mash unit. Marte's potential bat has the direct relation to the offense, but there's a clubhouse vibe that needs to be answered. But hey, at least we're still interested in September. Dante said the offense, regardless of Ketel, the bats need to wake up. And Tom Foss says Ketel Marte coming back will help the offense, but they need at least average starting pitching on a nightly basis. All right, we had this discussion briefly in the 8:15 segment, but what player is most likely to be the next face of Arizona sports, and why? Most likely.
Well, this is a tough question because we have to consider the faces that are already here.
Right.
We can't. We could project and say Arch Manning.
See,
you could.
Plenty of people said that.
You could say Carson Beck. You could say Jeremiah Love. You could say Marvin Harrison Jr. if he breaks through in year 3. I'd bet Jeremiah Love.
That's a good bet.
And we would all agree that the face of Phoenix/Arizona sports right now is Devin Booker.
It's
correct?
Devin Booker.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Jeremiah Love is a pretty good pick.
Because I liked what Bick said yesterday. A transcending running back has the potential to really take over a city or a town.
Without a doubt.
Only a quarterback can do that other than a running back.
And a running back does it in different ways.
Right.
A dazzling running back, it lifts the entire team. It lifts the offensive line because everybody's inspired, and it turns average linemen into Pro Bowlers. It makes people on your defense stand up and watch when you're playing on offense. It just makes everybody play harder because they know they're in the presence of this fantastic thoroughbred.
Yep.
I've seen it with Walter Payton. You've seen it with Barry Sanders. You saw it with Earl Campbell. You saw it to a lesser degree with James Conner, who just through that sheer physicality and his vibe, he lifted that entire team in year 1. So that to me is, if he is that guy and Marvin Harrison Jr. emerges in year 3, that Cardinal offense is going to be something.
No doubt. A lot of Jeremiah Love responses. A couple questioning how Corbin Carroll is not already the next face of Arizona sports. And I'd push back with, he's a phenomenal player, but does Corbin Carroll really scream face of a franchise? He's not, he's awesome, but he's not super charismatic and,
Yeah, I in this realm, if there is such a thing, if there was a pageant going for face of Arizona sports, that would probably cost him a little bit in terms of how he handles himself as a professional and how he plays the game. He's definitely near the top of the list anyway.
Yep. Eddie V says most likely Carson Beck. Jonesy says one of the 2027 draft class quarterbacks, which I think we can agree that is a possibility. If they hit on that quarterback, he has the potential to be the next face of Arizona sports. All right, last question. We talked about it at the beginning of the show. There were the robot games.
The humanoid games in Beijing, but they're basically the robot games, yeah.
The robot games in Beijing. So we got a lot of responses to this, which I was really surprised to see. What is your favorite robot, real or fictional, of all time, and why? Favorite robot. 41 responses.
I would say for me it would be R2-D2 or C-3PO from Star Wars. Right?
I like those. So, weirdly, only one R2 response.
Really?
Zero.
Go, try it, go.
C-3PO.
There you go, you got it.
Would the Terminator would qualify, right?
Yeah.
Terminator, yep.
I like.
How about Wall-E? Wall-E was great.
Wall-E. Great movie.
I guess I don't have a lot of. I've never really thought about robots in this realm. But
I haven't really either.
R2-D2 was it for me.
Who was the good movie? Who was the good robot who helped Will Smith in that
iRobot?
Yeah.
I don't know the name.
Okay.
For me, yeah, R2-D2. But a lot of people said Johnny 5.
Johnny Five is alive.
Never
I don't know
heard that before.
Yeah.
That's from
Short Circuit.
Short Circuit.
And Short Circuit
80s
2.
movie.
A couple Terminators. Scott said Robbie the robot from Forbidden Planet. It's pretty iconic. AZV said Data from Star Trek with R2 as a very honorable mention. Nick said Kawhi Leonard.
Daylight Film
Films had a
said
couple-
Luke Lipinski.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
But you spelled Lipinski wrong.
He also said Zach Greinke as well.
Bending Rodriguez from Futurama.
I never watched that show.
You never watched Futurama?
No.
Wow.
And then Beer Bob said, I don't know what is real or fictional, but I will go with Optimus Prime. Not only did he and the Autobots fend off the Deceptions every episode, but he also gave us a little PSA at the end.
Decepticons. I was really fond of the robot that used to vacuum my floor when I had it, but I don't have it anymore.
What are those little things called?
A Roomba.
A Roomba. Do they actually work, Vinny?
Kinda.
See, my girlfriend has one and it does not work. So
kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah, if you get a robot, you hope it's a work.
Yeah, right.
But, all right, thanks, guys. Happy Friday.
Okay.
On social studies.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy.
Coming up, big
Saturday.
weekend, especially after the D-backs lose the opener in San Francisco. 3 more games between now and the return of Ketel Marte. We'll get into the angles on it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Last chance for the Diamondbacks. It's Ildemaro Vargas. And Vargas swings at the first pitch. Hits a harmless ground out to short. Goss throws to first. Game over. Well, we didn't see that one coming. Giants take the opener by a final score of 6-1.
It was close until it wasn't. What the? More D-backs Giants words to say and wild gestures to make on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
There are so many reasons why Southern Steer Butcher is a fan favorite, like so many flavors. Yep, Paul Calvisier, their flavor-infused marinated steak, chicken, and pork are vacuum tumbled, sealing the flavor. Choose from dozens of flavors like Argentine chimichurri, steakhouse, or bulgogi steak tips, garlic and herb, house Italian, or creamy Parmesan chicken, and more. Southern Steer Butcher, offering the tastiest, juiciest bites of meat you'll ever taste. Go to southernsteer.com or stop by the stores in Surprise or Chandler.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Truck started slow. Battery might be toast.
Slow starts are the first sign of heat damage to your battery. We'll test it, no charge.
Thanks. And if it is dead?
We'll set you up with a new, fully warranted battery. some up to 5 years. And we'll recycle the old one.
Thanks for the rundown. Lead the way.
Get free battery testing, charging, and recycling at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the Ford Summer Sales event is still heating up at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and the temperature on these deals is off the charts. Step inside and discover something refreshing, crystal clear pricing, a relaxed and welcoming atmosphere, and savings so real you can feel them in your pocket. Now that's 75 years of doing things the right way for Arizona. Right now, take $5,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Bronco Sport models, $6,500 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Explorers, and even $9,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford F-150, STX, XLT, and Lariat models. The window is closing and the temperature is rising at Earnhardt Ford. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marotta talk D-backs baseball now.
It's important to always realize these guys, they do have lives going on and things are going on. Again, it's not to excuse a guy who leaves his team in the middle of a pennant race. Not good. We all know that, but he was hurt, he was frustrated, he is worried about his family member, all these things are going on, and that's a part of a lot of guys' lives. Actually, everybody has their own things going on all the time, in all walks of life. It's a question of how you deal with them, and he would be the first to admit, and I expect he will admit, that he didn't deal with it particularly well.
It's Ken Rosenthal on the Foul Territory podcast. Ken Rosenthal wrote the lengthy piece on The Athletic yesterday about Ketel Marte's absence. Some new items of note came in there, including the item that was mentioned in that soundbite from Ken Rosenthal that Ketel Marte is facing the loss of another loved one. I'm not sure exactly what that means, if that loved one has passed, if that loved one is near the end. I don't know. First it came up was in that article.
If that level of mourning, whatever it is, if that is what led Ketel or helped lead Ketel Marte to make a very, very bad decision in Boston, I don't know. I don't know if these are rationalizations or what. But we do know, as I said in the blast, we do know that there's an expiration date on all this speculation. He's expected to play Monday against the Phillies, and it's going to be wild, man. We've seen former Arizona athletes come back to Arizona and get booed. Joe Johnson, DeAndre Ayton. There have been others, but have we ever had
Morris twins?
Yeah, the Morris twins.
He's way better than those guys. From like on the.
Oh yeah.
And was there here longer than most of those players mentioned. And honestly, most athletes that have ever called Arizona home, he's been here longer than most of them.
Yes, and the shame of it, as we have said repeatedly, is that this is a player who should be in a much different place. This is a guy who should be ascending to take his place in the pantheon of Diamondbacks greats. That run he had in 2023, I think he, hit 19 consecutive games, whatever it was. It was insane how great he was during that run to the World Series. And it's the lovability factor, the charisma, the swag, he's got it all, right? And so can the Diamondbacks really kind of work through yet another episode of this? It's going to be fascinating because, as Ken Rosenthal reported, it's mixed. There are guys who are not hating on Ketel in the clubhouse, but there are guys who are really, really tired of this and tired of the drama. And Torrey has even used that phrase. I'm sick of the drama.
Do you expect him to get booed on Monday?
I do. I don't think it's going to be unanimous.
No, I think it's going to be a mix, but there will be boos. And that's just going to be from me watching at home. No, and I meant the liquid booze.
Yeah.
No, I think Big's right. I think it's going to be mixed. It's not going to be unanimous. We've heard from so many fans that are still supporting Ketel Marte and pointing fingers at everybody else in this. It's the Diamondbacks' fault. It's the media's fault. It's everybody else's fault. Nobody made Ketel Marte do what he did on that Monday night. And the part that I can't get over too, you're dealing with personal strife. Okay, Ken Rosenthal's right. We brought this point up very early too. Everybody's got stuff going on in their life.
Yeah.
Is that how you deal? Is that how you deal with a tough situation? You walk out on your employer, you don't answer phone calls, and their first home game that they're playing, you choose to be public and go to a casino where hundreds, if not thousands of people are going to spot you?
Yeah.
It was a series of really, really bad decisions.
Yeah.
And I can't get past that.
Yeah, and I think it speaks to how popular the player once was, that there's still this subsection of fans that will not face the reality of this, that are looking for somebody else to blame for all of this, right? And when in the 29th graph of Ken Rosenthal's story, the idea that he might be losing another family member, all of a sudden that element was back in force. Oh, don't you feel like jerks now? And it's okay. Even if that were true, you communicate that with your boss. That will get you the day off that you want.
Yeah.
And why this logic escapes those people is beyond me. So what it has to be, it's just full-fledged allegiance to the player to the bitter end. It's wild to me. It really, really is, because if you care about the Diamondbacks and if you really want the Diamondbacks to do well, you're not ignorant to the actions of the player and how damaging they've been.
Like, you can acknowledge that Ketel Marte is a below-average teammate, but still want what's best for him in this team.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's not that black and white.
No. And
then there are people, quite honestly, who've accused the media of being racist in this. As if Ketel being a Latino player were the motivations for our criticism, which blows my mind, because we work in the one industry where that doesn't matter.
We try to drive everyone out of town. Doesn't matter.
How can we be so incompetent and stupid, yet have that kind of power?
I'm tired of the Diamondbacks calling me up in the middle of the night all the time, asking me what I think about their transactions and what they should do.
Yes, I really hope that Ketel has done some soul searching here, and I really hope that meeting that he had with Torrey and Mike Hazen was productive.
Yes.
I think it's interesting though that even as of our conversation with Derek Hall on Thursday, he hasn't gotten an explanation.
That's the CEO and the president.
And that's the CEO and the president of the team.
A guy who has also had a very long relationship with Ketel Marte.
Yeah.
There's something interesting in this, too. Monday, there will be 27 games remaining, or 24 games remaining.
Okay.
This season. Ketel Marte needs to play in 22 games to become the all-time leader in games played for the Arizona Diamondbacks, surpassing Luis Gonzalez.
Wow. And you had unearthed the stat that blew my mind earlier today. Why don't you revisit that?
Because I focused on Ketel Marte's quote that came out from the Ken Rosenthal piece, and that was basically paraphrasing his frustration at the end of the Atlanta series when he came back and he played in the series finale Sunday, and they lost that game after winning the first two games of the series. Basically, without him was like, you guys don't need me. You're winning without me. Which is it's a very defeatist take. It's kind of a gut punch to hear. When you hear people talk like that, it's kind of a gut punch. So I looked at it. How much do they need Ketel Marte? And how much have they suffered with him not in the lineup? And starting in the 2024 season, he was above reproach. After 2023, he had been a model teammate, a model player, was unbelievable in the run to the World Series. But 2024 was the year that started the crucial day off in the last week of the season. Starting in 2024, Ketel Marte has missed 79 games, has not played. That's not starting and coming in as a pinch hitter, just has not played in 79 games. The Diamondbacks' win percentage in those games is .608. They're 48-31. That is 10% higher in that same span in games where they've had Ketel Marte in some capacity. That's not insignificant.
It's really not.
And Jared and I were talking about it off the air at the break, where that number, the 10%, is significant, but you also, it's not just as easy as the 10%, right? Like last year, they won a lot of games because Corbin Carroll and Perdomo were playing way better than they are this season. And you can say that about the 2024 season, of that other people were playing better, so they were winning more baseball games. Right now, it feels as though not a lot of people aside from Gabby, Erod, and Fott are playing.
Mm-hmm.
So the need for him right now feels greater than maybe it was the last couple of years.
Which is what I'm focusing on now. I hope Cattell sees, look, I've got an opportunity here. If I come in and I am the ignition, if I'm the catalyst for this team getting hot and getting into the playoffs, there's a happy ending available here.
Yeah. There absolutely is.
Yes.
And he's got the capability to do it. We've seen him do it before.
No doubt about it.
They got to get there first. They got to get
Wouldn't
through
that
this
be
series with
something?
the Giants.
That would be crazy.
Chance the Rapper is bringing the Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour to Arizona Financial Theater on September 16th. We've got your tickets. Text Chance to 620-620 or head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for your chance to win. Coming up next, Jarrett's got the Sports Kebab for the first time in a couple weeks. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If Jeremiah Love, seems like he should be back by week 1, but he's banged up. So I think you're going to need James Conner, certainly. But aside from what he can do on the field, I just like the idea of him around Jeremiah Love and Jeremiah Love's rookie year.
With you 100%.
There's not really anybody that I would rather have around Jeremiah Love and Jeremiah Love's rookie year.
And once again, it's because of who he is. The inside out, my young crunks, never forget that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
What keeps you up at night? Do you wonder if what you've saved will be enough? If your money will go as far as you plan? Or whether your retirement will look the way you imagine? What worries you? Everyone's concern is different, but ignoring it won't make it disappear. This is Ron Paul. You may not be able to predict what comes next, but you can take steps now to diversify your savings with precious metals before uncertainty becomes urgency. My friends at Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit explaining how gold can help diversify your IRA or 401k. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. There's no cost and no obligation. Just free information to help you consider your option. Take the first step with Birch Gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, what's the biggest shock people face upon retirement?
Well, the paycheck stops, but the expenses don't. And if you don't have a clear income strategy, you're guessing every single month.
And no one wants to live like that in retirement.
Exactly. We help people turn savings into reliable income so that they can spend confidently. Call 844-726-9116. Let's build your income plan. 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
College football is so back, and so are the predictions on Kalshi. Playoffs, who makes the playoffs, wins their conference, the Natty. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market, you trade those predictions in a live market. Yep, Paul Calvisier, Giannis, Messi, DeChambeau, all talking Kalshi. And you know what they're talking about? How Ohio State and Notre Dame are neck and neck as favorites to win the national championship. Both currently trading at 13% on Kalshi, meaning a $100 trade pays out $725 if they win it all this season. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. There's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, out of your position, and for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $20 when you trade 20. Code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
The Labor Day sales event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning lineup, including Silverado, Traverse, and Trax. Plus, check out Equinox with excellent efficiency and bold design. It's the SUV that lets you take on the world in style. We have the inventory and we have the offers. Visit valleychevy.com or go to one of your 13 Valley Chevy dealers today. The Labor Day sales event going on now.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks were disappointing last night in San Francisco in their 6-1 loss to a not very good Giants ball club. The wheels fell off in the 8th inning last night as Kevin Ginkel got touched up for 4 runs, but the offense was nowhere to be found all night long, and they're going to need to bounce back and find a way to win tonight with another rookie in Cole Drake on the mound. First pitch from San Francisco will be at 7:15 on ESPN 620. And the Arizona Cardinals' last preseason game is tonight from Green Bay, as some roster spots are still up for grabs, and it's doubtful we'll see Carson Beck under center tonight, as the rookie hasn't played since the Hall of Fame game and is still dealing with some rib discomfort. Kickoff will be at 5, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring, and a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks at thewindowdepot.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports poll question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports poll question. Which Arizona sports team gives you the most hope for the future? Is it the Diamondbacks, Suns, Cardinals, or ASU football?
How are we defining future? The season in front of them?
I think I've got good feelings about ASU football.
I do too.
I think they've got a roster that people are sleeping on.
Sammy made a face. Like the true Wildcat that he is.
No,
exactly.
I trust Kenny. I'll say that. I trust Kenny. ASU football, 43% of the vote, leading the way. The Diamondbacks and Suns both tied at 25%. The Cardinals only 8%. I would have sneaky voted for the Cardinals. If they get a quarterback next year, I think they could be really good.
You're talking about
I'm talking about future.
Far off future.
Yeah, a couple, maybe 1 or 2 years away. But that's today's...
That's 12 months from now.
Yeah, future. That's today's Arizona Sports poll question. You can vote on it at arizonasports.com.
I had a weird thing happen a couple weeks ago. I looked out on my front porch and I spotted a coyote. And it was kind of my fault because I'd ordered a package from Acme. You have to be a certain age to get that joke.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
Oh, hey, Jared.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Jarrett.
Hi, everybody.
Sammy, did you get the joke in the open there? Do you get that joke about Acme?
No.
See, he was right. Gary Goldman was right. You need to be a certain age to get that joke.
New Coyote versus Acme movie that's out.
Really? Oh,
yes,
it's
long.
live. It's
It finally got bought and put out in the theaters.
Make us laugh.
Okay,
Jared.
well, guys, you know it's Friday.
Yes.
End of the week, but even more importantly, it's the end of the preseason for the Cardinals. Oh my goodness, the preseason is just brutal,
Let's
man.
Get through it healthy.
There are these are exhibitions, and they feel like it. The schemes are vanilla. The players go half speed. The defenses don't really try to make plays or wrap up. I mean, the only good place to see dumber tackling than in a preseason game is in a good golf ad.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, what a bunch of idiots those guys are, by the way. What was that company thinking? Making an ad where a guy knocks down a female golfer to protect his new Callaway wood. It made everybody look bad, including the club they were promoting. Seriously, most people now think that is the worst golf driver since Tiger Woods on hydrocodone. And the fallout is deserved, all right? Good Golf lost their deal with Callaway, lost their sponsorship with the PGA Tour. Hell, even Live Golf was like, no thank you, we don't want to be associated with bad publicity like that. So goodbye to Good Golf, and hello to the end of the preseason, because yes, what feels like an eternity, the Cardinals will finally play their fourth and final preseason game tonight. It's amazing to look back and think this all started with the Hall of Fame game and Larry Fitzgerald's induction. And now that he's in the Hall of Fame, I wonder, what will Fitz do next? I think he has three options after playing 17 years in the NFL. He could go to Fox and broadcast for them next season. He could go to the Cardinals and coach for them next season. Or he could go to LSU and play wide receiver for them next season. Only 17 years in the pros. How about what's going on with college football? Pro players are coming back. Everyone is suing everyone. Courts are feuding with schools. Things are a mess. I think one of the biggest problems is NIL. And I'm all for players getting paid, but some of these endorsements, man, they're getting out of hand. I mean, the Arizona Wildcats quarterback just signed a deal with an OnlyFans fetish site. Yeah,
no
Wiki
way.
Fafita.
Oh, no way.
Wiki Fafit.
Wow.
I wish I had a rotten tomato right now.
But the school.
Somebody get me some fruit or vegetables.
I'm
throwing.
The school that's really at the center of all this controversy is LSU, who started making headlines when former quarterback Jaden Daniels sued the school to stop them from using his number 5. Look, that's one thing, but I think he's going too far. Did you see what just happened? Just yesterday, he sent a letter to the estate of Dolly Parton, making them change her lyrics to working 9 to 4:30-ish. 9 to 4:30-ish. And now LSU head coach Lane Kiffin is getting killed for his less than scrupulous actions. Look, the guy will do anything to win, okay? Last month, he was all over the transfer portal. Last week, he was bringing guys back from the NFL. Hell, this week, he was even seen scouting potential recruits at the humanoid robot games in China. Lane Kiffin, man. Imagine being too sleazy for the SEC. The SEC! Look, I'm not saying that fan base is full of trailer park trash, but Jed York just tried to solicit them. Yeah, 49ers owner Jed York was arrested for soliciting a prostitute at a trailer park this week. It is a crazy story, but York, he says he's innocent. He says he was actually just there to scout and find the next great 49ers player. I don't know about that, though. Who's he looking for? Ho Montana?
Oh, boy.
Who's he looking for? Steve Young and Dumb? Terrell Owen, her pimp, $140? Is that who he's looking for? Frank Core?
Oh!
Look, it is a shocking scandal, though, right? Not because an NFL owner would get caught with a hooker, but because that NFL owner wasn't Robert Kraft. So in conclusion, I'll say, look, I complain a lot about the NFL preseason, but I'll be watching. Guys, you'll be watching. Everyone will be watching because the game will be on everywhere. It'll be on in homes. It'll be on in sports bars. And hopefully the game will even be on in casinos because then tonight even Cattell Marte will be watching too.
Oh, no.
It's Friday night, guys.
It's Friday night.
It's been a long work week.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go. That is the Sports Kebab.
Thank you, Jarrett.
Did you see the Jed York body cam footage?
Oh, I
by the
did.
way?
It was very, very hard to watch.
It was very hard to watch.
It's a
but
broken man.
There was very little in terms of discussion There wasn't a whole lot of talking.
Well, yeah, because Jed York couldn't figure out, he couldn't put the pieces together that he was caught up in a sting.
Yeah.
Right?
There was no actual prostitute.
That's right.
No, he didn't know that.
He didn't know that at the time.
That's what I'm saying. At the time.
Yeah, and they're like, what are you doing? Driving around the city? Just driving around? Yeah, I'm just driving around.
I mean, the indignity just kept piling on, too, because the trailer park actually had to release a statement saying,
yes,
we knew nothing of this.
It was just where he got pulled over, actually.
Yeah,
it wasn't,
right,
yeah.
that's it.
There wasn't even a real unit number that he was given to meet this person.
How many other, how many billionaires don't just spend their time relaxing, driving around rural Ohio?
Rural Ohio. I
And
know.
and while doing it while wearing a New York Yankees t-shirt.
I know.
Thanks, Jared.
All right, thank you, guys.
Sports Kebab every Friday. And you can follow him on social media at JarrettGC. We got some final thoughts heading into the weekend. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals, Packers. The final preseason game live from Green Bay.
There might be a starter on September 13th that does play in this game. We'll see.
Pregame at 2, kickoff at 5 this afternoon. Listen to Cardinals at the Packers on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. The Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
As sports fans, we all know winning on the court is great and all, but if you're ever injured in an accident, your ability to win in court becomes absolutely essential. That is one of many reasons why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of his attorneys, and they were all disgusted by how predatory insurance companies have become, how they now take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and so they use their passion, their experience, their knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they're one of only a few firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and you combine that with a 98% winning record, and they are sending a clear message to those insurance companies. Sweet James will not back down. They've got the hammer, they've got the leverage, and that is why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in Arizona. When you hire Sweet James, you access the best and the brightest attorneys, and you can expect maximum compensation. They recover more in a year than most firms do in a lifetime. If you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Remember, the call is free, the consultation is free, and you pay nothing until they win your case. Here's the number, 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Oh, it's Wolf, and it's on. It's the Labor Day Credit Forgiveness event at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Look, maybe your credit's not so good or even a bankruptcy. It happens. Here's another thing that can happen. Santan Ford gets you approved. Approved. Out the door and on the road in your new Ford, so bring it. The team is ready to work every angle, so get you into the new ride you deserve. It's the Labor Day Credit Forgiveness event at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
It's down to the championship. Join Bunker to Bunker this Saturday at the Trophy Bar in downtown Ocotillo, Chandler for the PGA Tour Championship presented by Santan Ford. Bunker to Bunker goes live from 7 till 9 a.m. with special guests, spicy breakfast tacos, drink specials, and giveaways including Shady Rays and Tim Hovig's legendary championship swag bag. Catch every shot on the giant 16-foot HD screen and more than 35 HD TVs. See you there at the Trophy Bar, your home for sports, cars, and spirits.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services?
At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Now's the time to save at Freeway Chevrolet with employee pricing for everyone. Plus, up to $12,500 off select new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 model. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Savings include manufacturer rebates and dealer discount. Actual savings will vary by model, trim, equipment, and vehicle availability. Offer excludes tax, title, license, registration, and any optional dealer-added items. Purchase price includes $589 dealer value. Offer cannot be combined with other incentives or special financing unless permitted by the manufacturer. Contact dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by August 31st, 2026.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. The Song of the Day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL. Keeping you cool, but hard to spell.
Jared was just joking about a Sting. Thought I played some Sting.
Okay.
I've said this. Maybe I've said it on the air. I don't know. There's just certain bands, as a music consumer, there's certain bands and artists that just don't resonate with you sonically. Like, you just don't like the way they sound.
Yeah.
For me, The Police is one of those bands. Like,
really?
I just don't like the sound of a lot of their songs.
You don't like what? You don't like the register where Sting sings in? What is it? Is it the ska? Is it?
Yeah, a lot of the there's like the song "So Lonely."
Yeah,
Roxanne. Those songs drive me up a wall.
Message in a Bottle. How about that? You don't like that?
How about a do a da da da?
Yeah, I will say yes. They all kind of bug me. I think this is a beautiful song though, from Sting's.
Okay.
Solo endeavors, Fields of Gold. I didn't ask you for your input. You would have picked a different Sting song, I think.
Yeah, I would have picked, like I said, Fortress Around Your Heart, I think is genius. I think, like I said, Message in the Bottle lyrically is genius. Some of the stuff he did is from a lyrical stand, and he's also a very good bassist. He's a good guitar player. People don't know that as well.
Yeah, and a hell of a lover.
But it's amazing to me when you look at histories of bands like Van Halen. They came out with 1984, and it was the biggest commercial success they've ever had, and it was an album that broke the band apart. Yeah. Because all of a sudden, the greatest guitar player on the planet wants to play keyboards.
And he did a lot.
And he did. and the same was true with the Police. They made 4 great albums, and their drummer, Stuart Copeland, who is a deity in my opinion, he said we were done after 2 albums. We hated each other after the second album.
Not crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But you're still cranking out hits that people gobble up. It's crazy.
A lot of money in nostalgia. Fields of Gold by Sting. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I brought this up to you off the air today because before the Diamondbacks started, I was trying to consume some NFL preseason football, and on Prime they had the Browns-Bills game on.
Yeah.
With Kirk Herbstreit and Al Michaels, and I thought it was odd that they spent a good amount of time kind of advocating for the good guy, Deshaun Watson, on the broadcast. And I didn't see it pop up anywhere on social media until Awful Announcing wrote a piece about it today. And they've got the clips. And here's just like a sampling of the discussion that was going on during a downtime in the game. I thought this was interesting.
Again, but I think at the same time, he's got to go out and execute. I mean, that's what it comes down to in the NFL. I mean, he has not played winning football since he's been in Cleveland. It's been a disaster. But moving forward, he's worked 22 months to get back into this position. He could have taken his money and just not come back. Something drove him to come back to want to play again, and he's here at 30 years old. See what he can do.
A couple of Achilles surgery, shoulder as well, and then knee surgery when he was in Houston. They loved him. He took his first paycheck as a rookie and gave it to 3 women who were working in the cafeteria at the Texans facilities, whose homes were either damaged or destroyed in a hurricane.
Yeah, I mean, that's, if you talk to anybody.
Wow.
I was blown away by that.
The first half of Al Michael's sentence there, I thought he was going somewhere else.
They had he took
his first paycheck and gave it to 3 women. Yeah.
Well, we know he didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't always pay the massage therapist. And they had the footage to go along with it while Al Michaels is telling that story. I just thought it was really ham-handed. And look, if you want to support Deshaun Watson, go right ahead. He's been a disaster of a human being and a disaster of a quarterback. Right. That's the way most people
don't try
do
to
it.
force a narrative.
Yeah.
But as I told Vinny, if you're in the streaming business and you've got these newly born deals with the NFL, you're very receptive to the propaganda the NFL wants you to put out there, and that's what you're getting.
You have to be.
We're in a very dangerous era, by the way, in that regard. I told you my heyday, the golden age of journalism, the media had a leverage and a power and an importance that made their jobs a lot easier than they are now.
Yeah. Very true. I want to end with this. We have a listener named Todd who sent over some getting ready for football, some fascinating football facts. And a lot of these we've heard, like Larry Fitzgerald in 17 seasons finished with more tackles than drop passes. We've heard that one before. We've heard the stat about the Bears never having a 4,000-yard passer in 106 years. Some of these I had read and blew me away that I didn't know. During the entire 2014 NFL regular season, the Kansas City Chiefs did not throw a single receiving touchdown to a wide receiver.
Wait, what season was this?
2014.
Wow.
Every NFC team has played in the NFC Championship game since 2010, except the Dallas Cowboys, who have not been there since 1995.
Right. Except they're the #1 talking point on ESPN.
For his career, Tom Brady has a better chance of getting to the Super Bowl, 47.6%, than Steph Curry has of making a three-point shot, 42.2%.
Wow.
And this one, the Jets joined the NFL in 1970. They beat the Philadelphia Eagles for the first time in 2023.
Wow.
53. Not like they were playing every year, but still, that is a long time. Thanks for sharing those, Todd.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's great.
That's going to do it for us on this Friday. Thanks to Ben Solak for joining us. Hope you enjoy your weekend. We're back bright and early Monday morning. Of course, we'll see what the Cardinals roster looks like at that point and where the Diamondbacks are in the standings. Wolf and Luke with special guest Dave Burns filling in. Next, have a great weekend. We leave you with this.
The two influencers sitting on the banks of a river in Alaska while brown bears are feeding on salmon. Young influencers putting themselves in harm's way for views. What a moronic culture that is.
Every now and then, though, there is some good news, and it's like influencer gets eaten by bear.
Oh, man.
You know, sometimes you see that and you're like, okay, it's all right. The universe is evening itself out a little bit.
Yeah.
Does parrot and ferret rhyme?
Yes.
No.
Could anything be more disgusting than somebody leaving bottles of milk on your doorstep?
Think of a few things they could leave on your doorstep that would be more disgusting.
So if you were an NFL owner and you had, say, $1 billion and you were driving to arrange a prostitution engagement and you're pulling into
I'm with you so far.
Fought is not as hot. Fought?
I'll be a pudding pop.
I'm a pudding pop.
I'm a pudding pop, too.
Look at me. I'm a pudding pop.
They call it a dripple.
A dripple. IGGLES Eagles.
Friday night, Lambeau Field.
This is gross.
Boy, can I get behind that.
Yeah, anonymous quote. Put your name on it if you're going to put it out.
Rising like the phoenix.
It's a game. Cattell Marte
Tori Lavello. Confusion and madness.
What's going on, Birdsey?
Tell the truth.
Oh, those stupid Cub fans, they thought that was a grand slam.
Sabolka, Tori Lavello deserves manager of the year. God is my witness. It'll never happen again.
Yeah, excellent.
Once you can wager on it, I'm in.
These guys are definitely Meshuggah.
They're a yard bird.
The land of cheese.
A rogue toddler.
I'm glad you're okay, but now I want to beat you.
I was wondering why you came in wearing a top hat and monocle.
Man, isn't this bleep crazy? You're siding with Jesse Morrison.
This is ridiculous.
What is happening?
What is going on?
Sure, come on back, Cattell. Come break our hearts again. Come leave us again. Come back so you can leave us again.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, all beds are on sale during our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice. With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
All right, well, if you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now, what is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
True luxury isn't just seen, it's felt behind the wheel. Welcome to Genesis of Scottsdale, where every visit feels first class. Step into our showroom and experience the spacious, family-sized 2026 GV80 3.5T and the strikingly athletic GV80 Coupe. Both flagship SUVs pair commanding power with handcrafted interiors, intuitive technology, and iconic design engineered entirely around you. And for a limited time, well-qualified buyers can unlock exclusive 0% financing on both models. Elevate every journey. Step into extraordinary today at genesisofscottsdale.com or visit our showroom at 15345 North Scottsdale Road.
0% APR up to 48 months on select 2026 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models for well-qualified buyers through Genesis Motor Finance and approved credit. Monthly payment of $20.83 per thousand financed. Competitive owner bonus up to $1,500. Varies by model. Cannot combine with loyalty offers. Excludes tax, title license, $699 document fee, $998 protection package, and dealer options. In September 8th, 2026. See dealer for full details.
Zach Bryan with Heaven on Tour.
Poison myself again. Something in the orange tells me you'll never.
Saturday, September 5th, State Farm Stadium.
I wish I didn't, but I do.
With special guests, MJ Linderman and Faye Philly. Tickets are on sale now at ZachBryan.com. Don't miss Zach Bryan live.
Leon was about to leave the military.
My biggest concern was, what am I going to do next?
He found out about My Computer Career and their military transition program.
The Cyber Warrior program takes you from not knowing anything about a computer at all to being a subject matter expert.
How long is that going to take?
In the span of 4 months, I was able to get 4 different certifications.
4 months? Leon's advice?
Highly recommended.
Become a certified cyber warrior in just months at mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. VA education benefits available to those who qualify.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks opened their series in San Francisco in a disappointing manner last night in a 6-1 loss to the Giants. A night where the offense was silent, non-existent, or whatever word you want to use, but the offense didn't show up in a spot where they needed it to. The Bats are going to have to come alive tonight as the Snakes send another rookie in Cole Drake to the mound. First pitch will be at 7:15 over on ESPN 620. The Arizona Cardinals will wrap up their preseason tonight in Lambeau Field against the Packers, and it feels unlikely that Carson Beck will be out there tonight as he is dealing with that same rib injury. But roster spots could be up for grabs this evening. Kickoff will be at 5, and you can hear it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And in some other Cardinal news, amid some trade rumors, Adam Schefter yesterday reported, as of now, the Cardinals will not be trading Josh Sweat anywhere. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Arizona, the Sanderson Ford summer sales event is on. 0% financing, 0 payments for 90 days, and $1,000 toward your down payment. Choose Sanderson Ford. The offer expires on August 31st.
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM, the local sports leader. Burns and Luke.
Hey guys, welcome back to the show.
Starts now.
Wow, that was a mashup for the ages right there. Jeez.
You remember when Jay-Z and Linkin Park put out a whole CD like that? That was their outtake. They had one more that they never released until today.
First of all, on behalf of you, I'm going to defend your honor here.
On behalf of me.
On behalf of you.
Interesting start to the show.
I'm going to defend your honor here. Whose idea was it to call it the Burns and Luke show?
I assumed it was yours.
Video.
This is look at the graphic up there. Burns and Luke.
Wow.
It's like I'm walking into your house and I'm rearranging your pictures. And I'm saying, no, actually, the silverware should go in this drawer and the cup should go in this cabinet.
Well,
this is your house. Why is my name listed for? Whose idea was that?
I should change the locks on my door, I guess.
Sammy, was that you? Who's responsible for this nonsense?
I feel like it's far from my idea.
Sammy's like, I'm not even really still here. Don't bring me into this.
Do you want the actual explanation?
Sure.
So, on the graphic, Luke's name is lower than Wolf's. So it was easier for them to just put Burns in, so it was lazy. They were half-assing it.
Yeah, I didn't even really notice it until you guys brought this up, and now I feel like it's a shot. I feel like this was done intentionally. Like, when I first walked in, I saw the sheet. I was like, oh, that's cool. They actually put together a sheet. But now...
Look at the show sheet.
Now
it says Burns and Luke.
Yeah.
Against my own will. Against my own will.
You don't even have to hold it up because you're right. There is a graphic on YouTube.
Thanks for
How permanent is this?
Thanks for the invite. Let me take everything over now.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's like I let you into my house, but I'm trying to get rid of this house, so you just have to take it because your name's on the lease now. By the way, this mortgage is yours. Bye, buddy.
Right, fine. Put my name first on the billing. I don't deserve it at all.
This
Whatever.
pool is great.
Slowly, great view of, I'm going to slowly just cross my name off of this.
Yeah, really, it's just a Burns show. I'll just be over here talking. I don't know what you're here for.
Who is this more weird for? Me looking over there at you, or you being over there, and as Wolf calls it, the sidecar?
I don't sit in the sidecar ever.
Yeah,
I don't do this. Somebody asked me if I was going to yell straight up 10 o'clock today.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I'm not yelling straight up 10 o'clock today. That's not my. I'm over here. I'm in the number 2 chair. We're going wherever you want to take us
dangerous.
today, big fella. Oh yeah, no, it's you wherever you're going. I am shotgun today all the way. It's weird.
Are you gonna yell straight up 2 o'clock as we're leaving?
That would be weird too.
It would.
Yeah, like on my way out the door, straight up 2 o'clock.
And then we're just gone.
See ya. Yeah, no, I'm probably not doing that either.
You might have a little more oomph behind it on
I
a Friday.
might, because I know there's a gin and tonic about 30 minutes away from me when I yell it. So yeah, let's go, baby. Let's do it.
Perfect. Well, I'm used to driving while somebody. It's like driving a car with a live tiger in the seat next to you that really just wants to talk about football and sometimes grabs the wheel. So, yes, you need to be doing more of that. You need to work a Wolf impression in.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm here to... Basinonians, I'm here to talk about the blood sport. And
where's your hat?
That's what I'm here for. The beautiful warrior queen is telling you, I don't have a hat. I'm sorry. The beautiful warrior queen is... Yeah, so I'll work on the Wolf impersonation
we
over the course of the show.
point out, we should explain to people what's going on.
Yeah, that's probably... we probably should have started with that. Yeah.
It's almost over.
You're right.
Let's explain what's going on. Wolf's not here.
Yes.
You don't have a show today.
No show.
So you and Lauren were kind enough, basically on your day off, because the Cardinals coverage starts 2 o'clock. We're kind enough to come in on your day off and help Jesse and I.
Turn on your mic,
Rick
Lauren, just to let everyone know you're there too. There's Lauren.
Hi, YouTube audience.
Hi, Lauren. There she is too.
Hi.
Yeah, there she is too.
Bernsey only said that he'd do the show if I came with him.
That makes sense.
Pretty much.
I'm surprised it's not just the Burns and Lauren show on these sheets, actually.
well, we wouldn't. I mean, the L is already there, so we just have to be, once again, the lazy people in graphics could just, not have to work very hard to change
I think it was more pointed. I don't think it was lazy.
Luke, you want to just go get brunch somewhere?
Yeah, I may as well.
Yeah.
Everybody loves brunch.
No, the powers that be said, yeah, because the pregame show for the Cardinals just knocks us right off the air, and you want to fill in for Wolf. I'm like, yeah, sure, let's do a show with Luke.
We never get to do shows
together.
We
never get to do shows together. And I like these, crossover events, these mashups like this, like when the cast of Full House is hanging out with the cast of...
This is like an old sitcom where you're like,
Family Matters.
I walk through.
Family Matters, that's it. When Family Matters and Full House did the mashup episodes, like, yeah, that's badass. Let's go. Let's do it.
Here's a moment of generation gap, too, because right before the show started, Sammy looks over at me and he goes, this is like when Sweet Life on Deck and like Hannah Montana became one.
See, so for me, as a child from the 80s, I go Full Life or Full House and then Sammy goes the other. Yeah, that's exactly.
I haven't seen any of these shows, but I at least know what shows you're referencing.
Yeah, it's a mashup event the world didn't ask for.
No, but now they're going to be clamoring for it every day hereafter. Where do you want to start? How about D-backs? That was a miserable game last night. Maybe we can keep talking about our careers instead.
No, let's talk about it. Yeah, because it was. The other day, I kind of described this team as the ultimate Godfather 3 team. Every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in. Well, every time they pull me back in, they push me right back out.
Yes.
Right? Like it's this ebb and flow of they're in, they're out, they're good, they're not. They're winning series against the Chicago Cubs, and now to avoid splitting a series against San Francisco, they have to win the next 3.
Awesome.
And that's not awesome. That's very not awesome,
Full disclosure, I told you before the show, at some point in the show, you're going to reference a good movie that I haven't seen.
Godfather 3's not good, so don't worry about it. I haven't done it yet.
You've now referenced a movie I haven't seen, but I don't think it's very good.
No, Godfather 3's not very good. Just that's the best part of it, but no, I haven't done anything.
It is going to happen at some point. Yeah, they got to win 3 in a row against the Giants here. Otherwise, this just kind of falls in line with win a series against the Dodgers, lose a series against the Rockies. And you put this in your email spot on. Even if they lose this series or split the series with the Giants, don't you then think they're going to go out and beat the Phillies? Because that's what this team does. They do what they're not supposed to do, for better or for worse. A lot this season they've done that.
Yeah, and it's been the struggle offensively, and it's crazy to think that they've won 3 of these last 5 games. But in 3 of their last 5 games, they've been shut out. They've played 43 innings of baseball. They've been shut out in 36 of them.
It's a depressing stat.
And somehow they've managed to win 3 of those 5 games because of Gabriel Moreno's luck and because of Ryan Waldschmidt's clutch gene and because of Eduardo Rodriguez and Jordan Lawler. Like they've managed to keep afloat during that stretch. But man, this offense, I know the Cattell thing, it's driving us all nuts. But all of this kind of setting the stage for perhaps that return on Monday. We'll see how they do these last 3 games. But last night was predictably nauseating, I thought, to see what they did. It really was.
It's actually the original title for this show. Before it was Wolf and Luke. It was just predictably nauseating. You're right, though. I mean, it felt like, okay, here's a team, not just a bad team, San Francisco, a team you specifically have owned. You started the year 8-0 against them, and yet you're going into this series, and now we know who's pitching. It's going to be 3 rookies starting in the 4 games for the Diamondbacks when all is said and done with Cole Drake and Mitch Bratton. That's just you're still playing a major league team in San Francisco. Like, they do still have some hitters and apparently some pitching. It's tough to get by with 3 rookies in your starting rotation in August.
And it wasn't even really Jose Cabrera's fault last night.
No,
he was fine. He didn't get very deep in the game, and that's, I think, maybe more than anything, kind of what I'm worried about.
You thought he was amazing.
With these rookies. I thought he was God.
Yeah, that's what you put in your notes.
Last night when I sent my email to you, it was supposed to say good. It said God. Yeah. It said Jose Cabrera was God. I'm like, he wasn't quite that good, but that's the concern here. It's Cole Drake tonight. Torrey announced that after the game. By the way, Torrey's going to join us today at 11:30 because he can't join us on Burns and Gambo because there is no Burns and Gambo.
He just really wants to talk about Cattell.
He's
like, I have to call in.
So he's dying to talk about it. Cole Drake tonight, Mitch Bratt on Saturday. It's a very, now we're kind of entering the risky zone of this where you've got 2 rookie starters in the next 3 games, and it kind of feels like if you don't win all 3, you failed. And that's a really weird spot to be in.
Yeah, it does, but I don't think you're over-exaggerating. There's not that many games left. At this point in the season, it's not it's just one of 162 games. No, now it's like one of 28 games, 29 games, So it's not must win, but you need to be able to win a series against the Giants. You've done that at times this year. It has saved your season where it was like, Diamondbacks might be about done. Oh, here comes San Francisco and there's 3 wins. Oh, okay, here comes San Francisco. There's 3 more wins. And now it's like, you're going to split with these guys? You're going to lose this series? Like, what are we doing?
Unless you come back and win the series against Philly. And just like
Which is what they'll do.
Which is what they'll do. Because we all know it's going to be the most important series of the year. And it would be the most Diamondback thing ever.
Yeah.
To split a series against San Francisco and then come back and win a series against Philadelphia.
Absolutely.
It would be the most Diamondback thing ever.
It would be like that quote from Godfather 3.
The movie you haven't
See how I'm educating you on movies? Win tickets to the Sun Devils season opener. ASU taking on Morgan State September 5th at Mountain America Stadium. Enter to win a pair of tickets at the contest page on Arizonasports.com. All right, when we come back, when are we going to feel like Josh Sweat is an Arizona Cardinal? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke with Dave Burns in. See, now it even says...
It's Burns and Luke. Say it right. It's right Burns and Luke.
It doesn't even say Wolf and Luke with Dave Burns. It just says it's Burns and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Last chance for the Diamondbacks. It's Ildemaro Vargas. And Vargas swings at the first pitch. Hits a harmless ground out to short. Goss throws to first. Game over. Well, we didn't see that one coming. Giants take the opener by a final score of 6-1.
It was close until it wasn't. What the? More D-backs Giants words to say and wild gestures to make on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Saving for retirement and feeling ready for it? Well, you know what? Those are 2 different things, are they not, brothers? Well, Trajan Wealth, they help me get from one to the other. My investments, taxes, and estate plan finally working together, explained clearly. No pressure. I'm a client, and I haven't looked back, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Call Trajan Wealth today, 855-TRAJAN-1. When I sat down with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch. One team coordinating my investments, taxes, and estate plan, all working together. I saw the difference for myself and became a client. They're fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth. Their advice is built around you, not a commission. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate, Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Labor Day sales event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning lineup, including Silverado, Traverse, and Trax. Plus, check out Equinox with excellent efficiency and bold design. It's the SUV that lets you take on the world in style. We have the inventory and we have the offers. Visit valleychevy.com or go to one of your 13 Valley Chevy dealers today. The Labor Day sales event going on now.
What keeps you up at night? Do you wonder if what you've saved will be enough? If your money will go as far as you plan? Or whether your retirement will look the way you imagine? What worries you? Everyone's concern is different, but ignoring it won't make it disappear. This is Ron Paul. You may not be able to predict what comes next, but you can take steps now to diversify your savings with precious metals before uncertainty becomes urgency. My friends at Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit explaining how gold can help diversify your IRA or 401k. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. There's no cost and no obligation. Just free information to help you consider your option. Take the first step with Birch Gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898.
The velvet rope is waiting. The lights ignite the night. The music takes control, and everything feels right. Welcome to Wicked Ball at Studio 101. Dress to impress, dance without limits, and compete for your share in the $15,000 costume contest. Friday, October 30th. Talking Stick Resort's Wicked Ball at Studio 101. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Football is back, Arizona. Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals, is proud to bring you wall-to-wall training camp coverage right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. From position battles to breakout players, we've got you covered for the first snap to the final roster cut. So grab a Bud Light, tune in, and get ready for another Cardinal season. Bud Light, upgrade your game day. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light, St. Louis, Missouri.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Welcome back. This is the Burns and Luke show. It is kind of catchy. I don't know.
I mean, like the people in R&D, they're not dumb. They know
they didn't get here by accident.
They didn't get here by accident. It does kind of roll off the tongue a little bit, doesn't it?
Well, because I mean, it's Burns and Gambo, so they're used to like your name does. It's a good like starting name, and mine. This is how I'm going to spin it. Mine has a name of like power and finality. It's Luke. That's how you know it's the end. Like Luke and Burns sound weird.
Which is why in the most epic beginning to the show ever, while we were off the air, Jesse actually made the admission that he was intimidated to come say hi to you at a concert because he's like, oh my God, there's Luke Lipinski over there. I can't go say hi to him.
Not today. Like this
no,
is
not
years
today.
Ago,
but this is years ago before he knew you. He acknowledged that he saw you at a concert and he was too intimidated to go up and say hi to you. So yes, there is power. There is power and authority that comes with the name
Tell
Luke.
the rest of the story. That's the hardest I've ever seen you or Lauren laugh. To the point where I was like, oh, that is funny. And I was like, this is turning hurtful now. And it continues. And 27 minutes later, when you guys were laughing, I was like, oh, man, this is A little excessive, I guess.
Sorry, Lauren and I keep each other amused.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
That's why a lot of the time today when I'm talking, I'm not going to look at
Look at her. You don't look at her.
control
Yeah.
because-
I can't see her unless you.
Yeah, you're in a good spot,
yeah.
but it's going to be distracting for me. 90% of the things that are said on this show. The Cardinals have a game today.
I miss making direct eye contact with Burnsy here.
Well, but don't hurt yourself leaning over like
I know,
that either.
but then what are we supposed to do when Luke says something crazy and then we do the...
We're just going to know. We're just going to know. We don't even need to look. We're just going to
It's
know.
telepathy now. We've
just gonna
advanced
know.
to telepathy.
I'm going to see you both do it, even though you can't see each other doing it because of where you're sitting.
We're
It's
just going to
gonna-
know.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the Cardinals play a game today.
Yeah, they do. Who knows who's going to play, but it's Cardinals-Packers tonight, preseason finale. It's over. I will ask you this before we get into any of this. I saw the Chargers playing last night, and they played Justin Herbert. And they didn't play everybody, like Quentin Johnson had a 65-yard touchdown. I don't know. I mean, the Cardinals starters it's going to have literally been a full month since they played when they kick off in week 1. August 13th was the game against the Raiders, and their opener is September 13th. Are you concerned at all by that?
I would be concerned, but would I be bothered if we saw one series out of the starters tonight for exactly that reason? No, it wouldn't bother me if they did. I mean, it would have to be real light and real easy, and obviously I wouldn't want Trey McBride out there. I wouldn't, Jeremiah Love wouldn't be out there anyway, but I wouldn't have wanted him out there. But I saw Cousins played a little bit last night too. So no, I wouldn't. But I also don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze in terms of, hey, we're going to play our starters for one series.
Yeah.
Are you really getting anything out of that? Really
Probably
anything
not.
of tangible value? Or are you just getting the, hey, we played our starters? Well, but what does that mean?
I agree with you now, but when they have 4 false start penalties in the first quarter in the opener against the Chargers, I'm going to be like, see, this was the moment. I'm going to cut the part out of this segment where I said I agree with you, and I'm just going to point back and be like, I tried to tell Burnsy. And they just didn't listen. This is Adam Schefter from ESPN Milwaukee yesterday. Be honest, you're jealous you don't get to play the audio. No? Okay, here you go.
I try to, deal in facts and realities. And all I can tell you is I know there have been teams that have reached out to them, and I know that they've been told they're not trading him. Now, could they change their stance down the line? Sure. But there have been teams that recently have reached out, and they've told those teams we are not trading him.
Okay, so maybe I'm overstating this. It just doesn't feel like Josh Sweat's on the Cardinals right now. It doesn't feel like he's on a different team. It just doesn't feel like he's on the Cardinals right now.
There was somebody, it was Mitch, actually, who said this the other day, and I completely 100% agree with him. It'll feel like Josh Sweat is on the Cardinals when we hear from Josh Sweat.
True.
And the minute he has the presser, the minute he has the media availability, and the moment he gets, not putting all the weight of this on the shoulders of the media or anything, but and he's got social media, and I'll get into that in a second. But the minute he kind of has to face the music a little bit, not that he's done anything wrong, but let's find out where is your state? Where is your state of affairs? How do you feel about being here? Are you good with being here? Are you good that JG's not here? We haven't heard from him yet, and I think that will be the thing that will make me feel like, okay, we're good. I don't know if he's going to be ready week 1 because of how they've slow played this, maybe out of necessity. But I think hearing from him would kind of ease that concern of, hey, is he actually going to be here? That would help. It would go a long way, I would think.
I feel like the natural follow-up then is why haven't we heard from him?
It's a good question.
Logically, it would be because if he wants to be here, you would think he would have done what you just said. Hey, look, I was just hurt. I was hurt. I had a knee issue. That was a real thing. He's the only one who can end the speculation on it. Of I totally want to be here. I was just hurt. I'm working my way back. Hopefully I'll be back week 1. Maybe it'll be week 2, whatever. But I'm totally here. We haven't heard that from him. Now, we haven't heard from him. I hate it here and I want out either.
Right.
But I guess if just logically trying to unlock another Arizona sports mystery here of how an athlete feels about his team, I would guess if he's not talking at all, that kind of leans more towards, hey, maybe I wasn't so sure I want to be here, and if we're not winning, get me out of here before the trade deadline.
It's just odd because, to your point, he's given us nothing cryptic on social media to decipher. There's been no scrubbing of the
Which
page.
I respect, by the way.
Right. There's been no, epic, I don't want to be here anymore. Oh, wait, I was at a hair salon moment. There's been none of that out of Josh Sweat. And so in some ways the silence, I guess it's just, how do you interpret the social media silence as an endorsement of wanting to be here or the opposite? And once again, it kind of leaves us to look through social media, which is just so fraught with stupidity. But at the same time, what do we have? What else do we have to figure out intent and desire and motivation? And it's until we hear from him, it's kind of hard to know.
I definitely don't interpret any of this as him being like, I really want to be here. Now, he may be totally fine being here. He may totally be like, hey, look, I was hurt, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Let's play. Let's go forward. I didn't want to see JG leave, but he did, and I'm over it. But I don't interpret any of his actions as like backing that up. You know what I mean? If anything, probably best case scenario, if you're a Cardinals fan, is that he's just kind of neutral on it right now. But I still think he would say something at some point just so he doesn't have to hear about it.
This one just popped into my head, and I don't know whether it's right or whether it's wrong. But I wonder if, hey, like I'm imagining a conversation between Monty and Josh Sweat. And Monty says something to him like, look, we got to win as many football games as we can this year. You're one of one on this team. You're the only edge rusher we've got. So I'll tell you what, how about you sit out training camp, basically. We'll sit you out training camp so you don't have to go through the grind of that. You ball out for us the first 2 months of the season, all right? And play as hard as you can. And if we're not where we need to be at the trade deadline, let's talk. Let's have a conversation. But I'll tell you what, I'll hold up my end of the bargain. You don't have to do anything during training camp, and we'll slow play you and hopefully get you ready for week 1. You come out and play as hard as you can. If we get to the trade deadline, which is November 4th,
it's right after week 9, yeah.
I think. Okay. If we get to that point and we're done, we're cooked, we're out, then we'll talk. Because at that point, that's the leverage time to trade him anyway, right? That's the November 10th. Is that what it was? Thank you, Jesse.
November 10th.
That's the leverage time to trade him anyway. Yeah. Maybe. And again, that's just in the absence of any real information. I'll speculate on that.
It's funny you say that because I've had that thought too. A conversation going similarly to that because Monty Austinfort needs to win. Like we can all have this conversation of, hey, you can get your franchise quarterback next year in the first round. Monty might not be here if they're picking in the top 5. So from Monty's perspective, he needs to win. So I think what you just said has a lot of credibility to it of, Josh, get us as many wins as you can. Hopefully it works and we don't trade you. But if you really want out of here, it helps you to play well too. We can move on from you if when we get to the trade deadline. Let me read you the schedule before the trade deadline, okay? Just kind of refresh. Because if you're like you're crossing your fingers, hey, maybe they have a good record after the first 9 weeks and they can hold on to Josh Sweat. Chargers, Seahawks, Niners, Giants, Lions, Rams, Broncos, Cowboys, Seahawks. That'll be easy.
Yeah. But if he has 5 sacks, 5.5 sacks
helps
going
him.
into that. If it helps him. It helps his value. Yeah, it helps. Who wouldn't want to add that at the deadline off of a team? How many games did you just read? 10?
9.
If for a team that's 2-7,
no, that's the time to do it.
And that's the time to do it because you would extract maximum value out of him if you did.
Percentage chance he's on this team when they take the field against the Rams November 15th.
33%.
Oh, okay. That's higher. I was going to say like 20.
1 out of 3.
Okay. That's not bad.
That's not bad.
I mean, that's
you're
where
1
we
out of
are.
5. I'm 1 out of 3.
That's where we are in the city right now. 1 in 5 chance we can keep one of our best players. We feel good about it. That's awesome. Okay, cool.
That's a win. Yeah. That's a win, baby.
I'm taking this as a victory on a Friday.
This is an absolute victory.
When we come back, let's talk about something a little bit easier. What has to happen behind the scenes for Ketel Marte to fit back into the Diamondbacks?
Boy, we're doing the heavy lifting today here on this show, man.
That's next. It's Burns and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment-free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Labor Day deals are looking good at Lowe's. Save $10 on 1-gallon cans and $50 on 5-gallon pails of select interior paint via rebate. Plus, get 2 2.5-quart or 3-quart mums for just $8. A fresh look and savings? Even better. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's, in-store and online. Valid through 9/9 while supplies last. Mum sizes vary by location and exclude Alaska and Hawaii. See store at Lowe's.com for more details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've taken M-Drive every morning for 10 years. Here's why. Once men get into their 40s and 50s, the body starts changing. Testosterone naturally declines, energy drops, recovery takes longer, and keeping weight off gets harder. I know, I felt it myself. That's why I take M-Drive every day. M-Drive is made for men over 40 with clinically tested ingredients that support healthy testosterone, steady energy, and metabolism. No hype, no shortcuts. I know the people behind M-Drive. I've watched this Phoenix company grow, and I've trusted the product for 10 years. In fact, M-Drive has been helping men for nearly 20 years. It's the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts. Don't let age beat you. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's use code GAMBO at mdriveformen.com. Testosterone support, energy, metabolism, don't wait. It only gets harder. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. Start today. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals wrap up the preseason this evening at the Green Bay Packers. Kickoff is at 5 with pregame coverage starting at 2 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from a brutal loss to the San Francisco Giants last night, tonight in Game 2 of the series. First pitch is at 7:15 with pregame coverage starting at 6:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. Cole Drake will make the start for the D-backs. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Right now, save $2,500 if you buy 10 windows or more. The windows are guaranteed for life and built in Arizona with factory direct pricing. Save money and save on your energy bills online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Monday when we recap a busy weekend for the Diamondbacks and the Cardinals' last preseason game. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Great song.
Great song.
Welcome back. It's Burns and Luke on a Friday.
Tip jar. No, we don't do that. That's our shtick. Sorry.
What's the tip jar? How much do I have to put?
The tip jar is when we play a song as a rejoin.
Yeah.
we put a tip in Lauren's jar for playing a song that we really liked.
I don't want to give Lauren any money.
So we tip jar.
But then the money goes to pizza.
Yeah, then we take the money out of the tip jar and we
take my wallet wherever it is. I think I may have lost it already. There's nothing in it, but you can have it. Well, you know
read
what?
the lyrics of that song, by the way. They might be especially appropriate.
I mean, yeah.
Just
a thought. Listen to the whole song as you're driving around after 2 o'clock today. So look. You and I haven't really got to talk about this topic yet, Bernsey.
No.
We might be the only people in America that we haven't talked about Ketel Marte with yet. So here we go. We get to check that box. But there's also a very real chance that the next time we come in here to do shows on Monday, he's back. You know, or he won't have played yet, but he might be coming back that night against the Phillies. So I guess we just start there. And I'll play some of this Ken Rosenthal audio too. But just the idea of how difficult could this be to work him back in? I mean, especially like if they were on a tear and they like had swept the Giants or something, and they were coming off that series that they had just played too prior to this, and they were feeling good about themselves, and then you're gonna welcome a distraction back into your locker room.
There's a couple things on this, and I first of all, I get it. We've all dedicated probably too much attention to this situation, but it is still the most pressing situation.
Coming back up again.
Like, yeah, it's going to be a really big deal on Monday. So, like, I get it. I understand. Everybody, the fan base, the organization. There's a little bit of fatigue setting in, but it's coming, and on Monday it's going to be a very, very important day. So I understand that, but I think there's a couple things at play here. I think number one, how it's crazy to say this, but I think it's true. How they perform in these final 3 games against San Francisco, I think is going to be a little bit of a tell. Because if this series doesn't go very well, if they split against the Giants, or if, God forbid, they drop 3 or 4 to the Giants, I think that's going to change that, right? You just a look on your face. Think about how
that thought yet.
Think about how that changes the short-term tone of the conversation. You just split a series against one of the worst teams in baseball, or God forbid you drop 3 or 4 to one of the worst teams in baseball. I think that changes the tone of the conversation. I also think this, and I really do believe this. I think the variable in this equation is Ketel. It's not the clubhouse. I think the clubhouse is good. It's right. They're strong. They've got a leader in Torrey who has got them through this storm for the better part of the last week and a half or so. I think the variable is Ketel. How does he feel about reinserting himself into the situation? What if he has success right away? What if he has failure right away? Like, I think most of the guys in that clubhouse have probably already made up their minds on how they're going to feel about Ketel when he walks in the door, no matter what he says, no matter what he does to appease them or not appease them. They've all probably made up their minds already. If he comes in and he balls against Philly, he'll change minds and hearts real quick.
Yeah.
And if he comes in and he struggles against Philly, that pressure of that failure in that moment, that'll build too. I think the clubhouse will be fine. How is he going to be when he comes back, I think, is the real mystery to all this.
I told you off the air before, I'm rewatching Ted Lasso to catch up with the new season. He's basically Jamie Tart in season 2 right now, just trying to work his way back. That's not a spoiler for anybody who hasn't watched the show yet, but that's basically what it is, right? It feels like everybody in the clubhouse is standing on one side. He's over there on the other side. And it's like, okay, how badly do you want to, how much does he look at it and say, I got to make this right? You know, I'm the one who screwed up. It doesn't have to be irreparable, at least not for this season. We'll get into the big picture stuff later. But, you know, if you look at what Ketel Marte did, it doesn't make him a bad guy. It does make him a bad teammate until he fixes it. That's kind of how I'm processing this because it's been so weird. So when he walks into that clubhouse on Monday or whenever it ends up being, is he looking at it saying, okay, this is on me. I got to make this right. Or is he looking at it saying, boy, they better welcome me back because I'm a pretty good hitter, you know?
And that's why I think how they do against San Francisco in part plays into that equation. Because if they end up rallying and winning the series, then there's sort of that, yeah, we got this. We're good without you vibe. You know, glad to have you back. But, hey, we've done just fine without you. And if they don't, then there might be, and we're all playing amateur psychologists here. We're all being Dr. Fraser Crane on this, right? But he might go, they need me. They like last night. That looked like a team that needed Ketel Marte in the worst kind of way.
Like 3 Ketel Martes.
And if we get more of that this weekend, then it might be a much softer landing spot. Not for them, but for him to have that feeling of, oh, these guys need me. Okay, here I come to save the day.
I don't know, because the other way to look at it would be like, oh, you're back now that we just lost 3 or 4 to the Giants, now that we just got embarrassed in Boston, a week and a half ago. Now you've decided you want to play baseball. Now that we're 3 games out of the wild card when we were in a much better spot, like then he better come out hitting.
I know this though, and I was listening to Dan and Vince when I was driving in, and it was Bick as part of his blast who look, there is no failure that 3 home runs in the first 5 games can't like that.
Yeah.
Right? Like if he comes out and has immediate success, given that we're now in the sprint portion of the season for the D-backs in Major League Baseball, man, forgiveness and redemption is right around the corner if he comes out and plays well immediately. There's never been an athlete in the history of sports, no matter what they've done, who didn't find redemption through success on the court or on the field. It happens 99% of the time. If you're good, people will forgive and forget just if you can get them to the promised land.
I agree, but I think in that scenario that you just laid out, it would start with the fans forgiving him before his teammates necessarily. Some of his teammates. Because, like you said, probably most of those guys in that clubhouse have already kind of made up their mind how they feel. So if he comes back and wins them the first 2 games against the Phillies series, then guys are going to be like, okay, you know what? It's worth it. You're back. But there's going to be some that are like, yeah, this is great. Again, he could have done this for us the last 2 weeks, and he just bailed on us. The other part of this, and I fully acknowledge it's always possible with Ketel. Like I always reference back to that run to the World Series where he had at least a hit in every game until the very final. But that hasn't been the guy he is this season.
No.
He's hitting 250.
No.
If he has the ability to come back and hit 3 home runs against the Phillies in 3 games. He also has the ability to go 1 for 13.
And if that happens, this is going to get then we get into real like unpredictable what happens next territory, because then the fans are going to pile on a little bit. Then Rosenthal's story, to me, the most outside of the whole his posse eating in the clubhouse with the team.
I do want to play the food room,
which was crazy. The other thing about was one teammate's theory that part of the reason why he left was because they won without him in Atlanta, and he was like, "Yeah, you guys don't need me." And I'm like, "Oh my, is that the pity party portion of the show?" I mean, like you're feeling sorry for yourself because they won without you.
You're in
and
the
that's
wrong sport.
Part of the reason why you hid in your hotel room in Boston.
That is the wrong sport.
And then
if you're going to feel bad for
and
yourself.
if he plays poorly, how does that compound upon itself if he's not doing well upon his return?
If he plays poorly and they start to slip out of this race like right away with him in the lineup, they are playing Philly. It's not crazy to think they could lose that series or even get swept in that series if he plays poorly. This could get really ugly. Just because we didn't get to play this cut yesterday, this is Ken Rosenthal talking about the food room you just referenced.
As for the food room, that's unusual. And basically I was told that, there are times when he has friends who are in the food room, not in the clubhouse, but there's a food room where the players eat. And actually, maybe I should have explained that better, Scott. That is not typical. I thought people would assume that's not typical, but I'm glad you asked. No, that's not typical.
It's not typical.
It's not typical. But never forget, it's one thing to do it, and it's a one thing to allow it to be done. And that's a 2-sided coin, right? He did it, but it was also allowed to exist for whoever knows how long. And that cannot be forgotten.
It feels like one of those things where those who, quote, allowed it to happen were kind of like, all right, just don't take advantage of this. On a number of stories that we've heard about Ketel, like, all right, dude, we'll give you a little bit, but like, don't burn us on this. And he just burned them on all of it. That's kind of what this feels like.
Yeah.
The new Cardinals corner is out. Tyler Drake, Lauren Koval. Wow, this is planned. Project the Cardinals 53-man roster ahead of Cutdown Day. Find it on ArizonaSports.com, the app, or wherever you get your podcasts. All right, when we come back, speaking of the Cardinals, how much are you reading into who's playing in this game tonight, for better or for worse, or for the Cardinals, or auditioning for other teams? That's next. It's Burns and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals, Packers. The final preseason game live from Green Bay.
There might be a starter on September 13th that does play in this game. We'll see.
Pre-game at 2, kickoff at 5 this afternoon. Listen to Cardinals at the Packers on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. The Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey, Macedonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
To anyone who avoids HVAC repairs, it's time to leave it to the experts. With memberships that cover regular HVAC maintenance and worry-free repairs, Service Experts keeps your home healthy and happy. Visit serviceexperts.com to check out today's special offers and promotions.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, all beds are on sale during our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Let's talk Southern Steer Butcher. Always a fan favorite. Why? Service and hospitality. Just like a traditional old-fashioned butcher. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Their culinary consultants can recommend the perfect proteins for everyday dinner or that special occasion. Plus, they can provide seasoning and cooking tips and assist with sides, apps, wine pairings, all to create your next culinary masterpiece. Southern Steer Butcher. It's where quality meets hospitality. Go to southernsteer.com or stop by the stores in Surprise or Chandler. Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the Ford Summer Sales event is still heating up at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and the temperature on these deals is off the charts. Step inside and discover something refreshing, crystal clear pricing, a relaxed and welcoming atmosphere, and savings so real you can feel them in your pocket. Now that's 75 years of doing things the right way for Arizona. Right now, take $5,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Bronco Sport models, $6,500 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Explorers, and even $9,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford F-150, STX, XLT, and Lariat models. The window is closing and the temperature is rising at Earnhardt Ford. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Pick up the Merrill Kelly Bobble on Saturday, September 12th, courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Burns and Luke on the Wolf and Luke show on a Friday.
See, that's a proper way to say it.
Okay.
Although that's just a little wordy. Has you listed second twice.
That's true.
Emphasizing your runner-up status times 2.
It's like a draft where I keep going at the end of each round. Like, oh,
okay. If you want to shortchange yourself like that, go ahead. Knock yourself out.
You know what? I'll just go back to college for a 5th year of eligibility. It's
Burns
just
and
easier.
Luke on the Wolf and Luke show. Sure.
Do you think I have another year of eligibility to just do college radio? Maybe I should do that.
File a lawsuit and find out.
I should just sue somebody. That's what we've learned,
I'm
right?
sure there's a judge in Baton Rouge who'd be more than happy to re-implement you. Yeah.
As long as it helps Lane Kiffin. Real quick before we get into this, I've got 6 fantasy football drafts, and none of them have happened yet. That hit me on the way over here today. Like, all the seasons start in like a week and a half.
Yeah.
Anybody going to like do these things? Like, all these drafts are going to be on Tuesday night before the season starts.
I'm in the middle of one right now. We're doing a slow draft in a guillotine league. And then our main league, we're drafting on Sunday. This is the same group of guys that I've done a fantasy football league with since 1993. Pre-internet.
History.
We've done baseball. 1986 was when we started baseball. We were 17 years old.
How would you
by hand
score
by hand?
Baseball?
By hand. Everything was by hand. You get the National League stats on Tuesday and the USA Today. You get the American League stats on Wednesday, and then you just add them all up by hand.
I could see scoring football by hand if you were just doing like touchdowns or whatever.
We
Like,
were
I remember
insane.
doing a league when I was like 8 with people.
We
But baseball is like
we were the coolest nerds around, man. I swear to God, we were the coolest nerds
How'd
around.
you have time to do anything? Well, I have to add every batting average in baseball together.
because we had nothing better to do. Apparently,
it's safe to say there's a couple years in the history of Major League Baseball where you know everything about every player.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah. Especially when we were doing it by hand back in the late 80s, early 90s. Oh, man, I remember all of that
You
stuff.
were probably welcoming that lockout or whatever it was in the mid 90s. Like, okay, good.
We need a break. Yeah, I need a break from this.
Doing math.
No.
All right. Cardinals playing tonight. Doesn't sound like we're going to see Carson Beck. I mean, we're not going to see him. And the only reason I bring up Carson Beck is because he's not a starter that maybe you would see. Mike LaFleur's answer earlier in the week of if we're going to see the starters was like sort of extra complicated. In fact, here it is.
The starter 0. There might be a starter on September 13th that does play in this game. We'll see. So we'll see.
Seems a little like needlessly complicated, but then I was like, this guy's had to answer questions about like 9 different potential quarterbacks since he got here. He's had to answer vague questions or pointed questions, but vague answers about Josh Sweat. Like, he hasn't even coached an actual regular season game yet, and he's had to watch his words with so many different players that I understand why he answered it that way.
Yeah, I heard that answer yesterday or the day before, whenever it was he said it, and all I could think about was, okay, then who are we going to see tonight? And what does it say about said guy when we do see him tonight? And I've referenced this a couple times off the air. The name I can't get out of my head is Darius Robinson. Not that he's going to get cut, because he won't. But if we see him tonight, oh, doggy, that's not. I mean, that's not. It's and I was driving into you guys listening because I love the Lorenzo Alexander segment that you do with him. He's terrific. So good. He's so good. That story he told about, hey, I'm playing in the final preseason game. Oh crap, I'm getting cut.
I got it right here.
Play it. This is fantastic. This is really good.
My last year here, the preseason that I got cut. And I actually knew I got cut before we even played the game. And other guys played in it. And so there's always like little details or things, traditions within the game that guys know about. And so we were playing Oakland, right? I'm from Oakland.
Yeah.
And typically when you play a team that you either grew up in that area or you may have come from that area as a veteran, especially in the preseason, you're a captain. So, BA's up there. Hey, these are the captains of the game, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, oh, I'm not a captain. I'm probably cut.
Wow. see and again, I heard that and I thought to myself, I don't think there's a situation, like nobody should be surprised tonight that B.J. Ojulari plays and plays a lot.
That's the name I keep thinking of.
He's going to get cut. He's going to get cut. But we've been able to see that one coming. He's played deep in every preseason game the whole month of August. Like, he's likely going to get
Did
cut.
you see him like finally being healthy and being good for the Seahawks in a year? I mean, that's kind of where this always seems to go, right?
Seriously, that is the most typical Arizona sports fatalistic point of view, and I love you for it, Luke. I'm here for it.
Beaten into me over the years.
It's exactly what we've come to expect from ourselves.
Now it's not even that he's going to go somewhere else. It's always who would it hurt the most if he went to? Oh yeah, the Seahawks.
So it's like, and I know we got Grialou coming on a little bit later, and he's not going to know the answer to this, but who is that starter who's not a starter who's going to be playing tonight that LaFleur was referring to? Is it Elijah Wilkinson? Is it Darius Robinson? Is it who's a potential starter that you don't feel that great about being an actual starter, who they feel like they need to play tonight? Because that guy should be worried, if not for Sunday cutdown day, just in general.
Yeah.
Like, they feel like they've got to play you in the most meaningless preseason game in the history of preseason games, and yet you're out there. What does that say to you about you that you're that guy?
And it's not like a rookie or something. It's somebody that, I mean, Ojulari, like I said, that's the one that I think we have all been thinking of, because none of these guys are tied to this coaching staff. Like, I understand Nick Rallis is still here, and obviously Monty is still here, but like Mike LaFleur is the guy in charge now, and in terms of his roster, and he's not tied to B.J. Ojulari just because he was a very early second-round pick, and he was a captain on LSU. I mean, B.J. Ojulari's pedigree coming out of college was like, oh, okay, this makes a lot of sense. You would take this guy where you did, but he just has not been healthy or productive when he's been here, really, other than at times very early in his career. Probably one of the corners we're going to see out there and be like, oh, okay, I guess
Star Thomas.
Yeah, somebody like
Keetrell
that.
Clark.
Yeah.
Elijah Jones. But again, would we be shocked if any of those guys get, I mean, Star Thomas maybe a little if he's cut on Sunday, but not a
everything
lot.
He's done before this year, it doesn't completely go out the window, but it kind of does. Like, he got burned the other night. Well, that's on his resume with Mike LaFleur. You know, what he did that's good the last couple of years and isn't necessarily, I don't think LaFleur would just ignore it, but I don't think it's going to be like the main thing he's looking at. You know, he's like, what have you done? It's not even what have you done for me lately. It's what have you actually done for me? I don't care what you did for Jonathan Gannon. But you're so right. I mean, Darius Robinson is the one where if he's playing any considerable snaps, you're just like, man, how bad is this going?
I was shocked that he was playing last week.
Yeah.
When he was out there against the Cowboys, like, whoa, Darius Robinson? Like, I all we had heard was that he was having a good camp. That he was wrecking guys, that he was blowing guys up. What the heck is he doing out there in a game where nobody else is? And that to me is the number one reason to watch tonight, to see who is playing.
Yeah.
On a night when nobody should be.
Not even so much how they're playing, but just who is playing.
The how is irrelevant.
Yeah.
The how really, like, who cares? The how, it's the what. It's the, oh, you're playing tonight. Oh, sort of thing.
Oh, okay, I guess I'll see you around. Not even necessarily here. Carson Beck, we purposely left him out of this conversation because that's a whole different thing, and it's a conversation we got to have here in just a little bit.
It's a shame.
It is.
Now, you talk about a reason to want to watch tonight's game. Oh, he would have given you a reason to want to watch tonight's game. You know, whereas now it's kind of not a have to necessarily, but in terms of an entertainment value, oh, yeah, God, I wish Carson Beck was playing tonight.
He is exhibit A of like, hey, okay, Cardinals fans, I know you don't have a whole lot of potential wins to get excited about, but go ahead and list off your 3 or 4 things you're most excited about, and then the football universe will shoot them all down during the preseason so you have nothing. That's it. Carson Beck is exhibit A. Hey, look, this guy looks like Tom Brady. He's not going to play ever again, but he looked really good in a Hall of Fame game.
Exactly.
All right, we come back. Let's get back into baseball. How big of an issue is the offense still for the Diamondbacks, and is it too late in the season to find a way to fix it now? That's next. It's Burns and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Trey Benson, who was drafted to, in essence, eventually going to be the guy who becomes our bell cow running back. Not only has that not happened, they've had to go out, sign a running back in free agency, draft a running back in the first round, and today they cut Trey Benson. I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that this happened. I guess I just look at it and I wonder what other high draft picks from the last couple of years are in jeopardy.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. That's right. They're professional, they're efficient, they're on time, they're reliable. It's one of the reasons why they love to support and hire our veterans. And they do it proudly, my friends. Not only that, too, Moving Team 6, they believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a family, the Lee family, as in Tim Lee, who owns and operates the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in North Phoenix. It's built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. All right, Matt, estate planning. People know they need it. Most never do it. What is the cost of waiting?
Well, their family pays for it. Probate, legal fees, delays, sometimes conflicts between people who love each other, all because there was no clear plan.
And a will isn't enough?
Usually not, and here's what most people miss. Beneficiary designations override everything. Wrong name, outdated info, and the money doesn't go where you think. Unfortunately, we've seen it happen.
So what does the right plan look like?
A funded trust, updated beneficiaries, powers of attorney, all aligned with your financial picture. A plan your family can actually use when they need it most.
And you walk people through all that.
Step by step. Call 844-726-9116 and schedule your legacy review. Protect the people you care about today. 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Now's the time to save at Freeway Chevrolet with employee pricing for everyone. Plus, up to $12,500 off select new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 model. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Savings include manufacturer rebates and dealer discounts. Actual savings will vary by model, trim, equipment, and vehicle availability. Offer excludes tax, title, license, registration, and any optional dealer-added items. Purchase price includes $589 dealer value. Offer cannot be combined with other incentives or special financing unless permitted by the manufacturer. Contact dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by August 31st, 2026.
The velvet rope is waiting. The lights ignite the night. The music takes control, and everything feels right. Welcome to Wicked Ball at Studio 101. Dress to impress, dance without limits, and compete for your share in the $15,000 costume contest. Friday, October 30th, Talking Stick Resort's Wicked Ball at Studio 101. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like you are out of options. My advice, do your homework. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Discover how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients just like you right here in the Valley. They concentrate healing tools within your body right at the source of your pain, and the whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery or, in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that can change your life. Don't just accept that surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. You can find clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Just call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Zach Bryan with Heaven on Tour.
Poison myself again. Something in the orange tells me you'll never
Saturday, September 5th, State Farm Stadium.
I wish I didn't, but I do.
With special guests, MJ Linderman and Faye Philly. Tickets are on sale now at ZachBryan.com.
I think I heard you coming.
Don't miss Zach Bryan live.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals wrap up the preseason this evening at the Green Bay Packers. Kickoff is at 5 with pregame coverage starting at 2 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from a brutal loss to the San Francisco Giants last night. Tonight in Game 2 of the series, first pitch is at 7:15 with pregame coverage starting at 6:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. Cole Drake will make the start for the D-backs. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event going on now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Shopping for a truck, crossover, or SUV, see Your Valley Chevy Dealer during the Labor Day sales event going on now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. What does the Cardinals' 53-man roster look like after cutdown day? We'll pick it apart starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I guess I just wanted to hit the happy part of the song right there. Dave Burns is in for Wolf today.
Hey, everybody!
Get fired up.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Great news for you. Like an idiot, for some reason I haven't drank any water today, so when I pass out in like the third hour, it's just going to be the Dave Burns show.
You need some electrolytes? I got some in the bag. You need some?
Oh, no, I have water.
Oh, okay.
I just haven't taken the 1 second to actually drink it.
Drink your water.
That's what you have in there? You have electrolyte water? Man, this guy's a pro. Did you see this, Rick? He's walking around with electrolyte water. Have you ever seen...
Well, it's disguised as electrolyte water.
That's fancy.
What is actually in here?
That's true. That could
is
be
a
literally
giant.
anything.
What could it be? Ooh, there's ice in there.
They wouldn't let you bring your
Are there
electrolyte
performance
water
enhancers in there?
Well, or performance decliners. one of the
maybe.
two. I mean,
Yeah.
it is Friday, Jesse.
I guess,
It is?
I guess we'll find out because you just drank some of it. So
Yeah.
we'll
Back
see
when
how
back
this
when I did
goes.
the night show, eons ago around here, we used to call it a kegger Friday.
I remember that.
You remember kegger Fridays? Like if you're gonna make me work on a Friday night, I'm bringing in a keg. And of course, it was all theater of the mind stuff, but we acted like we had a keg in the back of the studio because I'm like, I ain't working on a Friday night unless there's a keg of beer.
And then you can say whatever you want and be like, it's Keg's fault. It's not my fault.
So at my high school internship back in Virginia, they had a sponsorship with a local brewery, and they would do Temptation Thursdays, and they would try a different beer from the local brewery every single Thursday.
Fantastic.
That's marketing right there.
So they would actually drink on the air, though.
Oh, yeah. See, that's a no-no.
That's a little dicey.
See, I want to make sure I'm clear about this. Kegger Friday was a figment of my imagination.
No.
We did not have an actual keg.
They can't get you now anyway. That was whatever the statute of limitations is. That was 1 day past.
That is only something you can get away in small town Virginia.
Yeah,
right now. You
that's
cannot
true.
do that
That's
in
true.
Phoenix.
That's true.
Before I jump into baseball, Rick, I have to ask you this. Have you ever seen the guy who usually sits in that chair drink any water ever?
No.
No. Wolf doesn't drink water. I don't
It's
think he
insane.
lives on water.
It's just coffee.
It is straight coffee. He doesn't eat. I mean, we've at least seen him occasionally eat, like on a barbecue Friday.
Yeah.
But the man does not drink water.
Yeah, that's not good. There's water in coffee, but not enough.
Don't tell him that. He's like, I've got plenty of water.
There's not enough. Hydrate, my young crunk brothers. You've got to hydrate, my young crunk brothers. I tell you right now, right? You gotta, right.
That went kind of Jeff Goldblum at the end.
It did a little bit. Sometimes I cross pollinate the impersonations, and it turns out Jeff Goldblum and Ron Wolfley.
This is your new character, Wolf Goldblum.
Wedge busting.
And the best thing is, Lauren walked out of the room, and when she comes back and you're doing your Wolf Goldblum impression, she's going to be so lost because she left for 30 seconds.
Hold on. Let me do this. Hold on. Life finds a way. Kind of, yeah, right. Yeah. Right. Sorry, should have thrown the right in there at the end. That'd have been funny too.
All right, let's get into baseball. You have to break that out when Lauren comes back. She's like in a soundproof booth right now. She can't hear what you're doing.
Okay,
so
I promise I'll do my Jeff Goldblum, Ron Wolfley, Jurassic Park mashup.
It's a dangerous, it's so different to split your brain like that to do it, but I would say it's worth it.
Okay.
All right, so for the Diamondbacks offense, you brought it up earlier. What was it? 36 of the last 43 innings. They haven't scored a run.
36 of the last 43 innings. They have not scored a run, and yet they've won 3 of those 5 games.
The last 4 games, they've scored a total of 8 runs, and they're 2-2.
Yeah.
my inclination is to say you can't get by like this, but we're 135 games into the season, and they kind of have gotten by like this. It may be a little more extreme over the last few games, but not the first time we've seen that, where they've gone through these stretches where just runs are at a premium.
Yeah, and I hate to keep making everything about Cattell, because newsflash, not everything is about Cattell when it comes to the Arizona Diamondbacks, and I'm sure I know you want to hit the breaking news sounder about that. Not everything about the Arizona Diamondbacks is about Cattell Marte.
We're going to hit it though, just because you said Cattell's name. We didn't hear anything else you said,
but it does, kind of bring another layer to this. How desperate are they come Monday to have him back? Yeah, it's been. We're going through another one of those pockets right now, and it doesn't help that Nolan Arenado had the thumb injury and was the late scratch last night. It puts them, and I was thinking about this watching the game last night, when they get off to these slow starts, because another kind of mind-numbing stat to me is, and I don't think I put this in the email, or I might have, in 9 of their last 11 games, they have scored no runs in the first 3 innings of the game. So there's like the whole, and I know it's like numbers, stats. But think about that one for a minute. Like, how much easier they would make life on themselves and their pitchers and just their overall psyche if they could just get a run or two early in the game and kind of ease. But it's been such a grind, and it puts such pressure on them to get a Gabriel Moreno freak RBI or a Waldschmidt walk-off, right? To come up with the extraordinary rather than just doing the ordinary early in the game. And that's unfortunately kind of, look at their wins. Look at their...
that's this team, though.
I know, but
they make things harder on themselves, and a lot of times they overcome it, but they make a lot of stuff harder on themselves.
And maybe at this point to expect or to even hope for anything else is a fool's errand, and you're just not going to get it. That's just not who they are, and you're just if you're going to win, it's going to be because somebody did something amazing late in the game, and that's just how it's going to be with the 26 Arizona Diamondbacks.
You're facing a pitcher tonight. Now, we're talking so much about how Diamondbacks, I mean, you got to go with Cabrera, and then you got to go with Bratt and Cole Drake in this series, man, that stuff. It's not like the Giants are throwing out like Madison Bumgarner in his prime, and then Randy Johnson and Nolan Ryan. Like, that's... the guy tonight has made 6 career starts in the majors, Blade Tidwell. He's got a 3.58 ERA this season, but 4 starts, 8 of them in relief. His career ERA is above 5. Like, you should be able to jump on him early in this game, and Giants pitching in general early in this game, however they play it out, where I'm guessing you might see a couple different pitchers in the first 5 innings from the Giants. You should be able to score some runs. Mm-hmm. And yet, you're right. The expectation at this point for me is kind of like, probably be down like, I don't know, 3-1 and have to come back and win. And they'll probably come back and win. But the flip side to, hey, you have 40 come from behind wins is, man, you have to come from behind a lot.
Yeah, that is the flip side. And that's what made, I'm going back now a week, but that's what made last Friday's game against the Reds such a relief. I mean, it was like runs early and just like, hey, there's a pitcher out there who's not very good, and we're going to jump all over.
I was uncomfortable watching it. It's like, so is this... when does the other shoe drop?
Yeah, because it was just such a relief, and I think we all celebrate the come from behind wins. They're cool, they're awesome, they make for great drama. Man, I'd like to celebrate a nice 9-0, don't have to worry about it, turn your brain off kind of win. Yeah. Because those are the ones that have been few and far in between and don't come around very often with this team.
Let's play this out in the best possible way, where Ketel Marte comes back next week, and he is welcomed into the room, whatever that looks like. I'm not saying they need to welcome him in with open arms, but whatever. They bridge that gap. And again, I will say the caveat, in my mind, it's for the rest of this season. I don't think this is tenable for the next 4 years. I mean, he's not going to be hitting like an MVP candidate when he's 36, and he might still be, whatever. We can get to that conversation. But let's play this out. He comes back, and not only does that bridge get reformed between him and his teammates, but he starts hitting real well. Is that enough to fix the offense? I mean, Gabby Moreno's hitting great right now, and it's still not enough to really carry this offense.
Probably not. It's probably asking too much to think that he's going to come in and be a whirlwind, and that's going to carry you. It might carry you for a week. It might carry you for a series. The rest of the season, when there's 25 games, I've lost track of how many there will be left when he walks in the door. He's not going to be hot the entire time. I mean, it's going to require other guys. And so, no, I don't think you can just count on him essentially carrying this entire team offensively, because let's not forget about Ketel. Lost in all the talk about everything. he is having a very down Ketel Marte year. I mean, by a lot. This isn't even close to what Ketel of last year. Okay, let's talk. Hasn't been Ketel of last year, and I don't know even if best case scenario you can reasonably expect Ketel of last year to walk in.
It's a great point, though. I tried to make it a week ago. I think you made it better there. Of what you have lost over the last week and a half, just in terms of production, you're not losing that much. And people are like, dude, he's a good player. I'm not saying he's not a good player. I'm saying what you lost from when he was playing this year, not when he was an MVP candidate. And I'm not saying he can't hit like, former Ketel when he comes back, but what you lost this year, it hasn't been that much of a drop-off going to whoever you're using replacing him. He's hitting 249 this year. He's still a good hitter, but he hasn't been great this year.
I'll tell you something else, too. I do wonder, and it was noticeable that Lawler wasn't in the lineup last night.
Yeah.
I do wonder when they just start to lean into, hey, we've got this unbelievable Jordan Lawler, Ryan Waldschmidt, Corbin Carroll, and let's not mess with that. And let's not mix and match, and let's not, it's the platooning that's everywhere. I get it, but Lawler at some point might just demand more everyday at bats. Not that he's the elixir either.
Yeah.
But boy, he certainly feels like he lengthens that lineup a little bit more than maybe some of the other options they do. It's not like Lars Nootbaar, hey, professional at bat, but at this point, I need to drive in some runs,
Did you hear Vince's stat this morning?
No.
I'll make sure I have it right. It was something like, I don't know if it was over the last 2.5 years or 3.5 years, but their winning percentage when Ketel Marte is not playing is actually 10 points higher. Aside from all he's been a great hitter and everything, all the production, but I think it's 79 games. Whatever the last 79 games he has missed, whatever that totals up to, how far back that goes, the Diamondbacks' winning percentage is 10% higher when he's not playing than when he is playing. So, something to think about. All right, win a Pit Boss wood pellet grill and a $25 Four Peaks gift card each week. Bix Picks with Dan Pickley is back. Text Picks to 620-620 to learn how to play, pick your teams, and win. Brought to you by Four Peaks. When we come back, you guys remember Carson Beck? When do you think we're ever going to see him play football again? That's next. It's Burns and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Last chance for the Diamondbacks. It's Ildemaro Vargas. And Vargas swings at the first pitch. It's a harmless ground out to short. Goss throws to first. Game over. Well, we didn't see that one coming. Giants take the opener by a final score of 6-1.
It was close until it wasn't. What the? More D-backs Giants words to say and wild gestures to make on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Summer is winding down, but the savings are just heating up during the Sanderson Ford Labor Day sales event. Get up to $8,500 off a 26 Ford F-150 or choose 2.9% APR for 72 months, plus $1,000 cash. The Labor Day sales event is only here for a limited time, so hurry in today and choose. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. $8,500 valid on F-150 XLT, stock number 265735. APR must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Expires 9/7/26.
Down the stretch we go with a pennant race, right? Baseball in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Messi, Giannis, DeChambeau, all talking Kalshi in baseball, like how Milwaukee is trading at 11% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $850. Arizona, hello, trading at just 1% to win it all, meaning if you take your swing, a $100 trade pays out over $10 grand with a win. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as probability changes, you can buy in, out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $20 when you trade 20. That's code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Upgrade your home with Milgard windows and patio doors from the Window Depot. From energy-efficient vinyl windows to sliding patio doors, Milgard offers the style, quality, and performance that today's homeowners are looking for. Shop in-stock products or custom order the size, style, and finish that's right for your home. And with the Window Depot's lowest price guarantee, you'll never overpay. Bring us a competitor's quote and we'll beat it. Shop your nearest location or visit thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Cardinals fans, football is back and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2026 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, it's Burns and Luke on a Friday. Wolf is out. Burns and Gambo don't have a show because the Cardinals are playing tonight.
Yeah. The boss said, "Do you mind?" And I said, "No. Let's do it." I love working with Luke. You and I used to do shows together back in the day.
We did. It was
a few, not a lot, but a few.
There was a time where I was like the only fill-in host, so I worked with every host. But you are one of the easiest hosts in the world to work with. I don't think that's
fascinating how this story has changed since yesterday, Burnsy.
But it's the truth. What are you
which
saying?
one of us is lying?
What trash are you talking in there?
I'm taking the words right out of your mouth from yesterday. Oh my God, I had to come in. I didn't get my off day. The boss didn't give me an out. The boss was standing in here. She passes me her phone. I read the text out loud on the air. So you really got exposed in real time, Burnsy.
The ultimate irony is she's not here today.
I know,
So
right?
she really was the big winner after all this.
Like, hey, Burnsy, can you work on Friday? I'm not going to be there, but do you mind going in on your day off? Sure, Aaron. Happy to. Thanks a lot.
Did you say it in that tone, or did you answer as Wolf Goldblum, which is now the greatest alter ego in
life? Finds a way, right? There you go.
All right. Now you need to do it with a mouth guard in, but that's next time. Or a Wolf Goldblum Pantera call out. That's a good way to hurt yourself.
Vinny wanted me to do a Pantera call out today. I'll leave that up to you guys.
You know how many people, you've probably watched this too, how many people I've watched try to do a Pantera call out when they fill in for Wolf?
And they faint about halfway through it, right? Yeah. Takes a lot of oxygen.
It's right around the ones who do the best drop out right when Wolf's, and Rick, you can speak to this, when Wolf's face starts to turn red and purple and like starts turning colors like you haven't seen before, when he's like holding the line at the end. That's usually when people tap out. Even the best tap out then. It's like climbing Everest. At a certain point, they're like, okay,
so they need the tank.
Yeah.
Give me the tank of oxygen, please. I'm heading down now. I'm done. Yes, exactly.
All right, so Carson Beck not going to play tonight. We had Darren Urban on the show yesterday, and you know he brought up a few good points on this, but I think there's really a lot of ways to take this, Burnsy, but they all kind of end in a real, I would say, a pretty big concern, at least for me, of like he's not even getting the preseason reps now, and on the one hand, we saw him for one preseason game, and he looked amazing. So the second the Cardinals start 0-2 or whatever, Jacoby Brissett throws 2 interceptions in a game, people are going to be like, Carson Beck is perfect, so why isn't he playing? But the flip side to that is he's not getting any reps, and he has to prove he's the guy in this one season.
It didn't occur to me how much him not playing this preseason complicates the issue until I read Darren's piece on AZ Cardinals yesterday, and then I read Josh Weinfuss's piece this morning on ESPN.com, and they both kind of paint this picture of, let's all understand how hard this is going to be. He's not going to get any reps now. He's just not. The starting quarterback is going to get most of them. The backup quarterback is going to get some of them, but a lot of them are going to be on the scout team. The third guy, I mean, the Cardinals don't even always keep 3 quarterbacks. They obviously will in this circumstance, but the third quarterback, it just ain't doing a whole lot. So in terms of that ability to grow and that ability to get, real live bullets experience, and so how does trying to project how that stifles Carson Beck's growth, and now what that means for, okay, how many games is he going to play? Is it going to be, I've been advocating for 8, Gambo's been advocating for 6. I'm not sure what number you've
Wolf's
put it
been
at.
advocating for 17.
Okay.
I mean, until Jacoby got his deal re-upped, and then it was obviously, Jacoby's going to start the year. I've been in the range where he's got to play more. Carson Beck has to play more than half the season. You have to have clarity. The season... and maybe this is my fault. I said this the day after the Hall of Fame game. The next day, we're all like, oh, this is amazing. Look at this Carson Beck. Maybe they got something here. I told Wolf on these airwaves, what we can't have is this exact feeling, hey, the Cardinals might have something here at mid-January. You know what I mean? Where we're like, we don't know what they have because we didn't get to see it a lot, but he looks like he could be. We got to get answers in the next 4 months.
Yeah, because you can't not draft a quarterback based off of that.
No.
It's at that point, Carson Beck becomes irrelevant. I hate to use that word, but he does. He becomes irrelevant to the equation if by mid-January we haven't seen enough of him to know. If we haven't seen it, then the answer is no.
And he might be good.
And he might be good, but you'll never know. And so I think now what and I thought Mike LaFleur's answer to the question was kind of guarded, but also revealing at the same time, where he said, hey, look, that's a real good question. It's not on the front burner right now, but it's an important question to answer, and we're thinking about it. We're figuring it out. Because behind the scenes, they have to now manipulate this so that Carson Beck does get the reps in practice. Yeah. And I don't know. I'm just a guy who talks on the radio, but I would think how that potentially looks is that at some point Carson Beck's going to get healthy. And when he does, he needs to show you enough in practice to make you feel like he could be the number 2 quarterback in case Jacoby Brissett gets hurt.
Yep.
The minute that happens, you have to trade Gardner Minshew.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to, and somebody will want him. Somebody will give you something for him.
Somebody will need him.
He's a valuable backup quarterback. They might need him. The minute Carson Beck is healthy enough to start taking reps as a number 2 quarterback, and you feel comfortable with putting him in if Brissett gets hurt, you have to trade Gardner Minshew to put him in that position to get those reps in practice and then ultimately play in the games. And I don't even think it's negotiable at this point.
No, but you actually have to do it. I mean, this is this weird spot right now where it's like, you know what? That looks like that was a pretty good pick, getting him at the start of the 3rd round based on what we've seen. And it was also a bad pick because you may have wasted your 3rd round pick. Like, that's such a unique spot to be in. Like, your talent evaluation, hey, this guy shouldn't be here at the start of the 3rd round. Well, based on what we've seen, they were right. He shouldn't have been there at the beginning of the 3rd round. But we have barely seen anything. And this is so... This isn't so Cardinals. This is so Valley sports, isn't it? I mean, the Cardinals do plenty of stuff wrong. I'm not absolving them of, they won 3 games last year and none of it was their fault. No, don't take this that way. But there is an element of bad luck mixed in here too, where you probably did get good value on talent at the most important position in sports early in the 3rd round. The one thing we need this year is clarity, and you're in a position now where it's going to be really tough to get it.
Yeah.
Because the wild card in all this was like, okay, well, we're all saying he's got to play games because that's how we're going to feel better. But, maybe behind the scenes, they're seeing him get some major reps in practice, and they can kind of build off what he did in the preseason. Well, he hasn't played in the preseason since the first game, and he's not going to get first-team reps in practice all season unless he's actually starting. So there's going to be a huge chunk of this season, and he only gets 1 season. Fernando Mendoza can have 3 seasons to prove he's the guy. Even Ty Simpson doesn't have to prove it this year. Carson Beck gets this season to prove he's the guy, and he's the one missing all the reps.
And selfishly, Carson Beck was making the preseason fun again.
Yes.
And I don't like the preseason.
No,
I
made that clear.
I don't like the preseason. It sucks. It sucks buttermilk.
Yep.
It's whatever. I mean, it's
even worse right now.
I don't like it. And Carson Beck playing in tonight's game, just from a fun standpoint. All right, just forget about, what does it mean and what's going to happen? Throw all that out the window. Just, I want to watch tonight's game because Carson Beck's playing.
Yeah.
I miss that. I miss not having had that, and that is also part of the shame of it. But yeah, you imagine getting to January, Carson Beck has hardly played. You draft another quarterback, and in addition to not knowing, you've also wasted a third-round pick on a player that might not ever play for you at all, ever. And that's wasteful. That's wasteful.
He looked amazing in the Hall of Fame game, and we might not see him again until November. Think about that.
Potentially. They're going to manipulate this somehow.
They have to.
They're going to have to.
But the trade deadline is early November. I mean, that's probably when all the manipulation's going to happen, and hopefully they do it the right way. All right, we come back. A lot of stuff going on with the Diamondbacks. It's not just Cattell, though it's a huge part of it. But then, of course, you've got a lot of rookie pitchers starting this weekend against the Giants. Big series with the Phillies coming up. How exactly are they going to navigate all this? We're going to talk to Diamondbacks manager Torey Lovello. He'll join us next. It's Burns and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I am not in any way, shape, or form the kind of fan who would go to a game and boo a player. Ketel Marte is about as close as I would come to wanting to. We're just like, come on, dude. Seriously? You didn't show up? You just went poof, gone, AWOL for a while? But to your point, by cheering him, are you supporting him or are you supporting them? Them banding together and trying to put it behind him so they can get to the playoffs and get the best version of Ketel.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Saving for retirement and feeling ready for it? Well, you know what? Those are two different things, are they not, brothers? Well, Trajan Wealth, they help me get from one to the other. My investments, taxes, and estate plan finally working together, explained clearly. No pressure. I'm a client, and I haven't looked back, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Call Trajan Wealth today, 855-TRAJAN-1. When I sat down with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch. One team coordinating my investments, taxes, and estate plan, all working together. I saw the difference for myself and became a client. They're fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth. Their advice is built around you, not a commission. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate, Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Cozy season is ahead, and you'll be spending way more time inside. Is your home ready? Don't worry. With Wayfair, you can upgrade your space without breaking the bank. Score up to 70% off during their Labor Day clearance on furniture, area rugs, mattresses, and more. Plus, surprise flash deals you can't miss. Whether it's one room or the whole house, Wayfair has pieces for every style and budget. Shop Wayfair's Labor Day clearance now through September 7th at Wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment-free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, owner of Walt's TV and Appliance, and Bear, football season is here, and I hear you've got something big going on.
We sure do, Bick. We're closing out our 8K TVs, and because they're closeouts, they're at the lowest prices we've ever offered.
So now's the time to bring the game home.
Exactly. Experience every touchdown with incredible picture quality. But hurry, when these 8K TVs are gone, they're gone.
Visit Walt's off the I-10 in Warner, right next to the IKEA. They've been serving Arizona families for generations, and don't forget to drop my name for additional discounts.
For 150 years, Budweiser has been at backyard cookouts, your favorite concerts, and at ballparks where America fell in love with the game. And here in the Valley, that story continues. Budweiser is proud to partner with Major League Baseball and your hometown Arizona Diamondbacks, because baseball isn't just a sport. It's tradition. It's time spent with friends. It's where we cheer together. Cheers to 150 years of Budweiser and baseball, and the fans who make it all unforgettable. This Bud's for you. 21 and over only. Enjoy responsibly.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals wrap up the preseason this evening at the Green Bay Packers. Kickoff is at 5 with pregame coverage starting at 2 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from a brutal loss to the San Francisco Giants last night. Tonight in Game 2 of the series, first pitch is at 7:15 with pregame coverage starting at 6:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by NASCAR O'Reilly Series Racing. Live from Daytona, coverage starts at 4:30 only on CW7 Arizona.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. What does the Cardinals' 53-man roster look like after cutdown day? We'll pick it apart starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This isn't the Torey Lovello Open.
No, it is not. He probably heard us tease Ketel Marte talk when we were going to break.
He's like, to heck with that. I ain't calling.
I'll call them with 1 minute left in the segment. Savvy veteran move right there. This is great, though, because you have Torey on your show every week. We haven't had him on since opening day, or home opener. And he showed up. He wore a Josh Doan Sabres jersey into the
oh, that's fantastic. You should ask him about that the minute maybe he's wearing his Josh Doan jersey right now.
It worked that day. It wasn't that day they won. I know they won the game because they won that series against the Tigers. That was coming off the 3 losses to the Dodgers, and he walked in and he's like, yeah, I wore my Josh Doan Sabres jersey. I think we're in pretty good shape.
I think you just found your intro to the Torey Lovello conversation when he calls in. Ask him if he's wearing the Josh Doan jersey. Yeah, so we didn't have Torey on our show last week because we were at Phoenix Children's Hospital. And then today, because of Cardinals pregame coverage, we don't have a Burns and Gambo show. Mm-hmm. So, and all credit to the Diamondbacks for their flexibility, and we'll thank Torey when he comes on too, because this is a little out of the norm for him. But Torey and the Diamondbacks were agreeable to having him on here. So, as soon as he calls in, which every now and then he occasionally is a tad late on the phone, so we'll get him when we get him, and it won't be all Ketel talk. It'll be enough Ketel talk to answer the questions that need answering. But like we said earlier, there are other things going on with the Arizona Diamondbacks that aren't all Ketel Marte.
Yeah, related. I mean, if that was the only, I don't know if the other stuff is necessarily distractions, but if it was the only potential issue with this team right now, I think they would be a lot easier to navigate what they're going through. They're starting 3 rookie pitchers in this 4-game series with a condensed doubleheader tomorrow against the Giants. There's not even a game on Sunday. So this is this weird series where it's like, oh, okay, good, the Giants. Like, how many times have the Diamondbacks resurrected their season with games against the Giants this year? They started 8-0 against the Giants, and now you're like, oh, 4 games against the Giants. It's just the right time. But there's so much more complicated and difficult because you don't have starting pitching to go against this team.
And that's one of the things I'm looking forward to talking to him about is Corbin Burns. I mean, there's this, I don't even want to call it a theory, just this idea floating around out there that Corbin Burns could start next week in Houston for
I heard you mention this the other day.
Nuts to me.
And I immediately pulled over and I wasn't even in my car.
And not because I disagree with it. It just seems like, whoa, that was quick, right? And then there's Zach Gallen coming off of the 60-day, which I think September 7th is the day he's eligible to do that. What is that going to look like when he comes back, and how much is he going to pitch? And you're talking about, what did they get, 4 1/3 from Cabrera last night? I mean, can you even expect that out of Burns when he comes back? And how long does it take him to build up and look? I mean, again, it's like not just Ketel with this team. This is a really, we say this about every 2-week stretch of the Arizona Diamondbacks, but we're entering a really intriguing 2-week stretch of surviving this series against San Francisco when you're starting rookies in 3 of the 4 games, the Phillies series, the return of Ketel, the magnitude of that series and what it means, the potential return of Corbin Burns the weekend after that. Oh, by the way, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., you got to fit him into the plans here somewhere at some point.
Sometimes you just kind of forget he's an option, or an option coming up here. He's not an option quite yet, but you do sort of forget that Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is a guy who has been very productive for you in the past. Now, not so much this season, but in the past he has. I mean, I think when we saw that the Reds were waving Gino, we're all like, oh, there you go, right? And then Gambo shot it down, and obviously, he cleared waivers and everything. But I wonder if part of that, why they weren't interested, is because Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is coming back. And at a certain point, not that they have like too many Hall of Fame bats, but they have
way too many outfield bats.
Yeah.
They have, I mean, Carroll's not going anywhere. Waldy's not going anywhere. You could argue Lawler shouldn't be going anywhere, but let's table that for a second. Then you got Kepler, who's not eligible to play in the postseason, so at some point you kind of have to wean yourself off of him anyway.
Yeah.
Then you got Nootbaar, who was your lone trade deadline acquisition, who's giving you professional at-bats, but hasn't given you a lot of oomph in that lineup, right? Gurriel, who terrible regular season, who's not been doing well in his minor league rehab to the point where they might be delaying his return a little bit. Yeah, you've got a lot of options, but not a lot of great options, right?
And that's, to be fair, Gino would probably have been that when he stepped in. I mean, I made the point yesterday that year, 2024, he was like inches away from getting DFA'd in the first half. In the second half of the season, he was right there with Shohei for NL MVP. So that's somebody I would have been interested in bringing in because, yeah, sure, he's hitting a little over 200 right now, but we've seen in the past, if he gets in a groove, he could knock out 10 home runs in these final 27 games. But to be fair, if you brought him in right now, he'd be just like a lot of these bats where it's like, yeah, he could hit, but he isn't right now.
Yeah, the difference with him, though, and I'll give Alex Weiner, my co-host, the driver of the Ain't No Fang podcast, he kind of pointed this out. I mean, they were, 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position last night? They had that brutal 4th inning where they couldn't get, as many runs in as they wanted to. It is nice to have somebody on your roster who can put a ball over a fence.
Yep.
And when you're struggling the way this team has in big pockets with runners in scoring position, just having that guy on the roster who every now and then is going to park a long one is a nice. And the Diamondbacks don't really have that guy.
And that would have been low risk.
And it would have been low risk and relative low cost. I mean, $3.5 million for 26 games is kind of pricey, but it would have given them a slightly different dynamic, and one that every now and then would alleviate the runners in the scoring position thing. Now, he would have just as often, if not more often, struck out in those situations. Yeah. That's also Gino, right?
But it's not like your options right now are bring Gino in here or Aaron Judge,
Yeah. And with Gino, it really just depends on what pocket you're getting him. I mean, he gets traded to the Mariners last year. He's brutal.
Yeah.
Until he hits that gigantic home run for them, and then suddenly he's a hero in Seattle for what he's done, right? Yeah. That is Gino. That's what he does.
How nervous are you that Torrey hasn't called, but Jarrett Carlin walked into the control room for like 8 minutes?
Well, if Jarrett, a man of many voices and faces, if he could do a Torrey impersonation,
I think he would. How upset do you think he is that you came up with Wolf Goldblum before he did?
Yeah, although somebody, one of my favorites on Twitter, Cbocker44, points out that I was delivering the line wrong, and I'm very upset with myself. I forgot the
You know what?
Life finds a way. I forgot the
I'm going to regret saying this the second I say it, but we found the movie that you're going to reference that's really good that I've never seen. I've never seen Jurassic Park. So the risk here was that Dave Burns walks out. The look of disgust that Lauren's given me, I've gotten that look from Lauren before. Rick, have you seen Jurassic Park?
Yeah, I watched all of them a few years ago because the new one was coming out.
But like all of them, they're all junk except for the first one.
Yeah, the rest of them
they really are. The Chris Pratt one, they're junk. But the original,
All right, so 11:40.
The first one's great, and then the first one with Chris Pratt is really good. But other than that, they're not very good. But they're all fun. They're all at least fun.
I mean,
but you have to see the first one. You have to.
Based on what I have seen, it doesn't look real fun.
It's entertaining.
Running away from this raptor
Yes, that's
is so
entertaining
exciting.
to watch. You don't find that entertaining to watch?
Entertaining, yes.
I mean, wow. You've never seen it.
I've seen parts of it. I've never sat down and watched.
How old were you in
Jurassic
93?
Park. 10.
Oh my God, that's like the wheelhouse for a kid to go see a dinosaur movie.
I
You're
like
10 years old.
dinosaurs,
It's
too.
like, hey, Mom, Dad, can we go to the dinosaur movie? Sure, let's go.
Well, I'm sure it's available somewhere to watch, right? Should I watch it during the break? Would that be? Would that make this less uncomfortable?
I mean, will it hold up? The special effects have gotten so much better now than they were back then, but it's still a masterpiece.
Absolutely holds up.
It's a masterpiece.
In my defense, I mean, depending when it came out that year, I might have been 9. Does that help at all?
No. If anything, it makes it
Because
worse.
it's also not. It's not like true horror. You know, it's Spielberg
I don't like
horror.
but
yeah,
that
it's
movie's fun and funny.
it's fun, funny, scary, a little gory, but not like awful gory.
And
you
not
know,
like
it's
campy, but closer to campy than horror.
yeah. Oh, it is. Oh man, that's.
It's not like
Saying that you've also seen bits and pieces makes it worse. Like at that point, just commit.
That's fair. It's not like I was like taking some moral stand and being like, I'm not going to watch this movie. I just haven't seen the movie.
I knew there would be. You said it. There would be a movie that that I would reference that you acknowledged you hadn't seen. I just never in a million years would have thought it would have been Jurassic Park.
I thought about just not ever admitting it, but I was like, I need to say this.
Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. I would have bet money on that. Jurassic Park, no way.
You're the second person to reference
Everything, Everywhere, All at
in the
Once.
last 27 hours to me somehow.
That's crazy.
All right, win tickets to the Sun Devils season opener. ASU takes on Morgan State September 5th at Mountain America Stadium. Enter to win a pair of tickets at the contest page on ArizonaSports.com. When we come back...
Come on, Tori! Come on, Tori!
Well, you know, and if you do call in now, Tori, can you tell us who ASU's starting quarterback is? Because... their first game's in like a week, and we still don't know, and that's getting concerning. It's Burns and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals, Packers. The final preseason game live from Green Bay.
There might be a starter on September 13th that does play in this game. We'll see.
Pregame at 2, kickoff at 5 this afternoon. Listen to Cardinals at the Packers on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. The Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
For 150 years, Budweiser has been at backyard cookouts, your favorite concerts, and at ballparks where America fell in love with the game. And here in the Valley, that story continues. Budweiser is proud to partner with Major League Baseball and your hometown Arizona Diamondbacks. Because baseball isn't just a sport, it's tradition. It's time spent with friends. It's where we cheer together. Cheers to 150 years of Budweiser and baseball and the fans who make it all unforgettable. This Bud's for you.
21 and over only. Enjoy responsibly.
Oh, it's Wolf, and it's on. It's the Labor Day Credit Forgiveness event at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Look, maybe your credit's not so good or even a bankruptcy. It happens. Here's another thing that can happen. Santan Ford gets you approved. Approved. Out the door and on the road in your new Ford, so bring it. The team is ready to work every angle, so get you into the new ride you deserve. It's the Labor Day Credit Forgiveness event at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
To anyone who avoids HVAC repairs, it's time to leave it to the experts. With memberships that cover regular HVAC maintenance and worry-free repairs, Service Experts keeps your home healthy and happy. Visit serviceexperts.com to check out today's special offers and promotions.
There are so many reasons why Southern Steer Butcher is a fan favorite, like so many flavors. Yep, Paul Calvisier, their flavor-infused marinated steak, chicken, and pork are vacuum tumbled, sealing the flavor. Choose from dozens of flavors like Argentine chimichurri, steakhouse, or bulgogi steak tips, garlic and herb, house Italian, or creamy Parmesan chicken, and more. Southern Steer Butcher, offering the tastiest, juiciest bites of meat you'll ever taste. Go to southernsteer.com or stop by the stores in Surprise or Chandler.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $351 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, I've got a friend going through a divorce. He's worried about what it could do to his retirement. What should someone in that situation be thinking about?
Well, Gambo, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. Someone may have thought they were only 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts and pensions, home equity, income, and future expenses, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Well, we cash flow out the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model out their income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, everything. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
It's always sunny in Phoenix when the D-backs face the Philadelphia Phillies at Chase Field, starting August 31st. Get your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Monday when we recap a busy weekend for the Diamondbacks and the Cardinals' last preseason game. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I ain't tip jarring this. No offense, but
this is how we all feel that ASU hasn't named a starting quarterback yet.
A lot of anger.
Hopefully this isn't how Kenny feels that he hasn't been able to name a starting quarterback.
Kenny can do what Kenny wants, I suppose. But,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, let's – it's a little – what are we, 8 days away?
Yes.
I would have thought we were going to know by now.
What did he at some point said at the latest? I mean, this is going back a month or two. So, like, hold him to this, but only hold it to him so much. Like, he wasn't saying this like a binding contract, but he was saying, I think the exact quote was, 9 to 10 days before the opener at the latest. Yep. Just in general, Wolf and I had a bit of this conversation yesterday, and Wolf was, he's like, this is probably gamesmanship. But I get that, and I would think if it is gamesmanship, it's more so for Texas A&M in week 2 than for Morgan State in week 1.
Yeah.
Except with Kenny, he doesn't usually play those games. And in fact, he doesn't play those games, and he is vocal about how he doesn't play those games. Last year, when he would announce that Sam Leavitt was out on a Tuesday, he's like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend, whatever. Like, we're going to play our game, and if the other team beats us, that's fine. On a number of occasions, I feel like in the last 2 years, he has announced news that another college football coach probably wouldn't announce. And he's like, look, my guys already know it. I'm not going to try and So I get what Wolf's saying, because most coaches would do that. I just don't know if that's what Kenny's doing here. I think maybe they aren't comfortable with their quarterback yet.
It doesn't seem like a game that Kenny would play. And yes, I am appropriately nervous over the fact that they haven't felt compelled to name one of them yet, because it's the whole idea of this season being a pleasant surprise is kind of based on the idea that Kenny is the quarterback whisperer, and he's going to do to Cutter Boley what he did to Sam Leavitt a couple of years ago, and he's going to be able to work that magic again. And in absence of that, not that completely dismisses all the optimism of ASU football this year, but a lot of it is rooted in that kind of that concept. So is the delay, is it because he's not sure? Look, like with a lot of things in life, Luke, I got wild theories about stuff, and some of it's crazy. Some of it probably doesn't make any sense. Somebody out there, like somebody who really knows what they're talking about with ASU football, like a Chris Cartman might listen to me and go, come on, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. But I do have a theory about this.
Okay.
And my theory is that in this era of transfer portals and guys not winning jobs and then wanting to leave, they've got a freshman over there that they really, really like in Jake Fetty. And are they being cautious about this because by naming somebody not Jake Fetty the starting quarterback, you have started the clock on Jake Fetty getting antsy and looking to go somewhere else? Can't do it this season.
Fair.
But I have wondered about that many times because we had Chris on the show a couple weeks ago, and he raved about Fetty. I saw and I'm not meaning to make Cartman like he's not the target in all this. I'm just using him because to me he's the best in the Valley at what his job is. He's
absolutely.
fantastic at covering ASU. He has referenced Jake Fetty as one of the best freshman quarterback he's seen at ASU in the last 20 years.
He's supposed to be, just based on his recruiting profile, one of the very best quarterbacks they've ever gotten here. Now, I understand he's a true freshman. You're not going to probably start him this year. But what you're saying, I think anything's on the table in 2026 with college football. I would say this just quickly to add to what you're saying. The fact that Cutter Boley hasn't taken the job and run with it quite yet makes me pretty confident that Jake Fetty is going to be starting next year, assuming he sticks around. It feels like he's not. It felt like going into next year would be like, okay, now Fetty's like he's been here for a year, he's ready to go, and let's see what Cutter Boley's doing coming off this season. I mean, it feels like now, like who knows? Cutter Boley could be the starter, and then as the season progresses, could get better and better, and then you have that conversation. But I'm glad they have Jake Fetty right now.
and that you get right to it. That is the real concern here, is that by now it's not so much that Kenny hasn't decided. It's, oh God, why hasn't Cutter Boley given him a reason to decide?
Yeah.
Why hasn't Cutter Boley kind of iced this one and put it away and salted it? And in that absence, that's where the fear of, okay, is he has he regressed? Is he not as good as they thought? I don't know. I don't know any of that stuff. It's just all of this is very unKenny like. I think with Fetty, in today's college football, now I'm really going off the hypothetical deep end here.
Nice.
Jake Fetty leaves. Okay, you're Kenny. You can go get another quarterback that you like. You'll be. But if you really think Fetty's all that, then you might be handling him cautiously. And he wasn't even, when Kenny boiled it down to two guys after Camp T.
One of them.
He wasn't even one of the two.
Yeah.
It was either Mikey Keene or Cutter Boley. So again, I don't know, but it does. We had Graham Rossini in here yesterday, and of course he wasn't going to touch it with it, but he didn't say anything about it. So it's odd. It's very odd that we're a week and a day away and we still don't know.
It's also odd just in the sense, again, of how Kenny tends to handle this stuff in general, where he's like, hey, the guys can see it. I mean, I would have been less shocked if Kenny named the starter on August 10th than how late it is now. You know what I mean? Like, if he had named him almost a month before the season, Cutter Boley's the guy. Like, he looks great, and we still got 4 weeks to run with this. That would have been less shocking to me than, like, is he going to name him, like, during game week? I mean, he hasn't named him yet today. You know what I mean? So, by all accounts, I mean, Boley's taken, 90% of the first-team reps? 95%? Like, it just seems like it's a foregone conclusion, which leads me to believe there's a reason he hasn't said it yet. Whether it's as simple, and who knows? I mean, Kenny, whether he is intending it to be this way or not, is really good at the sports psychology part of this. Maybe they all know it's going to be Boley, but he's on him to fix one thing. And he's like, you know what? I'm not going to name him. I'll name him when he fixes this one thing that I know he can fix, and he hasn't done it yet.
That's a way more reasonable theory than mine.
I don't know that it's any more reasonable. I just choose to believe that one because it's happier.
choose happy. Yeah. That's the motto of the Burns and Luke show today. Right. And I go ahead, I'll call it that.
Is that our first ever motto on this show?
Choose happy. Yes. Every time we'll do a show together, which will probably be never after today.
Right. Once every Olympic year.
I'm sure the bosses aren't going to love it. Choose happy. That is the motto of the Burns and Luke show. Jesse, when you do Wolfing Down Your choose happy.
Yeah, choose happy today.
In your story selection today.
I think it's happy.
There's a lack of confidence in that right there.
Yeah, I'm not
Lauren,
sure.
are you choosing happy over there?
Choose happy, Lauren.
She's leaning in. Okay.
Choose happy.
Were we doing play-by-play?
Well, yeah, because he can't see you.
Oh, right. Hi, Brinzy.
Hey, Lauren, how you doing?
I choose happy. I choose happy every day. I've got a donut back here
Oh, happiness has been chosen for you.
By
You have a
the
donut.
chocolate frosted donut I'm having.
Did you take the last? You
would do that.
You.
Oh, I didn't realize.
I knew there was one there. It was kind of in my pocket. I should have grabbed it.
This is on you.
No,
I mean, if you saw it, you should've.
that is totally me. It is amazing, though, if I can just say, sitting over here in the sidecar, as Wolf calls it.
Yeah.
Normally, if a guest has gone a whole half hour without calling in, I get really stressed out. I'm remarkably cool about it sitting over here.
Call when he calls.
It's just like, oh, he hasn't called yet. You know,
Yeah,
like if
the
I'm
first quarter of the game
if I'm
tonight.
sitting there and Tori hasn't called you, I'm like, oh, what is he? What's going? You know, now I'm just over here like, all right, whatever.
Meanwhile, I'm like, this is Burnsy's guest. If he doesn't call, it's on him. That's fine. We're not care.
We're all, you know what? We're choosing happy on
That's
today's
right.
Burns and
That's
Luke
a
show.
Friday.
That's the motto.
Before we go to break, Lauren, didn't you get that donut like an hour ago? Do you not eat donuts when you get them? You just like store them?
Yeah, it's just a showpiece back here. It's just to brag to Burnsy that I claimed it.
Hey, mission accomplished. She's not even going to eat it, but you can't now. That's all I heard. All right, when we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch, and invariably, that's actually when Tori's going to call us right in the middle of this next. It's Burns and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals, Packers. The final preseason game live from Green Bay.
There might be a starter on September 13th that does play in this game. We'll see.
Pregame at 2, kickoff at 5 this afternoon. Listen to Cardinals at the Packers on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. The Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. That's right. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades. They also have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. Listen, installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades right here in the basin. These shades are commercial grade Basinonians, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cable shades. Here's what you do. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what's the big story for truck buyers this month?
What's up, Dave? If you need a truck built for the Arizona heat, now's the time during our Arizona Tough Sales event. Save $12,500 on the 2026 Sierra 1500 or take advantage of 2.9% financing. Get up to $6,500 off a 2026 Sierra HD, plus lease a 2026 GMC Canyon for just $329 a month.
Stop by Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics?
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training.
It's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Just take one bite. You're going to love it. Hey, my name is Ezekiel, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And the little thing I love about the new Chick-fil-A chicken and waffles is that I can enjoy it all day. It's the perfect combination of sweet and savory. The chicken, it was juicy, crispy, and all around it tasted amazing. The waffle is fluffy, and the syrup makes it 10 times better. You can have it for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Chicken and waffles is definitely the way to go.
Order chicken and waffles at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Menu switches from breakfast to lunch at 10:30 a.m. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, all beds are on sale during our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Summer is winding down, but the savings are just heating up during the Sanderson Ford Labor Day sales event. Get up to $8,500 off a 26 Ford F-150 or choose 2.9% APR for 72 months, plus $1,000 cash. The Labor Day sales event is only here for a limited time, so hurry in today and choose. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. $8,500 valid on F-150 XLT. Stock number 265735. APR must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Expires 9/7/26.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals wrap up the preseason this evening at the Green Bay Packers. Kickoff is at 5, with pregame coverage starting at 2, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from a brutal loss to the San Francisco Giants last night. Tonight, in Game 2 of the series. First pitch is at 7:15 with pregame coverage starting at 6:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. Cole Drake will make the start for the D-backs. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event going on now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Shopping for a truck, crossover, or SUV? See Your Valley Chevy Dealer during the Labor Day sales event going on now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Friday. It's Burns and Luke today. Wolf is, I would assume, off preparing for the Cardinals pregame show.
Mentally,
Yeah.
like in a philosophical sort of meditative position.
Metaphorically speaking.
Of course, metaphorically speaking.
And then you don't have a show today because of the Cardinals game. So
Yeah,
that's why
and
you're here.
I'm not going to go home and prepare for the Cardinals game.
And you were like, I'm not taking a day off. I'm coming in and I'm doing one of these shows.
Yeah,
So here you are.
because, man, my voice needs to be heard.
That's right. So it's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick, what do you got?
After their dramatic series win over the Chicago Cubs, the Arizona Diamondbacks lost 6-1 to the San Francisco Giants last night. How disappointing was that performance, or is this just typical D-backs?
I wouldn't say it's typical D-backs because they tend to beat the Giants.
It's true.
But it was disappointing. I mean, it was just lifeless. It's like, I don't know. It just wasn't there.
And it's crazy to think there's been a lot of lifeless lately.
Yeah.
I mean, for all the success, for the Cubs series win and all that, before Gabby hits that lucky RBI, that game was flat. The night before, they were flat. Sunday against the Reds, they were flat until they got to those, right? Like, there's been a lot of that lately. So I think, Jesse, the answer is both. I mean, who wasn't thinking of the Colorado Rockies series following the Dodgers series when they lose the opener? I mean, I know I was.
Yeah,
First thing that went through my head.
We all are now,
Yeah.
for sure. And it's you nailed it earlier in the show where you're like, they don't really score early in games. So it seems like they're falling behind in all of these games now, outside of that game the last Friday you referenced where they just beat Cincinnati. Like they just went out and won a baseball game. There was no like, hey, we're down after 6 innings and we have to rally. There was no, hey, we're just lifeless and we lose. They actually just won a game without any sort of theatrics. The options right now seem to be what we saw last night, where it's like, oh, they're just kind of not here tonight, or what we saw in that Cubs series, where it's like, this is going to be thrilling, dramatic, come from behind, win on a walk-off home run by a rookie.
And it's just a lot of pressure that they put on themselves to come up with something amazing at the end of all these games. Because like we saw last night, that was a one-run game before Kevin Ginkel came in. They were setting themselves up for amazing.
They were.
And then it all, it all blew up. And so, yeah.
Amazing.
On today's show, we've talked about the up and down Diamondbacks, how ASU hasn't named a starting quarterback, and how concerning it would be if Darius Robinson suits up for the Cardinals tonight in their final preseason game. This takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com, and it asks, which Arizona sports team gives you the most hope for the future? The Cardinals, the Diamondbacks, the Suns, or ASU football?
Yeah, we really haven't talked about anything positive today, have we?
If our mantra is choose happy, we suck at it.
Or what if this is the best you can do right now?
Choose happy? Hey, practice what you preach.
Oh, man.
Talkers?
Yeah.
You
Well,
can go first on
technically,
this one.
Luke said you had a great point about 2 minutes ago. So
That counts?
Per Burns and Gambo rules, he's allowed to leave now.
Yeah. If
I'm allowed to leave?
No. Burns,
I'm allowed to leave. That's the rule on our show. You make a good point. You make the best point of the day. You're done. You can go.
That was the best point of the day. That was a good point.
Were you saying it's a good point implies he can leave?
But what I think that shows is team camaraderie and me choosing happy, and I should get to leave.
I'm thinking that the answer to the question. What?
Can you stall till the break so I don't have to answer?
It's either the.
Should we work through this together?
Yeah, let's work.
Should we each just kind of knock a team out?
Okay, the Cardinals are out.
Okay. I'm gonna knock the Suns out because I don't think they're built to win a championship. I think it's interesting because they're probably of these 4 teams in the best spot right now, but I think they might be up against their ceiling right now.
I'm intrigued by the Diamondbacks and what they could be like a year from now.
Yeah.
When they commit full time to their tremendous outfield and Corbin Burns and another year of Erod, and maybe this is who Brandon Pfaadt is now. It's a heck of a 1-2-3. I don't want to, but I also think the Big 12 is just so unpredictable and wild, and it's Kenny, and we all love Kenny. So I would vote for ASU.
I think I would too, because we're not just talking about this year, right? Like when you say the future, you're talking about like the next couple years.
Yes.
I think, it's the Kenny factor and the fact that they do have Jake Fetty. So even if this year doesn't go right, I think next year they're going to be in a good spot. So I'll go ASU.
ASU.
I agree with you guys. ASU football, 43%, Diamondbacks, 26%, Suns, 25%, and Cardinals down there in the bottom at 7%. All right, we have meaningful college football games tomorrow.
Yes.
Week 0 is here. The big, I say in quotes, games are UNC, TCU, and Ireland, NC State, Virginia, Hawaii, Stanford, because Hawaii plays ASU later in the season, and Memphis at UNLV, you could say, is a decent game. How locked in will you guys be on week 0, and do any of these games really pique your interest?
I mean, USC too. USC,
San Jose State, yeah.
Locked in might be a little extreme, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm not going to be watching college football. Whenever I'm near a TV this weekend, I'm going to find a game that's on.
Yeah, locked in is strong, but certainly when I wake up tomorrow morning and I go, ooh, fun, football.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's going on.
Yeah. Finally, real games.
Real games.
I agree.
The NC State game, I think, is actually the NC State Virginia one is actually kind of low key. The one I might be kind of interested in.
I'm interested in that one. I'm also
TCU, UNC.
Yeah, I'm really interested in that just to see if Belichick's team looks any better than it did last year.
TCU is a Big 12 team. Isn't this the weekend when all of Avery Johnson's family got in a fight in Ireland last year?
Yes, that's what happened.
That could still happen. It just they don't play this weekend.
It would be somebody in Jordan Hudson.
Yeah. No, I meant Avery Johnson's family could all get in a fight in Ireland, even though they don't have a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not interested in North Carolina at all anymore, but TCU I'm interested in just because they're in the Big 12.
All right. ESPN reporter Ben Solak joined Bickley and Murata. ESPN NFL reporter Ben Solak joined Bickley and Murata this morning and shared the reason to watch the Arizona Cardinals this season.
Yeah, Michael Ford comes from the system that we want our offensive coaches to come from, right? The most popular system right now, the most successful system right now is being a branch off that Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan tree, and he's had time with both coaches. When he was there with the Jets, the offensive coordinator for 3 years, it was a well-called offense. It was a well-coached offense. It was an issue in which the quarterback was pretty limiting to what they wanted to do.
What do you guys think is the reason to watch this football team in 2026?
Yeah, I mean, he had them 29th in his watchability rankings.
I didn't like that.
I thought that was way too low.
I thought that was way too low. I'm not saying that means they're going to be good.
No.
But I thought that was way too low. Marvin Harrison, Michael Wilson, Trey McBride, Jeremiah Love, I think they're going to be way more. I think that offense is going to make them way more watchable than that. I think Jeremiah Love is probably the most watchable thing about the Arizona Cardinals this year.
I mean, I'm looking. He has the Jets 25th. Like, I don't want to watch a second of the Jets this year.
Yeah.
I don't want them on any TV in a building I'm in this year. I think it's everything you just said, but also the fact like the defense might not be great. This is an era of fantasy football. You know, I don't look at this as like, hey, if you're a Cardinals fan, you're going to watch the Cardinals. I look at this as like, if you are a fan of a different team and your team's not playing and the Cardinals are on, I think you're going to flip it on because I think by the end of the season, Jeremiah Love and Marvin Harrison Jr., all those guys you just talked about, Trey McBride already is, Michael Wilson, are going to be putting up stats, and they're also probably going to be giving up a ton of stats to the other team too. And that to me is the definition of watchability. It's not who the best team is. It's who are you flipping on? Who's Red Zone focused on Sundays?
If I were coming up with my watchability rankings, the Minnesota Vikings would be number one on my list.
Don't you wish that Hard Knocks was Minnesota?
Number one on my list.
It's, that I call them 9.
Did you see who is number one on his list?
Yeah, that's Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
That was
Lauren would jump in with that.
That's the most watchable team to me.
Okay. to you.
To me. Thanks for asking.
They could be horrible. They'd be the most watchable team
I
to you.
watched them when they won 2 games every year. I'm going to watch them now.
There's
when
no
they're winning
way they're
going
to be that fun this year.
No.
There's no way they're going to pull.
I'm going to die of an early heart attack.
Right. All those rabbits out of all of those hats like they did last year. There's no way they're duplicating that. No way.
No, they're just going to straight up win now.
Oh, wow.
Oh, whoa.
Man.
Whoa. Put down the donut, Lauren, and let's speak responsibly in there, okay?
The man to the left of you is going to Soldier Field this year before me.
Yeah, it's true. And I've never been to Chicago.
I've never been to Chicago? Chicago?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Not even yeah.
I've never been to Soldier Field, but I've been to Chicago 100 times. So that's.
I'm going to.
Oh.
Well, I'm
Chicago.
100 behind you right now.
Love Chicago.
I've been to O'Hare.
Just hanging out in the airport?
Jesse,
yeah.
Seriously, you win the award for the saddest thing that anyone's going to say on today's
Jesse
show.
Just goes to airports.
I like O'Hare. It's got good food.
I've been to the airport.
I think they probably have good food in the city of Chicago, too.
Yeah, but I will say O'Hare has the best food of any airport.
You should do an airport food ranking
I should.
blog.
You know what? That's a good video idea. I'm going to do that.
I don't know about a video, just a blog. Just write it. Send it out.
Choose happy, Jesse. Choose happy.
I'm going to choose break because we're way late.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, we come back. Are the Diamondbacks going to be able to keep Ketel Marte beyond this season, or is this a pivotal offseason figuring out how to move him, regardless of what happens in the next few weeks? That's next. It's Burns and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Trey Benson, who was drafted to, in essence, eventually going to be the guy who becomes our bell cow running back. Not only has that not happened, they've had to go out, sign a running back in free agency, draft a running back in the first round, and today they cut Trey Benson. I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that this happened. I guess I just look at it and I wonder what other high draft picks from the last couple of years are in jeopardy.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2026 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
This weekend on CW7 Arizona.
A huge CW Sports 3-day weekend event takes off Friday night from Daytona for the final NASCAR O'Reilly Race Before the Chase. Then on Saturday, college football returns when New Mexico State takes on an FSU squad out to reclaim the ACC crown. Touchdown! And on Sunday, NXT Heatwave crashes in for a summer showdown. CW Sports Weekend.
All weekend long on CW7 Arizona.
Zach Bryan with Heaven on Tour. Saturday, September 5th, State Farm Stadium.
I wish I didn't, but I do.
With special guests, MJ Linderman and Faye Philly. Tickets are on sale now at ZachBryan.com. Don't miss Zach Bryan live.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. What does the Cardinals' 53-man roster look like after cutdown day? We'll pick it apart starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, it's Burns and Luke on a Friday. That is getting way too easy.
It is rolling off the tongue. It really is.
Normally, if somebody's filling in for one of the hosts, say, oh, it's the Wolf and Luke show. Dave Burns is in for Wolf. But we've just been saying Burns and Luke. I want to be clear for somebody who just got in their car and they're like, how long was I asleep? Like, what year is it? Wolf's just out, and you guys don't have a show today. So that's why we're doing this together.
And somehow the story has gotten all twisted around. They asked if I would do this, and I said I'd be happy to do this.
But you did demand your name was first, which I respect.
I mean, that was part of the negotiation, sure. But
you probably could have gotten more, honestly. I think your name was going to be first either way, so you should have got a little, like, cash out of it or something.
I mean, the thing is, if I had said no, the question in my mind now is, what movie am I at right now if I'm not doing this?
Oh, and who am I doing the show with right now?
And who are you? Who are you doing the show with right now? And what movie am I at right now if I had said, no, I can't, I got plans?
I'd be at Jurassic Park.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah. Righting a wrong. That's why I haven't seen it, because I'm always doing the show.
I'd be at Coyote versus Acme.
I'd be at a Coyotes game. Wait, no, that wouldn't.
No,
be.
you wouldn't be at that. Yeah.
Doesn't exist. Okay.
You know what? In honor of Jurassic Park, I might have been at the Oak Street one.
The end of Oak Street.
The end
That's
of
what
Oak
you're
Street.
at.
That's what I'm at, right? Because that's a dinosaur movie.
Dinosaurs in that.
Yeah, with Ewan McGregor and Anne Hathaway. Yeah, I'm probably at that one.
Anne Hathaway's in every movie.
Unless you're going to see Buddy.
No, I'm not seeing Buddy.
I'm not seeing Buddy.
No, I'm not seeing Buddy. No, I'll pass on that. No, I'm probably at the end of Oak Street right now.
I don't know what Buddy is, because they don't show movie trailers anymore unless you go to them.
You want to tell them, or should I?
Oh, you tell him.
Should I just look this up before you say
No,
anything?
we'll table the conversation for another day.
I'm writing that down.
Buddy.
Right next to... I can't read any of the other stuff I wrote down. All right, so we resisted the this part of the conversation earlier, and we were talking about how do you handle Cattell coming back for this season? I mean, and we didn't even really get into this part earlier, but I would say you're almost treating him like a rental that you just got for the final 4 weeks of the season when he comes back. But let's go bigger picture, Dave. I've never called you Dave before.
That sounded so weird.
Let's go bigger picture, Bernsey.
That sounded so weird.
This is, my own Dave.
You said Dave, and I genuinely had a moment where I went, "Who is Dave?" in
Never
this
sounded
room?
so
weird to me.
once called you Dave before.
No, yeah.
Let's go bigger picture here, Bernsey. What's the play beyond this year? Is there any way Cattell Marte is back next year?
Yeah, see that's it. Really is, I think, two very separate and distinct conversations. There's the short term, okay, pinch your nose, grind through it, figure out what you're going to do for the rest of this year, 25 game sprint, and let's just all not worry about all this other bigger picture stuff with Cattell, and let's just all try to survive and advance and thrive and do that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Then it becomes the off season, because it's just so complicated. It's complicated because of Torrey's situation. It's complicated because do you use this off season to try to eliminate some of the things about Cattell? You're not going to fix everything about Cattell, but do you focus on the things that you can fix? The posse in the clubhouse eating dinner with the team thing. Do you fix that? Do you try to make him understand that, okay, things are going to be different from now? Because that's, I guess, the question ultimately, Luke, is rooted in the idea of you're so far down the road with Cattell in terms of what he expects and what he's used to. At this point, is the toothpaste all the way out of the tube and you can't put
Feels
it back
like it's
in?
everywhere. It's like all over the walls and everything.
And so if that's what it is, then is there any going back? Is there any, even if you changed managers, even if you brought somebody different into the room, is there any expectation that Cattell, that you could handle him any differently? And if the answer is no, then you have to have the whole, are we better off without him? What do we get if we trade him? Can you find anybody who wants him at that salary? Do you have to eat some of the salary to get rid of him? Right? Like, the whole thing is a mess, Luke. It's an absolute mess. You think it's a mess now when he walks in that door on Monday?
Yeah.
That is nothing compared to the mess of the offseason of trying to figure out what you do with him.
I have so many things I want to say. I just think back to last year when Wolf and I, and I'm sure you guys were having this conversation too. In fact, I think I heard it on your show at one point last year. Can you bring Torrey and Cattell back? That was a conversation we had last year. And they brought them both back, so I feel like on some level they must have had some assurances that this would work. And it isn't. And, beyond that, like, is there anything Cattell can say that makes you believe that this would work next year and the year beyond? Because you got to remember, he's signed for 4 more years. When this contract's over, he's going to be 36.
Yeah.
So he's not going to be, we can't do the whole but he could come through and produce, 35 home runs and hit 290. No. He can't. Like, he's not doing it now, but it doesn't mean he can't. But in 4 years or even 5 years, because he has the player option, and by the way, he has the 10-5 rights that I know were brought up quite a bit this offseason, and I know that there was a lot of pushback from people being like, they don't want to trade Cattell. Well, now they can't unless he wants to go. So,
and does he want to go?
I don't. Do you make it so he wants to go?
Did the 10-5, is that barrier one that you can easily breach now, you know? And is he more willing to want to go because he realizes he's just nuked every bridge that he's got? Again, this is my like if I had a guess, I mean, I think there's a better chance that Ketel's back than Torrey, but I don't think they're Torrey's for different reasons. Part of it is Ketel, but that's not the only reason that we'd have the conversation about Torrey.
I'm glad you said that, because so you said if you had to guess right now, probably more likely Ketel's back than Torrey.
Yes.
And it's not all because of the Ketel situation, but doesn't it sort of feel like the last 2 weeks have sort of not absolved Torrey from missing the postseason each year or whatever that they've missed the postseason, but doesn't it kind of paint him in a better light with how he's handled Ketel up to this point? Because the one time that we know of where he put his foot down was like, dude, you have to play. Ketel, it sounds like just pitched a fit. So the production that they've been able to get out of Ketel the last few years, maybe on some level was Torrey handling that situation differently because he knew he had to. And now here you go. He's finally like, dude, Nolan Arenado can't play tonight. We don't have enough guys. We're in Boston. You've got to play. Just DH. And Ketel's like, I'm out.
Yeah.
Doesn't that kind of show like, well, maybe this is why Torrey was handling it the way he was?
I mean, I think that not everyone's going to look at it that way. And I understand, you know, I'm smart enough to know that not everybody, you know, we're all going to look at, there are some people who look at Torrey and they say this is his fault. He should have handled it differently. I am not one of those people, but I understand that those people have their arguments. I think given everything he's had to deal with, Torrey has, I can't believe we're still talking about this team and where they are with 20-something games to go in the season.
Yeah.
And I certainly can't believe we'd get to the end of this and you decide he's not the guy anymore, just because it's a borderline miracle, it feels like, that they've been able to be in this position.
Like, what if they get in? If they get into the postseason, they can't move on from
Oh,
Torrey.
no, if they get into the postseason, it's done. He ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. Like, then you may have to bring Ketel back, too.
But if they miss it by a game, then you're going to have the crowd that says, oh, here we go again. You missed it by a game. We've done that 3 straight years. And that's going to fuel the argument for the other side. Whereas I believe he really has done one of his best jobs managing this year, because this team it just doesn't look like this team should be anywhere near where they are right now in the standings.
I agree with you.
And I'd like to think even the most anti-Torrey D-backs fan on some level understands that. I mean, come on,
appreciates what he's done this year.
Appreciates that they're a game and a half out of the last playoff spot, with 20-something games to go,
all the injuries,
given what they haven't had this year.
A player quitting on the team at the worst possible time.
Again, not everybody looks at it the way I do, and I understand that.
That's fair. All right, when we come back, real quick, do you think they know what they want to do with Ketel? Whether they can execute it or not this offseason, or do the next few weeks still determine that? Like, do they know internally we got to move this guy in the offseason? Hopefully he plays well the next 4 weeks.
I don't know if they know. I don't think they do.
We come back. This could be a real important college season for Cardinals fans, specifically at the quarterback position. So which ones are you paying attention to with the season basically starting now for real this weekend? That's next. It's Burns and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Last chance for the Diamondbacks. It's Ildemaro Vargas. And Vargas swings at the first pitch. Hits a harmless ground out to short. Goss throws to first. Game over. Well, we didn't see that one coming. Giants take the opener by a final score of 6-1.
It was close until it wasn't. What the? More D-backs Giants words to say and wild gestures to make on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your
kids safe around water.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
True luxury isn't just seen, it's felt behind the wheel. Welcome to Genesis of Scottsdale, where every visit feels first class. Step into our showroom and experience the spacious, family-sized 2026 GV80 3.5T and the strikingly athletic GV80 Coupe. Both flagship SUVs pair commanding power with handcrafted interiors, intuitive technology, and iconic design engineered entirely around you. And for a limited time, well-qualified buyers can unlock exclusive 0% financing on both models. Elevate every journey. Step into extraordinary today at genesisofscottsdale.com or visit our showroom at 15345 North Scottsdale Road.
0% APR up to 48 months on select 2026 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models for well-qualified buyers through Genesis Motor Finance on approved credit. Monthly payment of $20.83 per thousand financed. Competitive owner bonus up to $1,500. Varies by model. Cannot combine with loyalty offers. Excludes tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $998 protection package, and dealer options. In September 8th, 2026. See dealer for full details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Truck started slow. Battery might be toast.
Slow starts are the first sign of heat damage to your battery. We'll test it, no charge.
Thanks. And if it is dead?
We'll set you up with a new, fully warranted battery, some up to 5 years, and we'll recycle the old one.
Thanks for the rundown. Lead the way.
Get free battery testing, charging, and recycling at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals wrap up the preseason this evening at the Green Bay Packers. Kickoff is at 5 with pregame coverage starting at 2 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from a brutal loss to the San Francisco Giants last night. Tonight in Game 2 of the series. First pitch is at 7:15 with pregame coverage starting at 6:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. Cole Drake will make the start for the D-backs. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess, cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, college football really gets going. Well, it really gets going next week, but there are real games this weekend. Real teams, real games. So I'll ask you this, Bernsey, filling in for Wolf today.
Thank you for not calling me Dave.
No, never again. I felt so.
Appreciate that.
It's like an out-of-body experience.
Weird.
Like, we just accidentally tapped into a different show. I'll ask you this. Are you watching college football at all differently this season because of what might be out there for the Cardinals next year? And I understand there have been plenty of years in the past where the Cardinals might need to draft a quarterback, but the way this particular quarterback draft class has been hyped up so much, that even if a couple of these guys that are supposed to be great drop out, a couple other guys are probably going to step in. I mean, it feels like there's probably going to be 5, maybe even 6 first-round quarterbacks a year from now. We got to see, but that's part of the question. Like, are you invested in watching college football this year? Maybe teams that you don't really care about because you do care about Darian Mensah or Jaden Maiava or Arch Manning or Dante Moore or whatever.
100%.
Well, okay.
Well, I mean, like not even to the point where this might sound like a hot take, and I don't mean for it to. If on a Saturday afternoon, okay, and admittedly, you know, like Saturdays, I try to like to go do stuff, and I'm not chained to my couch watching. It sounds like fun, but I'm not chained to my couch watching college football all day long. Saturdays, I kind of come in and out and go hike or do stuff with my wife or whatever. But you give me the choice between, God, this is going to sound like a hot take. You give me a choice between like a top 10 matchup or a game featuring a quarterback who could be a Cardinals pick.
Yeah.
I'm probably choosing the game with the quarterback who could be a Cardinals pick over the top, because it means, honestly, it means more to me. It's more important in my life as a sports fan than watching 2 top 10 teams go against each other. So I'm like
Georgia, Alabama. Whatever.
Georgia's playing Alabama, or I could watch Texas play whoever. I'm probably watching Texas. I'm probably watching Oregon. And I, if I can fine tune this even more, I think the quarterback I'm going to be watching the most this fall, and I'm not just saying this because the person who signs our checks went there, I think it's going to be Dante Moore from Oregon. I think I'm going to be watching him a lot. He intrigues me beyond all reason this year. I just because there are some people who think he just is not going to be.
Response is go Ducks.
There's some people who think he's not going to be great. The fact that he had the humility to go back to school, I think, is huge, and I want to see what he does with that. I think, to me, he is the central figure to watch in this when it comes to Saturdays.
I think I'm with you on that. I mean, there's a few. I'm definitely with you on the, like, if this is 2 SEC teams that are playing and it's a good game or whatever, but it doesn't. Neither, like, there are so many times where a really good SEC game, and you appreciate football, is kind of a low-scoring 17-14, whatever, you know, and a lot of times that is Georgia. If that's going on, if it's late in the season, it's going to determine who's going to the college football playoff. I'm probably watching the game that impacts things more. But, yeah, early in the season where I can be watching Darian Mensah at Miami or whatever, or Dante Moore, like you're saying, or Arch Manning, or, you know, any number of these guys that might be a top 5 pick next year, or just 2 teams I don't necessarily care about, but they're good, but there's not a whole lot there at the quarterback position as 2 teams winning with defense and running the ball. Yeah, I mean, look, it's 2026. We don't have to choose that much. You can usually watch more than one game, but yeah, I'm with you. I think it's that big of a deal for the Cardinals. There's no guarantee they'll get the pick right, even if they're picking first. I get that, but it's this season right now is set up to be unlike any other, and even if it isn't. Right now, it's set up to be that way, so that's why I'm watching.
2 years ago, I felt like we were in 2 years or 3 years ago, whichever year it was, where we thought the Cardinals might get the first and the second pick because of the trade with the Texans.
Caleb Williams, Marvin Harrison
Caleb,
Jr.
You're right, yeah, that year. It kind of felt the same way at the beginning of the season, but that year was totally different because that was Kyler Murray's going to come back at some point halfway through the season, and it just in the moment, we weren't being realistic in terms of, hey, will they, won't they draft a quarterback? Now it's like, unless Carson Beck walks in that door in week 10 and just balls for the next 2 months, it's very realistic they're going to be taking a quarterback, and they're going to choose one of these guys. So I like your caveat. It's a very responsible driver thing for you to do, to point out,
hey. How's that look from over there?
Well, I mean, guys, I'm over here just throwing, wild blowtorch takes all over the place, and you're being if it's late in the season and there's playoff implications, I'm like, yeah, that's such a driver's way of thinking.
But most of those teams at that point are going to have good quarterbacks. The other reason I say that is because I think I'll probably have already made up my mind on some of these quarterbacks by week 9.
Well, and before the season starts, I mean, I'm telling you right now, I've already made up my mind on one of them that I won't be paying that much attention to.
I can tell you one I definitely don't want. Maybe it's the same guy. Go ahead.
3, 2, 1.
Sam
Trinidad
Leavitt?
Chambliss.
Oh,
okay.
I don't want Sam Leavitt anywhere near here. I do not.
Did someone play for him the Sorry, I don't mean to hijack the show.
Chambliss is. I love Chambliss, but he's too short.
He's
We
short.
Can't do that.
I'm not doing that again.
Not here.
I'm not doing
saying
that again.
He's too short to thrive in the NFL. It wouldn't work with the Cardinals.
I'm not doing that again. Absolutely, just non-negotiable. I'm not doing that. Did you hear the Todd McShay cut when he was on Ryan Russillo's podcast? I don't mean to hijack the show, but we played this yesterday on ours.
Is it the Levitt cut?
The Levitt cut.
I actually have not heard this cut, and it's right here, so I'm going to play it.
Play
Okay,
it. This is
Outside of Lenore Sellers, might be the most dynamic, explosive quarterback in this class.
False.
And Sam Levitt and Lane Kiffin are going to be on a rocket ship this year. And what I think that they're going to do this year at LSU offensively with Kiffin and Levitt, I don't think anyone has an idea of how great it can be. I'm telling this guy's got he's got a chance to be the number 1 overall pick. So does Arch. So does Dante. So does Lenora. So does CJ.
I don't disagree that he's going to put up numbers.
Yeah.
He's going to put up – everybody puts up numbers with Lane Kiffin.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to pull up the list of quarterbacks Lane Kiffin has coached over the years that have really put up great numbers and then have done nothing in the NFL. Not that none of them have done anything, but like there's quite a few of them. This guy was amazing, put up crazy numbers in college. That's Lane Kiffin's system. And I'm not saying Sam Levitt's a bad quarterback. I just don't want him on the Cardinals.
Can you imagine the number 1 pick overall in the draft is Sam Levitt and it gets picked by the Card? I just can't imagine that. I literally can't imagine that.
I mean, I can.
So no. God, that'd be the craziest thing of all time. But I'm ruling out Trinidad Chambliss. Great college quarterback. I don't want to do the 6 foot tall thing.
I think that would be such a bad situation for him or anybody that's a quarterback that's shorter to stepping into this city. Look, maybe in 20 years, but not next year. As this new quarterback, the Cardinals, they just took him 3rd overall, and he's 6 foot. Like half the fan base will already be out on him through no fault of his own. And also we've already seen how that can hurt a quarterback to be that height in the NFL too. So yeah, I really, he's probably my favorite college player to watch, Trinidad Chambliss. But I don't want him. I don't want him on the Cardinals. I don't want him. But if I had to pick between him and Sam Levitt, I would like the one who actually cares about his teammates.
And I know we're late, but there are a couple of other quarterbacks that, quite honestly, I'm really looking forward to watching because I just want to learn more about them. Yeah, CJ Carr is one of them.
Everybody loves him.
I want to learn a lot more about CJ Carr because he's intriguing. But it's crazy to say I haven't watched a lot of Notre Dame football, but I didn't watch a lot of him last year, and I'd like to watch more of him to see what he's all about.
I'm going to spend the entire break. This is not a joke. Looking at the height of all these quarterbacks now,
and just arrange them by that.
Yeah, because I don't know how tall Darian Mensah is. Forgive me, but that's a guy who was like really good at Duke. Steps into Miami, so you know he's probably going to be a first-round pick. But if he's like 6'1", I don't know. I don't know if that works for the Cardinals. If you think you know football better than Dan Bickley, prove it. Play Bix Picks and win a Pit Boss wood pellet grill and a $25 Four Peaks gift card each week. Text Picks to 620-620 to get started. Brought to you by Four Peaks. All right, we come back and go around the NFL, and I don't even know what that means. We're going to find out, all of us together live next. It's Burns and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is The Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app on your phone and 98.7 in your car.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. That's right. They're professional, they're efficient, they're on time, they're reliable. It's one of the reasons why they love to support and hire our veterans. And they do it proudly, my friends. Not only that, too, Moving Team 6, they believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a family, the Lee family, as in Tim Lee, who owns and operates the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in North Phoenix. It's built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Gear up this fall with the new All-Pro battery by Steel. Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available only at your local Steel dealer. 60% peak power. Comparison between AP300PC and AP300S.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, this Labor Day, hit the road to savings. Yep, the Labor Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi, your man. It is so on August 25th through September 7th. 2 years ago, we bought a brand new Explorer during the Ford Labor Day sales event. Big time savings. Love our Explorer. And now it gets better because we get $5,000 in trade assist cash on a 2026 Ford Explorer or $3,000 in trade assist cash on a 2026 Bronco when you trade in your old ride. And on a 2026 Ford F-150, the truck that works as hard as you do but doubles as your weekend warrior. How about a 2026 F-150 STX or XLT and get $5,500 in trade assist cash when you trade in your old ride? Or get 2.9% for 72 months plus $1,500 in bonus cash on a 2026 F-150 STX or XLT. But hurry, the Ford Labor Day sales event ends September 7th at buyfordnow.com.
Pick up the Merrill Kelly Bobble on Saturday, September 12th, courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Bailey Leisure. Diamondbacks offense goes quiet as series opening loss halts momentum. Arizona sports need to find their way out of the yuck, Dan Bickley writes. And ASU extends Molly Miller after a successful first season. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Darian Mensah is 6'3".
Okay.
I found a site where I can sort every college quarterback that's potentially a draft pick. There's like 50 of them on here by height. Jaden Rashada is 6'4". So if we're just going by height, we got
draft him.
No, thank you.
Come on, Jesse, just draft him. Go get him.
Jaden Mayava, 6'4". Drew Mestamaker is 6'4".
There's a lot of intriguing guys.
Yeah.
Mestamaker's one of them. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of, he probably is going to need another year after this one, but if he lights it up, he'll become interesting. The USC quarterback, I talked about quarterbacks I would like to learn a little bit. He's another one I'd like to learn a little bit more about. I can.
Yeah.
Maybe I will.
But going back to what we said before the break, I have no doubt Sam Leavitt's going to put up numbers. Lane Kiffin is your head coach, you're going to put up numbers if you're a quarterback. And I don't think Sam Leavitt's like a bad quarterback, but do not want the Arizona Cardinals take. I will ride with Carson Beck. I will ride with Gardner Minshew. Like, I'll ride with the 2028 quarterback. And it's going to be tough because he's going to put up crazy numbers. Like, some team is going to want to take him, but I just don't think he'd be received real well with the ASU fans that are also Cardinals fans.
I don't think that's exactly how you'd want to. I mean, assuming the guy they draft next year the hope is that he's your franchise quarterback. The hope is that he does the thing that has never been done with the Cardinals. He becomes your franchise quarterback for 15 years. Boy, it's just going to be an awkward first step.
Doesn't leave if somebody weighs $40 in front of his face. All right, so let's go around the NFL here.
That too.
And let's start with the Raiders situation, who they did this whole thing about how Fernando Mendoza wasn't going to start week 1. No way, that's crazy. That's why we have Kirk Cousins. But now they seem like they might be wavering a little bit. Here's Clint Kubiak.
Yeah, it is. It's his reps. It's learning from Kirk's reps, from Aiden's reps. Very valuable for him to get all those reps. I'd love to play him the whole game. But there's other guys that we want to get looked at, and I thought overall this preseason that we got him plenty of time, and I'm happy where he's at, but we just got to keep pushing to be better.
When do you think he starts?
Well, like a lot of things, it depends on how Kirk Cousins does, but I don't think it's going to be the whole year. I don't think this is going to be an Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes deal.
That'd be crazy in 2026.
It really would be, right?
It
really would be. I'm gonna week 7.
Now I'm gonna see who they're playing.
Week 7.
Okay. Week 7 Raiders here. While I look that up, here's Fernando Mendoza yesterday talking about what he learned during the preseason.
You need to get the ball out quick, and it teaches you that you need to play on time, and there's less margin for error. So I think it's a great experience having that heat and duress, because diamonds are built under pressure. They're built under fire and, being forged like that. So when you're able to play under that duress, that's when you're able to elevate your game. And I think it's a good experience.
Week 7 would be against the Rams. Let's go ahead and give him week 8.
Okay, let's do that. Although I had Carson Beck making his debut for the Cardinals against the Rams, I didn't seem to mind it then. I don't know why I wouldn't hesitate to throw Fernando Mendoza out there. Well, so, you know what? Go ahead, just make your debut against the Rams. It's only going to be Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald, right? Like, what are you afraid of?
Week 8 for the Raiders is the Jets, so I think that's a better landing spot.
It's a better one, yeah.
Fernando, we value you so much. We're going to kind of take our time before we throw you in there against the Rams and watch your career end in the first game.
Hot take part 2.
Yeah,
I'm not that excited about Fernando Mendoza. I don't think he's gonna be the answer.
I was looking through. I don't know why I was doing this the other day, but I was looking through It must have been to see kind of like where Carson Beck was projected a year ago. But I was looking through this thing where it had rattled off, like, I want to say it was 40 different quarterbacks going into last season. And for whatever reason, I had put them all together and, like, combined the rankings of, like, 3 different sites or whatever. It was for some segment last year. Mendoza wasn't even on the list of the top 40 quarterbacks heading into last year.
Yeah. And it's look, he had it was great. I'm not trying to take anything away from the season that the kid had last year. I don't. The last couple of, and I kind of felt this way about Cam Ward too. Like, I just don't think you're the number 1 pick because you're a quarterback and because a team that needs a quarterback is picking number 1.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you're the answer, and that doesn't gift you with the power of being the answer. And I felt that way about Cam Ward. He has not been good this preseason at all. Mm-hmm. And I feel that way about Fernando Mendoza. I just think you just happen to be the best quarterback available at a position of such premium need that you're going to get picked. Now, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't think he's going to be that great in this league.
We're going to play a game, and I'm just going to host it. You 3 are going to play it, okay? So we're going to go around. We're going to start with Lauren, all right? You guys are just going to each name Raiders receivers until one of you can't, okay? So, Lauren, you go ahead and go first. Yep, this proves my point. Rick? Yep. Bernsey?
Brock Bowers.
Well,
that's a tight end.
He's a risk. Come on.
That's a tight end. That's a tight end.
That's okay. I've been overruled. Sorry, I can't allow it.
I make the rules.
Yeah, that's sort of Ricky Rulemaker. I can't. I can't.
Is that seriously what they call you?
Yeah, it's one of my many titles on this show.
Ricky Rulemaker.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm very definitive in my decisions.
Well, you are, but oftentimes they conflict with previous decisions. But
yes.
Either way, in the moment, you are definitive.
And oftentimes I decide the tiebreaker of the Arizona Sports poll question, and so I guess I make the ruling there.
Oftentimes the tiebreaker is Wolf and I both vote on the same thing, and Rick just goes in a different direction anyway. So, all right. So you guys, I would have accepted Trey Tucker, Jalen Naylor, Jack Beck, Malik Benson,
Wow. That's bad.
So even if he
Do
is
we
good,
still accept Henry Ruggs?
no. I don't see him on this depth chart. It goes 15 names deep.
And you know what's funny about that, now that I think about it, is that Clint Kubiak thought that was decidedly the better job.
Yeah.
When he was job hunting, right? Like I mean, and not that their wide receiver room is the only discerning factor here, but like, remember when it was the two teams were having the last minute meeting with Clint Kubiak and it was like, oh, he's so going to the Raiders. What are the Cardinals even doing, having a meeting with him? And you do, I mean, I just, okay, good luck. You got Tom Brady looking over your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
You got a suspect roster, a franchise quarterback who he's the answer for now, but is the answer, who knows? Not a guarantee for anything for Clint Kubiak.
The only advantage that I would give the Raiders over the Cardinals right now is brand, and you had the first pick in the draft. So he must be somebody who believes that Fernando Mendoza is the answer.
He must be.
But other than that, and okay, Max Crosby. But other than that, like, I would much rather Trey McBride and Brock Bowers cancel each other out, as far as I'm concerned. If McBride might not even be a little bit better, but Bowers, he's, I guess, a little bit younger. But, I mean, that receiving group I just read off to you, or what the Cardinals have, that, I mean, not that either job is like a top 2 job, but you're right. For it to be so definitive, you must just love Mendoza, because that's the only thing that would really make sense.
That'd be it.
To run like that. That was more Raiders talk than I expected, but hey. All right, when we come back, we're going to do a power poll.
Oh, yeah, we're doing this.
And this was your idea.
Man, which is why I'm really embarrassed. I'm underprepared for it.
You reacted like Wolf does every time we start a power poll.
It was my idea. We're doing this. Oh, crap. Okay, yeah, let's.
Who are the 5 most interesting Arizona Cardinals heading into the 2026 season? That's next. It's Burns and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
Ryan Waldschmidt is now the first rookie to hit multiple walk-off home runs in the same month while his team was trailing. And listen, the greatest thing about something like this, I'm not saying Ryan Waldschmidt is going to be a superstar, but some athletes who have incredible moments of clutch behavior early in their career, it can change everything. Mm-hmm. Michael Jordan is the classic example. He makes that shot against Georgetown as a freshman, and the fact that he made that made him think, I'm special. Ryan Waldschmidt's probably waking up this morning thinking, you know what? I'm kind of the man.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, sports fans, you know this. Every great team has one thing in common. They diagnose the problem, they adjust, and they execute. Pain works the same way. If you're dealing with sciatica, numbness, tingling, or that deep ache that shoots down your leg, you need a team that knows how to fix it. That team is Desert Institute for Spine Care, DISC. These are fellowship-trained, board-certified orthopedic spine surgeons who pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, the least invasive surgical technique available. It uses incisions smaller than 1/4 of an inch. That means faster recovery, less pain, and getting back to life, the life that you love. They've treated thousands of patients, including athletes who need to get back super fast. If pain is keeping you from workouts, from coaching your kids, from enjoying the game, it's time to get your life back. Go to sciatica.com and connect with DISC today, because pain shouldn't be your opponent. That's sciatica.com, or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Summer is winding down, but the savings are just heating up during the Sanderson Ford Labor Day sales event. Get up to $8,500 off a 26 Ford F-150, or choose 2.9% APR for 72 months, plus $1,000 cash. The Labor Day sales event is only here for a limited time, so hurry in today and choose. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. $8,500 valid on F-150 XLT, stock number 265735. APR must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Expires 9/7/26.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, owner of Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, I bet most of your customers come from word of mouth.
You're right, Bick. For generations, our customers have been our best advertising. That's why when you make a qualifying purchase at Waltz, we'll give you a Refer a Friend card.
And what happens when they bring that in?
They'll receive $50 off their purchase, and you'll receive $50 off your next purchase. It's our way of saying thank you to our customers.
Visit Waltz just off the I-10 in Warner next to the IKEA. They've been serving Arizona families for generations. And don't forget to mention my name for additional discounts.
My Chemical Romance, the Black Parade 2026. Live at Chase Field, September 6th, 2026. With special guest, Jimmy Eat World. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit mychemicalromance.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment-free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals wrap up the preseason this evening at the Green Bay Packers. Kickoff is at 5 with pregame coverage starting at 2 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from a brutal loss to the San Francisco Giants last night. Tonight in Game 2 of the series, first pitch is at 7:15 with pregame coverage starting at 6:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. Cole Drake will make the start for the D-backs. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. Talking Stick Resort's Wicked Ball at Studio 101 is on Friday, October 30th. DJs, special guest appearances, and compete for a share in the $15,000 costume contest. Buy your tickets now at TalkingStickResort.com.
Promptu. Oh, you're so clever. Power Pole.
All right, we have reached the point of the power poll. By the way, we are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Feels like something I should be saying. We've reached the point of the power poll where Wolf starts to look around frantically and begins writing down names for the power poll. You already have a list.
I did that 60 seconds ago.
Oh, you're ahead of the game.
It's written down. I've already scratched a couple things out and moved some things around a little bit, but I've written it down.
I gotta be honest. We're doing the top 5 most interesting Arizona Cardinals heading into this season. I came up with like 11. I had to chop it down to 5, obviously.
I came up with a ball. Like, there's going to be a bunch of honorable mentions, and I do want to shout out, in case he's listening right now. I don't think he is. John Lund filled in yesterday for Gambo on my show. This was his idea, and we just never got around to it. It was based off of an athletic story, the 26 most interesting figures going into the NFL season.
Oh, that story.
And he's like, let's do it, but let's do it with the Cardinals. And we just never got around to it.
And you were like, you dragged your feet for the next 2 hours of the show, and then you used it for today as a topic.
I took his idea. Like, is that bad? Was that wrong?
No,
was that
you
wrong?
said it right there.
Ricky Rulemaker, was that wrong? Lauren, did I do something bad
Lauren's
by taking
you're fine.
John Lund's idea and using it on this show?
No,
which
John
isn't even
Lund
mine?
has some good ideas.
Okay, good.
He's got a few. He can just need them all. Come on.
Then, to your point, there are a lot of names who could have made this list.
Yeah, which is, I don't know that's always the case, especially with a team that's not projected to win a ton of games. But here we go.
Okay.
So you're going to go, I'm going to fire off number, you're going to go first. Okay, so here we go. Number
5.
He would have been a lot higher. The 5th most interesting player for the Arizona Cardinals in 2026 is Carson Beck. Would have been a lot higher if not for everything that's transpired since the first game against the Panthers in the Hall of Fame game.
Yes.
But at some point, we're going to see him. It might be later than we think. It might be, and how they get there, I don't know. But there's no denying in my mind that at some point, Carson Beck is going to take the field.
Yes.
For the Arizona Cardinals, and when he does, he almost immediately becomes one of the most interesting things all year long.
I mean, if he never took the field, then I guess you have your answer. You're just taking a quarterback next year.
Yeah.
Right? Unless Jacoby Brissett led them to 10 wins and you made the playoffs. I mean, I guess there are ways this could get even more confusing, but I think the most realistic one is what you're saying. He's going to play at some point, and then you're going to have to make a decision on the direction of that position for the next however many years based on, I don't know, 4 games now? That's where this is headed, feels like.
There's a world where he doesn't get hurt in the Panthers game, and he's played since then, where he might have been number 1 on this list
and
if
already,
that doesn't happen.
Already maybe number 2 on their depth chart, too.
Maybe, right, yeah.
Number 5 for me, I actually went with Walter Nolan III, a guy that everybody is picking as their breakout candidate for this team this year. He doesn't have the cachet of being a quarterback, which is, I mean, I'll just be honest, Carson Beck's higher on my list, but every time Walter Nolan plays, he looks like a wrecking ball. It's just a matter of how much he can play. They need somebody like that on defense, so I have him at number 5.
Hugely important player for them this year. Hugely.
Right, so on to number 4.
Number 4.
Will he be on the team after the trade deadline?
Okay.
Josh Sweat is the 4th most interesting player on the Arizona Cardinals this year. When he speaks, when he plays, how does it work? How does it look?
Does he speak?
Does he speak? Like, when does he play? All of that stuff. We talked earlier in the show about kind of the wild theory that, hey, you know, if we're out of this thing, I'll trade you at the deadline. I'll give you the camp off, and I'll give you the OTAs off. Just show up, be ready to go, play as hard as you can. If we get to the deadline and we're out of this thing, we'll not that that's happened. But I could see a conversation like that, maybe.
I don't think it's crazy, especially the way it's played out.
Yeah. And then how he plays under those circumstances, I've got him number 4 on this list.
I had him, and I dropped him off the list because, like I said at the start of the show, it doesn't feel like he's on the Cardinals right now. So I just went ahead and dropped him down to 6. I get that he is, but I was able to find 5 guys I find more interesting on this team right now. Number 4 for me is Mike LaFleur. I'm going a little off board because it just said Cardinals, didn't say Cardinals players.
All right.
I mean, if to me this season's all about a legitimate direction of this team. Now you could be listening, saying, "Yeah, didn't we have this conversation like the last 3 years?" Yes, we did, and I'm sick of having the, "Hey, well, you know, in a couple of years they could be good." But this is where we are, and if they're going to be good anytime in the next couple of years, Mike LaFleur has to be a legitimate answer at head coach. So I have him at number 4, also because as an offensive mind, I want to see what he can do with the weapons they have.
Fair. Okay. I was not considering coaches.
I know.
I don't think I would have put him in my top 5 if I had.
All right. Okay.
He would have been close.
Yeah. Okay. Here's number 3.
Number 3.
I'm guessing he's either your number 1 or your number 2. I'm going with Marvin Harrison Jr. as my number 3. I'm guessing he's 1 or 2.
He's my number 3.
He's your number. Oh, is he number 3 as well? Yeah. Okay. So we'll talk about him here. I mean, who you said in your email earlier, and I thought it was a really interesting point. If Marvin Harrison Jr. basically becomes the Davante Adams of the Cardinals offense and just catches a bunch of touchdowns, is that enough? Is that enough?
It's enough for me.
And it probably would be for me too, if that's who he becomes. Now, is that enough for them to open up the vault and pay him a bunch of money when the time comes to do so? That's a different conversation. But in terms of extracting some value out of the 4th pick in the NFL draft for now, that would be enough if he turns into the Davante Adams of the Cards. Yeah.
And before people are like, Davante Adams probably going to the Hall of Fame maybe someday. Like, yeah, you'd love it. I'm saying the light version, and I'm saying Davante Adams last year 789 receiving yards, 14 touchdowns. Marv's already gone over 789 receiving yards in a year before. 14 touchdowns I'm not expecting, but it's more like if he gives you 850 but 10 touchdowns, I'm fine with that. Because Michael Wilson is potentially as good as he is, and because Trey McBride is definitely as great as he is, and you've got anywhere between, depending if they're healthy or not, 1 and 3 running backs that you can lean on. If Marv just catches the ball when it's thrown to him and is a touchdown machine, that's good enough for me. I don't need 1,000. I don't need 1,200 yards.
But it's still not proper value for the 4th overall pick in the draft.
Absolutely,
it's fine, but it's still not proper value for number 4 overall.
Very true. On to number 2.
Number 2.
He was my number 1. I made a switch right before we went on the air.
Really?
I moved him down to number 2.
Okay.
Walter Nolan is my number 2.
Okay, you have him. Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
I think this is...
This is why I've never played poker with you, because when I said his name, I was trying to get a read, and you didn't give up anything on that.
I think he is of vital importance for Monty Ossenfort to extract real value out of the draft, to get a game-changing player. I think the comment that LaFleur said a couple of weeks ago about how he's never been on a good team that didn't have a game-wrecking defensive lineman on it, I thought was very revealing. I think in terms of players who can, and I think there are 2 of them, players who can really take the Cardinals, or 3 of them, I'm sorry, 3 of them, players who can really take the Cardinals and turn them into something we don't expect them to be this year. I think Will Johnson's one of them. I think Josh Sweat is another one. And I think Walter Nolan is the 3rd. I think those 3 players...
Walter Nolan the 3rd.
Aha!
There you go. Now we know where he got that from.
I think those are the 3 players. If there's any capacity for this team to surprise us this year, it lies in those 3 guys to be able to do it.
That's an interesting conversation that I'm going to steal from you on Monday, like you stole this from John Lund.
Done.
Yeah, that's which players could truly swing this. Because I would... There's a name I would throw in there, but he's probably number 1 on both of our lists, so I'll get there in a second. Number 2, I have Carson Beck, just because even the absence of Carson Beck is a story at this point. It would have been anyway, and then he looked so good in that Hall of Fame game. It's such a just odd situation to have your team take him where they took him, and then to have him look that good in the preseason, but then to have him never play again because of an injury, and now who knows when we're going to see him again. Whenever we do see him, it's going to be the top story around this team. I think it's going to be a big story around the league. If it's week 9 and the Cardinals are 1-7 at that point, it's still going to be a major story. So I still have him at number 2. I don't have him at number 1, though, because who knows when that's going to be.
Number 1. Numero 1.
Unbelievable.
All right, who you got at 1?
Jeremiah Love.
See, I think he could still swing their season, too, to a certain extent, like where you're talking about with those other guys.
I think offensively the Cardinals are going to be fine. I really do. I think the variable is the defense and whether they're going to be better than we think. And that's why I don't have any season-swinging players on the offensive side of the football. But that's just kind of my thinking on this. But Jeremiah Love is, for every reason we know, the discourse about running backs at number 3, the singular talent that he can be, how appetizing it all was when he was there against the Raiders a couple of weeks ago. Like the ability to shift and move. It just was all like I can't wait to watch him play football. I cannot wait to watch it.
And this isn't even because he's a Cardinal. He's on the short list of players around the NFL I just want to see play this season.
Yeah.
Because he's an unknown. I'm not going to rattle off like Josh Allen, Patrick. Like we know what these guys are already. But as far as like players you just want to see play football based on how he looked in college, and you're right, in that one half of a preseason game, like he could be on Jacksonville, and I would want to see what he does. The fact that he's on the Cardinals is, to me, if you have hope for the Cardinals, and I would say beyond this year, to be fair, making the playoffs and starting to be maybe a consistent playoff contender, I think he's one of the main reasons why you have hope.
Who's your number 6?
My number 6 was Josh Sweat.
Okay. Oh, that's right. You said that. Yeah. Michael Wilson was my number 6.
Yeah, see? And
Michael Wilson was my 6.
I had Will Johnson as my number 7.
Okay.
I just think he's going to be good. I mean, he already is pretty good.
Oh, he's already good.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about, like, elite and on the field all the time, game-changing kind of corner, because that's just a premium position in this league.
The new Cardinals corner is out. Tyler Drake, Lauren Koval project the Cardinals 53-man roster ahead of Cutdown Day. Find it on ArizonaSports.com, the app, or wherever you get your podcasts. Lauren, is that podcast any good? Should we listen to that? She says She's giving me an angry look again.
You know why? Because you're interrupting her watching the Cubs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't you understand? She's doing something.
I don't want to be watching the Cubs.
Are they losing?
Yes.
Oh. I'm doing
They
you a
brought
favor
Thornton
then.
in and basically said, "Hey, do you want 4 runs right off of him out the gate?" I literally texted Matt, who's running Rock and Minute right now, DFA him.
Lawrence, I swear sometimes she's just heartless in there. It's great.
If I could make you a deal right now that final series of the season against the Padres in Petco would decide everything for the Diamondbacks, would you take it? We'll get into that next. It's Burns and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Last chance for the Diamondbacks. It's Ildemaro Vargas. And Vargas swings at the first pitch. It's a harmless ground out to short. Goss throws to first. Game over. Well, we didn't see that one coming. Giants take the opener by a final score of 6-1.
It was close until it wasn't. What the? More D-backs Giants words to say and wild gestures to make on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
The Labor Day sales event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning lineup, including Silverado, Traverse, and Trax. Plus, check out Equinox with excellent efficiency and bold design. It's the SUV that lets you take on the world in style. We have the inventory and we have the offers. Visit valleychevy.com or go to one of your 13 Valley Chevy dealers today. The Labor Day sales event going on now.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people listening right now are probably wondering, do I actually have enough money to retire? How do you help someone answer that question?
Well, Gambo, the first thing is, I tell people, do not guess. Cash flow it. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model the full retirement picture. Income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, investment withdrawals, inflation, healthcare costs. What happens if the market has a bad year?
So it's not just about looking at the account balance.
Exactly. $1 million can be enough for one family and not enough for another. It depends on spending and taxes and income sources and how the portfolio is actually structured. The goal is to see whether your money can support your lifestyle, not in just year 1 of retirement, but in years 10, 20, 30, and for the rest of the road.
So find out if you have enough money for retirement. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Gear up this fall with the new All-Pro battery by Steel.
Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available only at your local Steel dealer. 60% peak power. Comparison between AP300PC and AP300S.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Monday when we recap a busy weekend for the Diamondbacks and the Cardinals' last preseason game. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, 27 games left for the Arizona Diamondbacks this season.
Okay.
Not counting potential postseason. Dave Burns in for a Wolf today. It's Burns and Luke. D-backs are a game and a half back of the Padres for the third and final wild card spot. If I could make you this guarantee right now that just go ahead and you can wipe out the next 24 games, the Diamondbacks are going into that final series of the season against the Padres, and that basically decides things for that final spot. Would you just take it right now?
We talked about this at 9 o'clock this morning when we were prepping out the show.
You
right?
think you forgot your answer?
No, it's not like it's not like I haven't had 4 hours and 19 minutes to think about it, and I'm still like, would I? And I think I would. I think I would take it. I think I would go, okay, let's roll the dice, and probably because I think that's what it's going to come down to anyway.
Yeah.
I probably think that's what it's going to be. And here's why I would take it. And okay, now I remember where I was going with this. I was stalling. I think I would take it because you could treat that 3-game series as basically a wild card series.
Yeah.
And then you would stack it with Eduardo Rodriguez and Brandon Pfaadt and Corbin Burns. And presumably by then, Corbin Burns is built up enough that you're talking about 5, who knows, maybe even 6 innings. Now, there'd be hell to pay when you get to the wild card round if you do win 2 out of 3 against the Padres and you get that last spot. So I understand then that kind of screws you in that regard. But if I'm treating that series like what it is, basically an early playoff series, I feel like the great advantage to the Diamondbacks, at least from my perspective, is that getting there is going to be hard, but once they get there, they've got a team built to do some real damage.
They could be dangerous.
They could be very dangerous. We've seen it against the Cubs. We saw it against the Dodgers. We've seen it against the Atlanta Braves last week, right? So, like, against the good teams, and that's really been a narrative flip for them since basically the All-Star break. Like, before the All-Star break, it was they're great against the terrible teams, terrible against the great teams. Man, that is just flipped right around
with that Dodgers series going into the All-Star break, where it was like, all right, really at the end of the Padres series, like, oh, you're going to lose this Padres series, and then you got the Dodgers, and instead they won the 4th game against Padres, swept the Dodgers, went in the All-Star break, and here we go. You're right, it's been completely different since then. I want to make sure I lay this out, the perfect logistics, is because this is how this will play out. If they are tied with the Padres going into that final series, even if they're a game back of the Padres, you just need to win 2 of 3 because the season series is tied right now. So if you took 2 of 3 and tied the Padres, you would have the tiebreaker at that point. The only way that I wouldn't sign off on this is the D-backs are 2 back and they have to sweep the Padres to get in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that final series.
So win the series, yes. Sweep the series, not so much.
I mean, honestly, the way this is kind of going, it doesn't feel like the Padres ever lose. I know they're only 6-4 in their last 10, but it just doesn't feel like they ever lose. I mean, maybe we should just sign off for you're still in it in that final series, I guess, considering you've got 2 more rookies pitching tonight and tomorrow in the series against the Giants. But if you could guarantee me that if you just take 2 of 3 from the Padres in Petco, the last 3 games of the season, the Diamondbacks get in, I'm with you. I would take it.
And here's another reason why I would take it too, is if memory serves, the series before the Diamondbacks play the Padres is against the Colorado Rockies. Now, again,
who knows what that means?
Yeah, and I know. Yeah,
you're right. It's 3 in Colorado.
I know, but I would hope that you'd be in a position to kind of manage yourself to set up that Padres series to mean the absolute most that it could, because you're playing the Rockies going into it. Now, again, because we've had this flip of you're great against the bad teams, bad against the great teams. Who knows? I mean, maybe that Colorado Rocky series is more fraught with danger than we could have ever imagined. But I'd like to think anyway that that's about as soft as an entry point as you could get into the biggest series of your year by playing the Rockies before you do it. Now, if I'm also, remember, right, that series is in Coors Field.
Yep.
Are you looking at the schedule? Yep. Okay. That adds a degree of difficulty to it because you just never really know what's going to happen in any of the games up there. But given everything that's happened this year, yeah, I probably would take a final 3-game series to see who gets in and who doesn't.
I think it also kind of speaks to, and you sort of said this in there, but like this has been a lot of people's feeling all season since spring training. In theory, the Diamondbacks should be getting better as the season goes, more than most teams, right? Because in theory, and this carrot's been dangled for how long, Corbin Burns is supposed to be coming back at some point. Justin Martinez, okay, now he is back. Guys they've lost along the way. I don't know maybe not Ryan Nelson. Zach Gallen's going to come back at some point, and that's going to get real interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But Corbin Burns specifically now should be back. I would imagine if you're still in it on Friday, September 25th, going into that series, Corbin Burns has come back and has helped you get to that point. Because, look, if they can't get good production from Cole Drake and Mitch Bratt this weekend against San Francisco, they might be on the ropes when they take on Philadelphia on Monday.
They
honestly.
could.
So,
they could.
With that in mind, yeah, I would absolutely sign up for it. Just give me a best of 3 at Petco. Now, Burnsy, you're part of the show now. We've been aggressively pushing on the air for management to send us to Petco for that series because hey, Friday, Saturday, Sunday to end. So
done. Let's go.
Along. All right.
Let's go. I mean, who fills in for me on my show if I come with you on this show?
That's not my problem. It really isn't.
Okay. I'm sure Campbell would love that. Yeah. Wait, you're doing what? You're going where? Huh? Yeah, no.
Burnsy's always gone. Where's he? San Diego again? He's just in San Diego.
He likes to give me crap for all the vacation time I take anyway. There'd be even more of that.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. And you could get paid for that because we could do the show there on Friday.
Oh, San Diego. Yeah. Go down to the gas lamp and,
right there.
Why not, right? Let's do it. Let's get that done.
Lauren's on board,
too. Yeah, Lauren's on board with that. Let's go. Road trip.
Now Gambo's down a producer in the afternoon, too.
Road trip for the Burns and Luke show. Let's go.
It's a good way to introduce people in San Diego to our new show.
You know who fills in for me? Wolf. Wolf fills in for me.
Wolf would actually probably like that. He wouldn't have to travel.
It's the Wolf and Gambo show.
Yeah.
Now that you talk about you talk about a mashup. That would be a mashup.
I would be in the Gaslamp District listening to that show.
For the ages, that would be a mashup.
That would be, and whoever wants to produce that show,
Godspeed.
I now want that to happen.
Good luck and Godspeed.
That's one of those things, you do that show, and it could be the greatest thing ever, but also it feels like when it's done, you're like, we can never speak of this again. This was just so Burns and Luke can go to San Diego for this series. All right, we come back. Cardinals-Packers preseason finale is tonight. I've seen Craig Riolu wandering around this newsroom, and he's going to join us to give us some storylines to watch for in this game. Next, it's Burns and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals, Packers. The final preseason game live from Green Bay.
There might be a starter on September 13th that does play in this game. We'll see.
Pregame at 2, kickoff at 5 this afternoon. Listen to Cardinals at the Packers on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. The Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Summer is winding down, but the savings are just heating up during the Sanderson Ford Labor Day sales event. Get up to $8,500 off a 26 Ford F-150 or choose 2.9% APR for 72 months, plus $1,000 cash. The Labor Day sales event is only here for a limited time, so hurry in today and choose. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. $8,500 valid on F-150 XLT, stock number 265735. APR must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Expires 9/7/26.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing, a chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, all beds are on sale during our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
It's back. Bunker to Bunker's 15th annual Fall Frolic. Two-person scramble golf tournament is coming up on Saturday, September 26th at the Arizona Biltmore Golf Club's Links course, benefiting Phoenix Children's Hospital. Join us for a tasty breakfast, full tournament, and win big in the raffle and mulligan drawing. Plus, get a bounce-back golf round. All for just $148. It's open to the public, but hurry, space is limited. Register your team today at bunkergolf.com.
The all-new Kia Seltos is here, and Earnhardt Peoria Kia has the one you're looking for. With a bigger body and a bold sport-tuned design, with an advanced digital cockpit, with enhanced safety features, and with a payment you'll love. Starting at only $239 a month, plus tax, with approved credit from Kia Finance. Cars you love from a trusted name in Arizona for over 75 years. That's Earnhardt. So get yourself a Kia Seltos at an awesome payment the no bull way at Earnhardt Peoria Kia today. Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue north of Bell Road, and always online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
24-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Example VIN reference 19710. $37.99 due at signing. Excludes government fees. Tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $999 protection package, and dealer options. Expires August 31st, 2026. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for more details.
Now's the time to save at Freeway Chevrolet with employee pricing for everyone. Plus, up to $12,500 off select new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 model. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Savings include manufacturer rebates and dealer discount. Actual savings will vary by model, trim, equipment, and vehicle availability. Offer excludes tax, title, license, registration, and any optional dealer added items. Purchase price includes $589 dealer document. Offer cannot be combined with other incentives or special financing unless permitted by the manufacturer. Contact dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by August 31st, 2026.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals wrap up the preseason this evening at the Green Bay Packers. Kickoff is at 5 with pregame coverage starting at 2 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from a brutal loss to the San Francisco Giants last night. Tonight in Game 2 of the series, first pitch is at 7:15 with pregame coverage starting at 6:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. Cole Drake will make the start for the D-backs. This report is brought to you by Genesis of Scottsdale. Experience real luxury felt behind the wheel at Genesis of Scottsdale. Elevate every journey and step into extraordinary at genesisofscottsdale.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Well, the preseason is going to end tonight for the Arizona Cardinals. Then we get ready and into regular season mode. It is Burns and Luke. Dave Burns is in for Wolf. Craig Greeley is here.
Why isn't it Luke and Burns?
Oh boy, you missed the whole first hour of the show, brother. Where have you been? You missed the whole conversation about how our graphics department. It was much easier to swap out Wolf and Burns because Luke's already at the bottom, and they didn't want to make the extra step of creating a whole new
kind of
template.
Showed me where I stand.
Right?
So you're throwing the graphics department under the bus.
Oh, well, with two hands, yeah. And the graphics department came in here and they yelled at me appropriately about that. Yeah. So yeah, we've covered all of this. We appreciate you joining us here.
They're like, Burnsy, why are you yelling at us? You gave us money to put your name first, and now you're throwing us under the bus on the air.
Because I came in and I'm like, Luke, I feel like I've walked into your house and I've started rearranging your furniture. This is your house. This should not be my name listed first on this. But if you look right now at YouTube, look at that.
They
Burns
made a
and Luke.
permanent graphic.
It was just easier to take out Wolf's name and put in mine.
If you look long enough, the Luke part's actually been fading out as the show has gone on. It's just going to be Burns and Burns.
There was even a stretch where, for some reason, on YouTube, Luke's camera wasn't working, and it was just me. And it's like, like someone's trying to, like, I'm just taking this thing over or something. It was. I was almost a little embarrassed by the whole thing.
The only one who's brought it up until now is Burns. He's like almost
maybe it's a sign of things to come. I don't know. It is a Friday.
Greer's known me a long time. He knows that I'm a narcissistic egomaniac, and I just want to take over the world.
This is your chance.
I want to
out. You're taking
become all Valley Media, all in one. Yes, that's my goal.
Gree, did you know what you were walking into when you walked into the show, or did you think Wolf was going to be here? Okay, all right. Well, how's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you?
That's cool.
It's the Intrepid over there. It's always good to see Intrepid.
I didn't. You've been walking around here for the last half hour. I wasn't even expecting to see you here, but I guess it makes sense. So, what are you looking for tonight in this game?
One, everyone stay healthy.
Okay.
So we'll get that out.
Everyone
everyone
in
stay
the
healthy.
entire stadium.
Yes, even those that are working pregame.
Even the fans. Yes,
because Blake Gillikin didn't stay healthy a week ago and got hurt in pregame warmup. So, come out of this game healthy, and then it's that back end of the wide receiver room. Jalen Brooks, Reggie Virgil, can you continue to stack quality performances? Can Eku Leota continue to do what he has done and make even a stronger case to make the roster? I do think, if you're asking me, and I'm the general manager, he is on this team. But, again, can you continue to stack good days? And then the cornerback room, the Bs, how many are you keeping between corner and safety? I think those are the decisions that are coming before we get to Sunday afternoon.
We were talking about this earlier, the part of the show that you weren't listening to. I
am a P1 listener.
I know.
Apparently not on Fridays.
Apparently not on Fridays. Players who will play tonight, I'm not asking you to name names, but if you weren't expecting to play tonight and you do, how nervous should you be? You know, I think about a Darius Robinson last week. Nobody really expected to see him on the field, and yet there he was. Are there any guys? I guess I am asking you to name names. Are there any guys who might play tonight, and that might reveal a more tenuous status than you think, either in terms of they're getting cut or not, or maybe their standing isn't as high on the depth chart as we think?
The only player, and it's the same player that has gone back to the Hall of Fame game, is B.J. Ojulari, who has played, I believe, I counted up the preseason snaps. It's 70-plus snaps over these three preseason games. And that's a player that I wonder about. Now, I think there are going to be a handful, because you can't sit everyone, but there are going to be a handful of names, regulars, that will be out there for a series or two just to kind of get some more reps they want to see. Maybe they didn't get as much time Wednesday during the joint practice, so let's get you some extra reps tonight that I wouldn't worry about. If they're in there just for the first quarter, they're fine. It's more about getting some experience, whether it's on offense or defense or just in the flow of the game, the speed of the game, tackling, blocking, stuff like that.
Talking to Craig Gree, I'm fascinated by the whole Carson Beck situation because it was already unique coming into the Hall of Fame game. Then he was amazing in the Hall of Fame game, and we really haven't seen him since other than a little bit of practice after that. We talked to Darren Urban about this yesterday, but I want to get your thoughts.
Darren's probably listening.
Just waiting to do
Derb,
that.
as Wolf calls him, to the point where now I'm calling him that. But how far is this setting him back? Because Darren brought up a great point yesterday. It's not like he's going to be running with the ones during the week in practice when the season's going, if Jacoby Brissett's the starting quarterback. Like, this was kind of his chance to get some important game reps, and now I don't know when we see him again.
It's a great question. We were talking about this on Cardinals Underground with Darren and Danny Sarek, and the conversation is, okay, because of the roster and whether this is – I do think this is an option, whether it's going to happen or not. But to your point, regular season begins, it's Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew 1-2. That third quarterback – gets very few, if any, reps Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at roster construction and managing the gymnastics that comes with this, you could put Carson Beck on IR, designate him to return. You missed the first 4 games, but you're able to practice after the first 2. You're not expected to see Carson Beck the first month of the season anyway, based off what we have seen so far in preseason. Now, if he's completely healthy and has played 3 preseason games or 4 preseason games, it's a different conversation. But Carson Beck is not ready. We've not seen him for a long, long time, so you can't throw him out there in October or November. And I do think there has to be a plan to get him ready if the season goes and you want to see Carson Beck. What that looks like, I have no idea. Is it work before practice? Is it extra work after practice? Because there's only so many hours in the day with everything else that you're losing time to get a Carson Beck ready if you hope to see him at any point this season.
As I understand it, there are only 2 spots on the roster you can do that with, right? And then everybody else, you have to put on the 53-man and then make the move after that. Is the thing about Carson Beck that there are other names who could potentially be your IR designated to return at the start of the season, like a James Conner, a Tip Ryman, a somebody like that Tip's on the
Tip's
pup
on
list,
pup, so you don't have to worry about him.
Okay, so James would probably be the other one, right?
James, what's the status of Rabbit? What's the status of Isaiah Adams, who didn't even make the trip to Green Bay? He's back here dealing with an ankle issue.
Okay,
so guys that are dealing with something to where it might extend past week 3. Now, if it's just a 1 or 2 week thing, then you leave them alone. But if it's a question of week 3, week 4, do we want to push it, want a little extra time? That's where you either do it on Sunday for 2 players and then wait till Monday after they are on the initial 53. And then Monday you can say, all right, IR designates a return.
Because we haven't talked at all, and I understand why, but the Isaiah Adams thing is interesting to me because you're getting thin. And I know you've got backups in that you like in Hayden Conner and in John Gaines and things like that. But if there is something wrong enough with Isaiah Adams that he got sent home because of the knee, boy, it seems like when cut day comes around on Sunday, I know what position I'm looking for around the league when it comes to others casts off and what I want to add to my roster.
And I think that's why when the Basantis injury happened and there was a clamoring of, okay, who are you signing? Well, if you're signing anyone, they're on the street. So they're not in camp. They haven't been participating. You wait now till Monday, to your point, okay, they've been in camp. They've been participating in football, so they're in shape. They're in football shape, not I'm on the couch and ready to go. No, you're in football shape. So that certainly would be a position along the offensive line. Again, you have 2 weeks from Sunday before you play a game, so that factors into this. And again, don't know the status of Isaiah Adams. So is it a 1 week thing? Okay, well, then he'll be practicing ahead of week 1. If it's longer than that or there's a question about week 1, then maybe you do need to sign someone or get someone ready in the event that he's not available week 1 and John Gaines is your starter. And then, okay, who's your backup now? Is that Hayden Conner? Are you comfortable with him as your starting or your backup right guard?
The Cardinals have waiver priority over a lot of teams, but it's kind of a big deal to be down 2 guards already, and the preseason isn't even over. Agree. Thanks so much, man. We'll be listening.
By the way, do your fellow co-hosts know you're cheating on one another?
No.
No? Okay.
You think Wolf's listening? No.
You think Gimbo's listening right now?
We could do the show together for 3 weeks before they caught on. Pit Boss Wood Pellet Grill and a $25 Four Peaks gift card up for grabs every week. Bix Picks with Dan Bickley is back. Text Picks to 620-620 to play. Brought to you by Four Peaks. When we come back, can the Diamondbacks even this series with the Giants tonight? That's next. It's Burns and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like you are out of options. My advice, do your homework. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Discover how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients just like you right here in the Valley. They concentrate healing tools within your body right at the source of your pain, And the whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery or, in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that can change your life. Don't just accept that surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. You can find clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Just call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ready!
At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, saving customers money isn't a promotion. It's how they built their business. That's why they're the home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. If you'd like a second opinion on your AC or plumbing repair, Ready Services would love the opportunity to earn your business. They'll do a great job, treat you right, and work to get you the best value possible. Are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
Ready.
Wolf, you had All Pro Shade Concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand smash patties made with Angus beef, drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then cool down with the Tropical Cream Slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, this sounds like a great time to upgrade your SUV.
That's right, Dave. During our Arizona Tough Sales event, we've got some great offers across our SUV lineup. Lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $299 a month or save up to $6,000. And if you need more room, the new 2026 GMC Yukons are arriving daily with leases starting at $699 a month.
So stop into Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Yeah, D-backs Giants tonight. First pitch 7:15. Pregame coverage starting at 6:30 on ESPN 620. Let's get to the pitching matchup right out of the gate, Bernsey. It's brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com. Cole Drake on the mound for the Diamondbacks against Blade Tidwell, which is a great baseball name. It's one of the.
That is a
you've gone full wolf on us.
Seriously, when in Rome, I suppose that is a great name in general, right?
Yeah.
Blade Tidwell.
Yeah, you don't mess with a Blade.
Man,
Tidwell.
Seriously, I should have named my kid Blade. That would have been really, really
Blade
cool.
Burns.
Blade Burns.
Oh,
That would have sounded awesome.
That would have been even better than Blade Tidwell.
So Cole Drake is back, and it's 3 rookies in 4 games against the San Francisco Giants, as we all kind of thought it was going to be. And Cabrera was certainly good enough last night. Cole Drake got sent back down to the minors, has not pitched well since he's been sent back down to the minors. So this is, and neither had Jose Cabrera. So this is going to be another one of those kind of hold your breath moment, hold your breath kind of games to see what he can deliver. His ERA, and I know Reno's a tough place to pitch, 7.57 ERA in 19 games in Reno this year. Now, those aren't his numbers since he got sent back down, but they haven't been much better than that. So this will be a real test to see how. Not a great lineup that he's facing, but it's a rookie moment. I'm sure there's going to be still some nerves involved, even though he spent some time at the big league level.
Yeah, this is that moment tonight and even maybe tomorrow, just this series of I'm fully on board not trading Ryan Waldschmidt for a rental starting pitcher, but this is the weekend we're going to feel it. Hopefully you just get through it with wins anyway. I mean, your starting pitcher doesn't have to be an ace for you to win a game, but this is the weekend when it would have been nice to have Holmes or Mize or whoever out there pitching for you.
If they can get even somewhat remotely close to what they got out of Cabrera last night at a Cole Drake, I think you'd take that as a win and you'd move on with it. It's just a question of whether you can or not.
The Injury Report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org. This is Torey Lavello on MLB Network earlier today. I guess this is technically an injury. I mean, Ketel Marte is on the injured list. Here's his update on Ketel.
Be my job to make sure when Ketel gets back in that clubhouse that it's smoothed over and then we get to playing baseball as soon as possible.
Right now, if everything goes well, he's due to come off, I think, Monday. Would you, if everything, it checks out health-wise, would you expect to see him that day?
That's the plan. The day that he's eligible to come off, if he's healthy and strong and feeling good and timed up at the plate, we would love to reinsert him back in this lineup. He's one of the best players in the National League. He has been and will continue to be a very important piece of this lineup.
Torey sounds like he's done talking about this, doesn't
he? I don't know if I blame him. I think we're all just about done talking about it until when Monday comes around, and then we're all going to have to talk about it, or whether we want to or not. Now, from an injury front, we're way before the lineup comes out. I'll be curious to see if Nolan, what his availability is tonight after he was scratched last night. Yeah.
Corbin Burns is set to make a rehab start for AAA Reno tomorrow, too. So there's that to pay attention to.
If he stretches out innings-wise enough, then comes the really curious, when is he making his next appearance, and is it for the Diamondbacks against the Houston Astros next weekend?
This feels like a massive crossroads, 30 hours for the Diamondbacks, with him doing the rehab start and then playing 3 games basically in the next 30 or so hours. Time now for the keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
All right, Burns, you guys usually do have really very detailed keys to the game. I'm not going to go quite as vague as Wolf and I usually do, but I'll break it down a little bit. How about score some runs early in the game? I'm not going to give you that, I'll score more runs than the other team. But how about score some runs early? You got Cole Drake out there. This is a rookie pitching for you. Get in the habit of scoring early, because it feels like lately the Diamondbacks are always either down early and they lose, or down early and they have to rally to win. How about a couple runs tonight off of Blade Tidwell?
9 times in the last 11 games.
9 times.
9 times. They have not scored a run in the first 3 innings. 9 times out of the last 11.
That's disgusting.
I'll give you another one. It might be pie in the sky stuff. Boy, if you could get 5 out of Cole Drake tonight, because it's going to be a lot of bullpen this weekend. With Mitch Bratt going, with the always uncertainty not always, but with lately the uncertainty with Merrill Kelly and what he's going to be able to give you. You're going to need a lot of bullpen this week. Any innings you can not ask out of your bullpen tonight would be huge. A deep-ish outing for Cole Drake would be huge.
Merrill better give you like 7 innings tomorrow.
He's going to have to dig deep tomorrow. I mean, it really is. It feels like every start is a big Merrill Kelly start. This is a big Merrill Kelly start tomorrow. He's got to dig deep and give them some innings tomorrow.
MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. D-backs a game and a half out of that final wild card spot right now, chasing down the Padres, who are starting a series with Tampa. So, they're at least that's – and then the Phillies, I don't feel like the Phillies have played a good team in a long time. They're playing the Angels. So, maybe don't hold your breath for the Phillies to lose a whole lot this weekend, but at least the Padres have to play Tampa.
Well, and what's interesting about that is if the Phillies do well against the Angels, then maybe this really does come down to the D-backs and the Padres. Maybe we're already there anyway, but the Phillies might be able to put themselves effectively out of reach so that this 3-game series next week against Philadelphia isn't so much about catching Philly. It's more about making sure you keep pace with the Padres, Yeah,
because they're 3.5 back of the Phillies right now, the D-backs are. So still in striking distance, but, we'll see where this goes in the next few days. Bernsey, this was fun, man.
This was fun. I enjoyed it. Thank you guys for having me on. I know it was good. This was a blast. I enjoyed this.
You even rolled with the Jurassic Park news. I haven't seen it. I thought you were going to talk to me for the final hour of the show. All right. Thanks to Rick behind the glass, Lauren Koval as well. For Dave Burns, I'm Luke. We got Cardinals Packers coming up next on Arizona Sports, the